to. He's in a points chase, and he's got to get all the points he can get. So very, very crucial in the Nitro Funny Car Championship. So that's what Kev is down here for. So he will be the first one down the track today. He's sitting there waiting patiently. I've got Street Eliminator head of the lanes. We've also got the two-seater dragster down there. That is ready to run. We've got 4 passengers lined up already. Thanks ever so much indeed to Paul and the team for giving us all the details on that. Morning, Daryl.
Morning, Carl. What I am going to absolutely love about this is all these people sitting up here in VIP. Very good morning to you. Thank you for getting up early and joining us. A lot of people, it's the first thing they've ever seen. Now, do you know something? This is a ridiculous bit of trivia. The first thing I ever saw to go down the racetrack was a Nitro Funny Car.
First thing I ever saw was a Pro Comp car.
There we go.
In the day, yeah.
Well, the people sat up there on the spectator VIP up here. If this is their first time here, the first thing they're going to ever see is a Nitro Funny Car. Now, normally we build up to it a little bit by running, say, noise-wise, obviously, Pro ET and everything else as well. They're just about to get a face full on the first car down the racetrack. Fantastic.
Absolutely brilliant. Very good morning to everybody on the Spectator Banking. Give us a wave if you can hear us. And just sort of, lovely, the Wide Awake Club. Yay, good morning.
Anyone been here since Thursday?
Yeah,
oh,
hardcore.
Yeah, no, put your arms down, please. Probably a bit smelly. Thanks.
Oh, dear, yeah.
Just kidding. It's all right. You guys are hardcore. Everybody in the grandstand, good morning to you too. I'll tell you what, it's going to be well worth you getting up. Well, not getting up early, to be honest with you, getting here on time, let's put it that way. So they're going to spin Kevin over. Here we go. The mag leads have come off. Here we go. Can we start every Saturday morning like this?
Oh, this will do.
This is bitching. Well, the only thing is, obviously, now normally we have a few cars go down the racetrack before you get to the fuel cars.
Yeah.
Kevin is just coming out here early. It's going to be fun.
Now, the interesting thing, you won't have had much chance to warm this up, will you, though? Because obviously you can't start the engine of the pits until 9. So, yeah.
I just had a long chat down there with John Smith, who's over from the US. I just said to him jokingly, I said, you've gone from racing Robert Hite round 1 at Indy on Monday to being up at stupid o'clock on a Saturday morning in England running your funny cars first down the racetrack. And he said, yeah, it's cool though, we love drag racing. Was just chatting to him last weekend about Indy, and he's drove his dad's funny car. He's going to be driving his dad's funny car again in a couple of weeks in Charlotte. And also his daughter is now racing as well. Those of you that don't know, Rhonda, good morning to all the Hartman Smiths out there in the US. But Rhonda, his wife, raced in Top Fuel for many years as well, and now his daughter Megan is driving an A fuel car. She's in the family A fuel car, and he did say, unfortunately, last weekend she didn't qualify for Indy, but he did, which didn't go down well with Mum. But there we are. So at the moment, Kevin is number 3 qualified. This will count as a qualifying run. Now, when Kevin last night went to see the race director and said, look, we didn't get an ET, what are we going to do? And the race director said, well, you can have another run, but it's got to be at 9:30 tomorrow morning. He went, okay, cool, let's go. We're here to race, we're not here to have the weekend off. So, 1,000-foot blocks out there. Let's see what Kevin can do. First thing on the Saturday morning of the European Finals. The answer is pretty well. Stuff flying all over the place. Kevin goes 473 at 191. That was lit off the start line. 0.92 to 60 foot, 359 at only 216 at the 8th. And everybody up there on the grandstand, on the spectator VIP, there we go. That's what you came to see. You can go home now. That's it. I'm not sure what was flying off the car. Were they decals or something? No, that's not a decal at all. What's that? Are that bits of... There wasn't any shake at all. It's not like it shook anything off, but there are a couple of bits went flying. Well, it doesn't actually improve his qualifying position, believe it or not. He's still only number 3. That looks like part of headlight or tail. Oh, the tail lights.
It's one of the rear light flaps.
Yeah, the rear tail light
detached,
flaps.
Yeah.
Well, that was a real strong run until the pipes went wet, meaning it was dropping cylinders up there. That was before half track though, because he should have been running faster than that, I should say, at half track. But what a great start to Saturday. Welcome to the Euro Finals, ladies and gentlemen. Round of applause, please, for Kevin's team. Now they're still number 3 qualifier. However, they were number 1 after that session, which was last night, if you see what I mean. So that'll help.
Right, can we have Super Gas into the lanes, please? Super Gas, we need you into the lanes. Whoa, wow. I can't believe that's a start.
I'll go back to bed now.
That's just woken everybody up, that one.
Just very quick, so have we got...
Right, let's go through the run order. So what we have to do first is Street Eliminator, Super Comp and Super Gas will have their Q3. Then we go into Pro ET, Super Pro, Junior Dragster, Q4, whichever time that takes us up to here. So 11 o'clock will be Fire Force 5. Then it will be the bikes, because obviously Kevin has just run, and then they're due back down again. So slight change in the run order. It will be FIM bikes before we do the next full session of FIA cars.
Okay.
So, and then it's basically just back to the run order as we have it, but not like Q3 and Q9, whatever it is. It's because obviously we lost a few sessions. But it's going to be a full-on day, most definitely.
Good.
Really looking forward to today. News from yesterday. I think it was quite obvious, but Super Street Bike won one qualifying session, and the 8-bike bump spot record dropped by 0.3 of a second yesterday. It was 7:58. That was from Finland in 2019. It's now to 7:22.
Outstanding.
But that is just in one session, and we've already got 5 of the 8 qualifying spots in Super Street Bike in the 6-second zone.
Thank you. It's all right. It only happens on a regular basis, doesn't it?
Yeah.
Anyway, we got Street Eliminator rolling around. If you're joining us on the internet, very, very good morning to everybody out there, worldwide, actually.
Yeah.
I hope you enjoy a great day's racing. Watching in. If you want to come along and join us at any point, you can do. There are still tickets available. You just have to pre-book them before you get here. You can book them sitting outside the gate on your phone if you want to. You just have to do it before you scan in when you come through the gate. There's a big old crowd trying to get in this morning. I saw the where the day parking is up the top. I had a quick look over from where the caravan is this morning. It's filling up massively, absolutely massively. So yeah.
So you early birds are going to get the full day of action. Really, really good evening last night as well. I don't know about you, but I didn't find the caravan till about 11:30 last night. But yeah, it was a very good. Also, massive thanks to Keith and the family last night, who fed me in the catering area. Just spectators that just got chatting to.
And they fed you?
Didn't ask.
They look, poor little lost soul. He looks like he needs food. Is that what it was?
Yeah, it was like a half an hour queue in one of the catering outlets. We were just all standing around chatting. It was really nice just to chat with some race fans last night. Thoroughly enjoyed it, and thank you.
Well, you are a race fan too, remember?
Yeah. I mean, you know, we've all done our time on the banking and everything. I'm just one of the lucky few that have transitioned from being out there to being up here, and I love it.
So, top speed automated Street Eliminator Q3.
Yeah, it is. Yeah.
Ash Cooper with these are all street legal, folks. These cars that you're about to see, and vans, obviously, and pickups, possibly. With the Transit in the Kestrel lane, taking on Rob Slater. Bit of a double step off the line for Rob with a 3-second 60-foot. See what Ashley can do. 10.06 at 136. 11.78 at 132, but that's a very, very good speed for Rob. I'm sure that's going to pick up a bit more.
Right, here's Butch. Actually, ate my dinner with Butch and the team last night down there. Oh dear. I think Chloe appeared, and yeah, it was a good evening down there last night. Going alongside Paul Morton with the mortified Zodiac. Oh boy, would he love to run an 8-second pass. This car not going to be on this one though. Stands up on the rear tyres, doesn't get any forward motion at all. Gets an 11.21, 129. Butch goes 12.51. His best of the weekend so far.
104 miles an hour. I can hear a rumble underneath, which I think is... Oh, that's good. We got Graham Smith and Mark Todd going side by side. Now, Graham Smith Company, Cirque Motorsports, worldwide actually. actually sponsor and help out a lot of races, but Mark Todd is one of them. They actually had Mark's car on their stand, I think, didn't they?
Yes, they did, yeah.
What show was that? The Autosport show, was it? Yeah. So there's a very serious circuit racing, drag racing connection going on. However, we're very fortunate the boss of the company loves a bit of drag racing. Now, the car that is now Grimhilda over there from Nottingham, of Graham Smith, ran a terrific 9:35 yesterday. No nitrous, was definitely allowed. Rachel told him. That car used to be Pete Wacker's original Rufus toy from way back in the day. Do you remember the one that used to go all over the place? Yeah.
But it's hardly recognisable as that car now. It's, definitely Graham's
It's
car.
a nut and bolt. Yeah, so I was going to say nut and bolt, complete and utter rebuild. Looks absolutely spectacular. Taking on Mark Todd with the freight train. See if Mark Todd stands on it a bit more this morning. 127 to 60 foot's picking it up a bit. That'll be a mid-7, I think. 36, 197. His quickest ever run with that car is at 9:22, I think, isn't it? Graham Smith, new PB with the new car, 9.16, 166 miles an hour.
46.
Sorry, 46. What did I say? 66, sorry.
Wow, but even so, 9:16. I mean, this is getting to the territory where he's approaching what Snow Wright ran with nitrous. And he's doing
giggle gas.
Without nitrous. 9:16, very, very good debut indeed for Graham. Right, next up, Kirsty Tram with 50 Shades of Green Camaro, going alongside Tony Higgs, the certifiable nutter, as I'm now labelling him these days. With Trigger's Broom with the Capri, 60 foot's like anything. It's unbelievably quick off the line.
Just watch the way it leaves the line. It actually stands up at the back, doesn't squat down. There you go. Oh my goodness me, 115 to 60 foot for Tony Higgs. What on earth's this one going to be? 772, oh so close to 180 miles an hour again. That thing is deadly consistent. And at 12:07 for Kirsty that time, knocking on the door of the 11.
Yeah, Kirsty did run an 11 in the car at Greenlight, I think it was, when she was having a go.
Whoa, Elliot. There isn't a burnout prize this weekend, mate, but that's still a good one.
But that is 12:07 on street eliminated legal tyres. Okay. So that's the difference. But very nicely done indeed, Kirsty. Well done.
You mentioned that, Colin. When we say they're street cars, they are. You literally could just turn them off the end of the runoff area and take them out on the road. They run on street tyres. They have no wheelie bars or anything else as well. So a lot of the street cars you see, or claimed street cars you see worldwide, when they run on a racetrack. When they run on a racetrack, actually, they put slicks on, don't they? They put slicks on wheelie bars and everything on. So they're still street cars, but with adaptations. These aren't. These are still the way they were meant to be.
So this is Ricky Hale's first run of the weekend. Something in the 10s would do nicely. Loads of wheel spin off the line there for Ricky. Elliot gets there first, 9:33 at 151, and he got it into the 10s despite all that wheel spin, 10:94 at 128. Very well done. So that's 15 cars now for qualifying past him. Al Mack and Nick Hale. Al currently on a 786. He's in number 4 spot. And Nick Hale at 10:57.
So Al McSweeney, the thing with Al is as well is that the 2 runs he's put in so far have been real nice and consistent, both in the 7s. Quickest being a 786. I think Mick Hale would love a 786, wouldn't he?
Well, maybe one day. See how the new car does, but
no tyre slip at all for Al Mack. 123 to 60 foot. Another super run. 770.
Moves up a spot, goes to number 3.
Jumps over Tony Higgs, I think. Look at that. They're close, aren't they?
Yeah.
In fact, those 2 could almost match race. They run almost exactly the same time and speed as well.
Can we have Pro ET into the pairing lanes, please? Pro ET, let's have you down. We've got two 200-mile-an-hour street cars here for you. Andy Bond and Mark Sheridan.
Now, if Mark Sheridan's car hooks and goes, hold on to your hats, because the 60 foots, the first part of the run has been a bit slow, but it absolutely goes like a, well, funnily enough, freight train out the back door. Andy Bond's car.
The second freight train.
The second freight train. Andy Bond's car is that. Now, the thing is now, Andy Bond is now number 2 qualifier. Unusual. I thought that as well. Unusual territory for Mr. Bond with the ugly sister. You can see the difference in launch between the
Mark
two
Sheridan's
of them.
got hold of this much better this time. Andy Bond disappearing. 7:03 back to number 1 and a 7:92. At last, Mark Sheridan is in the 7-second zone. Well done, H. Absolutely superb. Their first 7-second pass. 171 mile an hour, and we know there's room for more in there because
We've been over 200 already. Yeah. Andy Bond as well, epic 60 foot for the Chevy, 1.19. You can see where Mark Sheridan loses a bit actually, 1.49 on the 60, but still, wow. So that number 1 spot went for what, 2 minutes, 3 minutes, something like that.
Right, 10.93 PB already for James Murray this weekend with a Cortina. Can he find any more in there? Be the ultimate sleeper, that car. You wouldn't think it would do 50 mile an hour, let alone what it runs.
So was that his first 10 the other day?
Yeah, it was, yeah.
Oh, okay.
Harrow straight, dramaless. Oh, look at that!
Oh, my goodness me!
Wow! 10.65, 128. He's just knocked his PB out the ballpark.
Absolutely huge. Well done, everyone.
Whoa, the speed, 128 miles an hour.
That car looks like
He's found nearly half a second this weekend. Outstanding job. What a session for Street Eliminator that one was. Wow, people chalked back up after that lot. I mean, you know, everybody comes here, you know, for the pro racing and that, but the sportsmen are really stepping up. It is so good to see. Right, the 2-seater dragster. Passenger number 1 today. Andre Geisbert from Kettering. He's just out here for fun. I don't think it's his birthday or any other celebration apart from the fact that he just wants to go in the back of it. He's here purely for fun. So Andre, don't blame you. Yeah, 2-seater scheduled for 4 runs today. We've got 3 of the passengers' names, just waiting on the 4th one from Paul. We've got to say thanks to the 2-seater dragster team and to Paul for letting us know who's in the back each time. Just adds that a little bit more. Not only that, the passenger can watch the live feedback later on and see their run. It's a 787. 170 miles an hour. Even the 2-seater dragster's going quicker. That air must be superb out there this morning. Normally is the best conditions air-wise is at the start of the day at the end, and the track is very good today as always. So this is Supercomp qualifying session number 3. Current number 4 qualifier then, Al Schofield. He's on a 9.06, and Paul Hudson with the pension pot. He's on an 8.87. Yeah, that time is quicker, but it is below the class index of 8.90.
That's the number you can see on the board at the finish line.
Needs to be north of that, not south.
So, Paul, if you watch Paul Hudson's dragster, leaves the line quite quietly. There we go, like quite flat, but it runs enormous speed, 160 plus miles an hour. There, 168, and he only just misses. 889 with a 4, 6th hour, too quick. 903, 151 for Al Schofield.
Yeah, it's a better run for Al, but he's still on the wrong side of the 9 and didn't move up in position either. 9:03, not bad.
So, old versus new, and I don't mean drivers or even cars, actually. They're probably about the same age, the cars.
Yeah.
It's just older style versus newer style. This is how drag racing sort of evolved and started out. The car in the autoglim lane, what's called a slingshot or a catapult if you're English. That's Steve Field. And you can clearly see the evolution from that to a rear-engined hardtail dragster in the... Oh, it's a soft-tail dragster, actually. It's got suspension on the back of it, sorry. In the Kestrel lane of Leah Kelly. Now, Leah supported her brother Joe for a long, long time. And finally got into racing a few years ago. And it's like she was born to do it, basically, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Oh, 009. There we go. Someone's proved me not to be a liar. Well done, Leah. Thank you.
Right, it's all about ETs. Leia is currently number 1. 882, 887, both break out, so they both stay put. Steve stays 8, Leah stays 1.
So this is Andy Clifford with the immaculately turned out big block Ford Snake Eyes. If you like a look at this kind of car, then this time next week we'll be into the hot rod drags, which is basically everything 1980, I think you said, Colin.
It is
right?
indeed, yeah, one of the coolest events of the year.
Now, Andy Clifford, I think yesterday that was one of his quickest runs ever, went 9.17. If they could get anywhere near the 9.0s, maybe even the 8s. It runs really fat, have you noticed?
Yeah.
You can hear
Sounds
it, can't
great.
you? Yeah, it sounds terrific. Must be so good to sit there with goggles on and look in between those injector stacks. Taking on Steve Hudson with the intravenous. Not sure how Andy Clifford got bowled there, but there we go. Must have rolled out of stage.
Oh,
wow.
perfect.
That'll take some beating.
Absolutely perfect. 8.9003.
9.59 and 1.44 for Andy Clifford.
Well, don't forget you got this battle royal at the top of the points between Leia and Steve.
Okay.
Now Steve has set a marker out there because nothing's impossible, but that's going to be tough to squeeze in there. Very, very nice run
As
indeed.
gaps to squeeze into go, that's pretty minuscule.
Right, we move on. Super Gas, Dave Fulton, Dave Cherritt. Right, so let's have a look at the two Daves. Dave Cherritt hasn't got a number on the board yet. Dave Fulton, he's currently number 6 with a 998. Dave Cherritt goes 991 into the number 2 spot. Breakout for Dave Fulton. Goes a little bit too quick. Well, there we go. Perfect example. What a difference a Dave makes. Simon Fulton and Ronald House up next. Simon Fulton just been dropped back to number 3 by Dave Cherritt. Ronald House currently at number 11.
Good to see the House brothers back over again.
Triple 03 red for Ronald.
Double 08 green for Simon. 984, 989 with a 1. Just that. Little bit too quick. Well, this should be Jasmine Tunstall taking on Mark White, but we got no Jazz down there.
Yeah, I think that's because... oh, no, that's right. No, Richard didn't run in comp, but they share the car.
Yep.
So I thought maybe only one of them could run, but no, neither of them have. So, hopefully everything's okay. Right, Mark White then. With the FX Vega. Oh, There
She
he
is there. I
She
do
is there.
apologise.
Jasmine is there. So that was Rich then who decided not to run in comp to allow Jazz to run in gas because the two classes were very close together. Yeah. Now, Chalky pointing very left, and even Ian is saying, well, hang on, son, you're... but don't forget, when Mark launches, it always goes right.
He's sort of aiming towards the tree, though, which is not ideal.
Oh, but this... Whoa! Kiss the white line. Tello 1. No improvement. And Jazz goes 9.82. Great start. Right, Pete Cresswell, Andy Harrison. So, Super Gas. I had a lovely message from Dave yesterday, and of course Tony. Tony Morris Carburettors, of course, and Dave. They are looking to continue their support of the class next year, but they are more than happy for it to revert back to one of its previous names, and that, of course, is John Moore Super Gas. So many thanks indeed to Dave and Tony for that. $9.92 for Pete, who moves up from 5 to 3 with that one, a breakout. How many times have you said that today already? A breakout for Andy Harrison goes 9.89 with a 5. Right, on his own, Colin Morris. He's currently number 5 on a 9.94. That's a big old throttle stop. Releases. 986, still too quick. 148 mile an hour, no improvement. Stays at number 5. Oh, Colin Morris is number 2 in the points chase in Super Gas. Dave Fulton, number 3. John, Andy, Tim, Pete, John, the rest of them. But it's Andy Dibley that is leading the way. And a good weekend for Andy. Could make life very good indeed for him. But don't forget, they've still got the national finals to go in 2 weeks' time. Right, looking into the lanes. Here we go. Pro ET. Session number 4 for them.
Bump spot at the start of this. Let's have a look. Direct to the screen refreshes.
So 5, wasn't it? Or something?
Yeah, well, I think we're due to go into eliminations later today. So you never know. This might be the last run. Qualifying run, that is. They might
no, they may get one more.
May get. Yeah, but that's schedule dependent, isn't it? And we just have to wait and see how it goes.
Right, 911 dial in for Gary Carr with the Williams brothers Chevelle. And Chris Newsom dialing in 963. Right, so the bump is 089 at the moment for Pro ET. Both of these two, I believe, are in.
Sorry.
Murder the button.
That's the one.
Oh, Chris, number 29. That's nervous territory.
Well, that may not be in by the end of the day. 973, no improvement for Chris Newsom. Look at that, though. Gary Carr on the money. That'll be JT. What's JT doing in Pro ET?
Probably can't run in the
Super Pro.
Can't maybe not run the car in the 9s, in the 8s this weekend. So yeah, he's dialing in 914. That gives you a bit of a clue. So it's the two JTs actually, John Turner and John Tebenham. Now John Turner not qualified on a 10.52 dialing this time round, and obviously John Tebenham not qualified yet.
Did put running
because he hasn't run in the class yet.
Turner though with a 10.52. That's nowhere near where he normally runs, is it? That Mopar must be hurting a bit.
Breakout for John, 10.67. No improvement for the other John. So John Tebenham goes in at 45. John Turner stays 36.
Right, they are scheduled one more qualifying run later today. So, Mr. Mike Lacey back in.
Loving the
territory.
graphics from AC Bell on the back window. Is the sunshine on the back with a tick, and there's a cloud rain with a cross through it. I like that. That's clever.
Don't fancy any of that. Well, the good news is obviously today. Yeah, I mean, okay, it's a little bit cloudy, but it's dry, most importantly at the moment. So we'll take that. So AC Bell is number 25 at the moment, with the Cuda in the auto glim lane, 9.85, 9.10 for Mike Lacey. .912 for Mike. AC Bell goes 988. That really helps him actually up to number 14, 300ths off. A little bit of smoke through the finish line though, so hope that's nothing nasty.
Well, 300ths we hope would be okay for. I see if it was 10 rounds of qualifying, it wouldn't be, but that's how tough this crowd is. Marie Mills and Mason Griffiths. Mason, well, he's already in the number 2 spot. Marie is on the outside looking in at the moment. She dials in a 10.52. Mason dialing in 9.25. 9.19, big old breakout there, but Marie goes in at number 13. Well done, Marie. She's 300 second off.
So who's been bumped out? Chloe Wilkins is now not in. Tig is on the bump spot. So we got Stu Doiney's not in. Warren Watts isn't in. Liz Malcolm isn't in. Neil Watkins. Will Clark's not in.
Yeah, I mean, these are the guys that have broken up by silly little amounts.
Dearie
but
me.
word.
Well, Will Clark hasn't been close to his nut. That would be a massive shock if they didn't qualify.
Yeah.
Massive.
Well, here's one of them that's not in the show at the moment, Jeff Cowley. Wayne Hiscock, he's in okay at the moment with the Chevelle. 9.36 is his dial, but 9.42 for the Nova for Jeff Cowley. Really does need to get within within 800ths at the moment. Would like to be even closer. So if we can get a 9.4 and not break out, he's in.
For now.
Yeah. He's got a cracking light, 006, but that doesn't get you qualified. It's all about the ET. Oh, he's in, number 10. Good shot, Jeff.
Bumps Wayne Hiscock back one spot. Wayne goes too quick. So who's now? Well, Chloe Wilkins is out. Let's have a quick look. So
Dave Fulton
on the bump. My goodness me, Tig's out. Chloe's out. Tom's out. Stu Doiney not being in. Stu's up next. But in the meantime, we've got Carl Goldsmith with the Cloudmaker down here in the auto glim lane, taking on Bailey Ashdown. And Bailey's not qualified either.
Well, neither is Carl at the moment.
Oh, hang on.
No,
She's
Bailey
22.
is.
I
Carl
apologise.
is, yeah.
Carl's 42.
Well, Sam Marston not tuned into the coverage today because she's there on the start line.
Can you? I can't read that.
All right, Parish Notice. We have a black VW DE60 HRD. It's in the one-day parking. It left your window open. Go and close it.
That won't be a 10.9 for Carl.
Carl.
Bailey's gone red, but that doesn't matter. It's all about the number. I don't think it'd be a 9.4. 9.61. No help, she stays 22. Poor old Carl Goldsmith. Down to potentially one run to get in the show.
Well, Stu Doiney, but he's not in the show yet. That's because he broke out big style yesterday. I would imagine there's a fair old dial-in adjustment on that beautiful Nova.
Think all?
Stu bought this car to just have a bit of fun with, and as per usual, he's just starting to go, oh, I think I might change this, I might change that. It's actually got a glide, not a TH400 like we normally experience. It's got a glide in there, so slightly different thinking. Ronnie Mercer.
Is Ronnie in? Let's have a look. Stu, we know, isn't. Yeah, Ronnie's safely in. He's number 15.
Look at the dial, 1186. That's because he went 1190 last night.
That's the steam you can see coming out the top of the car is laughing gas, nitrous oxide. It produces, basically, it introduces an extra amount of oxygen in the air to give it more oomph and horsepower. It's quite amazing and quite noticeable that without the nitrous, it runs high 10s, low 11s. With it, it's in the 8s, isn't it? That's a huge difference, isn't it? Imagine you could have an 8-second street car. And a big bill to go with it.
Well, obviously Ronnie's going to get there first. How close to the 906 is he going to go? 9 flat.
What's Stu going to do? Oh my goodness me! That boy, dearie me.
You dismiss him at your peril.
Absolutely,
you really do. He's into number 3, hits his number, dials 1186, goes 1186 with a 2.
Well, we just always wait for those moments, don't we?
He just teases everybody, and then he just, okay, now I'll do one for you.
Now I'll do it properly. Right.
Who's he bumped out?
Let's have a quick look. Well, Chloe Wilkins isn't in at the moment. Lee Morris is on number 31. Let's have a quick nose. So on the bump is Chris Newsom. Dave Fulton's not in.
Yeah.
Tig isn't in. Chloe's not in.
Right, Chloe can get back in here. She dials 932, cracking light again. But come on. 932, 93 something. Come on, Chloe. Oh, breaks out. 924.
Well,
better
Lee
move
Morris
for Lee.
Helps himself there up to 22 with a 10.19 on a 10.15. So Laura Baton, both these two are safely in. This is a big old moment for Will Clark rolling around the back of the tower as well. He's not in.
Well, he broke out by like 3 thou last night. He had one that's obviously the right side, but when he went to try and get closer, broke out by less than 100th of a second. Tight margins in a tough crowd.
So these two are already in. Safe to say they probably will be.
Should be safe
in eliminations. Yeah, should be. John Bean, Auto Clip Lane 953 for the shotgun, the V8 Pony, as it says on the back, up against the Capricious Capri, with Laura at the wheel. .957 for John Bean, nice and consistent. 10.39 breakout for Laura, nearly a 10th actually. That.
Yeah, that's proper breakout.
Okay, so both of these two I don't think are in
at the moment.
At the moment being the key thing. So, Will Clark, it doesn't matter where he's not qualified. If you're not qualified, that's it, you're not in. He's number 41. Goodness me. Dials a 980 again. And the reason we're quite surprised about that is Will is very successul with this car, isn't he?
Yeah.
Not sure where he is championship-wise.
No, well, he's won Hockenheim, don't forget, with this car. He's a very, very good racer. But sometimes, if the car goes better than you expect it to, it is tough. Will's number 9 in the points chase, but not. It's not a million miles away from number 1 spot. Only 400 points, and we know that could be made up in
very
qualifying.
quickly.
So, yeah, it's the Pro ET Championship this year. Very, very tight indeed.
Up against Dave Reed with the Fiesta. Great to see Dave coming and joining in Pro ET.
It's not getting off the line anyway once, but this thing really does. Once that boost comes in, my God, it goes. Oh, Will is perfect.
Number 1. Deary me.
Wow.
9.8003. Will Clark is your new number 1. Look, they look overjoyed, don't they? Someone tell Andy that he's actually done it right. Yeah, there we go.
Absolutely anyway. Bang on.
11.15. Unfortunately, no help for Dave Reed that time round. Who's that bumped? Well, Tig is not in.
No.
In the Kestrel lane with the big Dodge in the with the 972. 10.01 for Kieran Turner. He's safe at number 10. Let's have a quick. I must admit, I thought Andy Garnett was safe with that. Look at
well.
those two top numbers. Hang on. How many of those are 00? The top 9.
Top 9. Kieran is number Kieran is number 10.
And he's 01.
And he's 01 off.
He's 100th off. Yeah. Right, let's have a... So where are we? Nick Mugridge is on the bump. Chris Newsom's out. Big shock. Dave Fulton's out. And Tig over there isn't in at the moment either.
Go back to that list again.
Sorry, go on. Go on. You check which one.
Nervous. Brett Featherstone, 31st, and he's the points leader.
Oh! So if Tig gets in here, he's going to be on the bump.
Yeah, he's going to put Brett on the bump.
And he does. He does. Unbelievable. Tig up to number 16 with a 974 and a 72. What? This is seriously one of the moments of the weekend, isn't it? And we still got potentially another qualifying.
We have.
But it's only potentially.
Yeah. Right, Andy Garnett, who got the perfect ET, has been unceremoniously dropped to number 2 by that incredible run by Will Clark.
Just very quickly, Simon, I mean, I know you can hear, but someone gets the perfect ET and they're not the number 1 qualifier. Has that ever happened before?
Yeah, it has. I've seen it happen.
Yeah,
I've seen
goodness me.
Right, well, we got Quad Zero Alfie Ratton down there. He took the perfect reaction time money.
And Andy Garnett with
the perfect ET.
Very nice 029 light again for Alfie. Oh, that's going to help.
Alfie Ratton, yeah. It goes back to Bug Jam, actually. I think he caught this one at the time. But Jonathan Newell, a racer, in Q1, he got the perfect light.
Right.
He went 0002 in Q1.
Right.
And then in round 2, he dialed in 12.25, ran 12.25 with a 0. He took the perfect reaction time money in his first qualifier, and then he doubled up and did the perfect ET in round 2.
Right, now at the moment, on the bump spot in Pro ET is the points leader in the UK Championship, Brett Featherstone. Both of these two are not in.
Oh, wow.
If they get in on this run, Brett's sitting behind watching. He's the next pair, or in the next pair. And Dave Fulton's round there too.
Oh, my word. So Warren Watts looks for a 9 flat. Tom Kay wants 10.29.
Anything within half a tenth should get you in for now. 9.06.
Oh, no. Warren goes 33rd from 38, goes 9.06. No help for Tom. He breaks out by less than 100th of a second.
Oh, if, goodness me. Well, Brett Featherstone, he's still on the bump, but there's more cars behind him that can still bump him out. Now, the reason,
including this one, Darren Law.
Okay,
he's 44.
Well, the reason we're saying this is seemingly quite urgent is they're trying to qualify for a 32 car field, and there's more cars than 32. Darren Law's not going to make the run, unfortunately.
Right. Brett could do himself a huge favour here. Just get further into the field, definitely.
Yeah, points leader not qualifying. It's got to be. Well, he is qualified.
What he doesn't want to do is break out. So 961 to a 964 would be nice. Oh, he breaks out. Oh, my word.
He's still on the bump.
958 goes too quick by 300ths of a second.
Now,
very nervous territory now.
Hang on. If we get a last session, he's going into the last session on the bump. Oh. Whoa, actually, depending on what happens here.
Oh, with Dave Fulton.
Dave Fulton, because Dave Fulton's not in. So if Dave Fulton bumps him out, he's going to go into... Oh, Tom Watkins. Anyway.
Yeah, but Dave Fulton is number 4 in the points. He's got to get in. Oh, my word.
There's no got to about it.
I know this is the European finals, it's not the national finals, but this is high anxiety, high drama, everything in the national championship for Pro ET. It means so much to these guys and girls.
Yeah, they spend all season doing this, and to potentially not qualify would be huge.
Oh, massive.
No pressure, Dave. He's been at it a long while, though, as has the guy in the other lane, Lee Huxley.
Well, Lee Huxley was driving that car last year, don't forget.
51. Oh. Dave Fulton is not in the show.
Double breakout.
Yet.
Oh,
Lee goes too quick. Yeah, but Lee's 22 already. So they are going to hope, pray, and cross everything. They get one final qualifying session later on today. If not, number 4 in the points is not in. And potentially still the points leader could not be in. Because down here we've got Neil Watkins, who isn't in the show as well.
Yeah, where's Neil? I think he's way back, actually. Yeah, he's 17th in the points. It's not too far away.
It's not so much the points where he is in the points, it's the potential giant killing of meaning Brett doesn't qualify.
Well, but if
we haven't seen Nick Mugridge yet.
Oh, he's Dave Rudd is 31. Whoa. You got to get 06 now to get into the show. Super Pro, we need you in the lanes if you're not already there.
Dave Rudd would like to move be a bit more comfy than that.
He certainly would.
Spot.
Oh, he is.
Oh, look at that. Number 6. Neil Watkins breaks out by about half an hour in drag racing terms.
Well, that's the first time the truck has actually done what it's supposed to do, not dialing in what they thought it would do. So Neil Watkins' truck is back on form, but not at the right time.
So Brett Featherson survives another pair. Both of these two are in at the moment. We've still got, Nick Mugridge is round there too. Nick is a killer.
This is what happens when you have large fields of entry, like 45 cars entered for a 32 car ladder. There's going to be 13 people that aren't going to make it, and this is what adds to the drama and then everything that goes with it. It's unbelievable. Right, Mark Huxley, he's currently number 30, and if we do get another qualifying session for Pro ET, then anybody that's got a 3 in front of their number is going to be rather nervous. Tom Watkins, 15, should be safe. But everybody's moving on up in the order. 901 breakout for Tom Watkins. Mark Huxley breaks out as well. No improvement for him.
Well, Andre Nala. I hope we get the last session.
Oh boy, do I. This is I think this is probably one of the most exciting Pro ET sessions I've seen, and it's not the last one. It could be the last one, we don't know.
It's absolutely brown trousers time, isn't it, for everybody? Well, it will be later on today.
Dan Fulton's 31. He's moved off that 10:10 dial, and he's dropped it to 10:08. Andre Nala should be safe at 7. Dial's 10:12. This is good looking pairing, actually. 10:04, 10:12. Well, breakout for Andre, but Dan Fulton moves up from 31 to 29, and he's 400ths off.
Well, we could have a serious giant killing effort coming up here. Nick Mugridge. He's not in at the moment.
Yeah, he's 34.
He needs to go 10:25 or quicker.
And if he does, it sets a record for a Pro ET bump, which at the moment is 0.59. And if he does it, that takes it to 0.57.
So we've got John Dalrymple over there, but we've got no number for him. I'm sure I've seen him run. Anyway, we'll see. 9:37.
He did.
John.
That's right. Yeah, because he was number 1 after the first session, wasn't he?
It's 8:33, not. That's why.
Ah, right, yeah. It breaks out, it doesn't matter. Nick Mugridge, no help for him, he stays 34.
We've still got a few more cars to go, but I think everybody that's coming round is in. So Simon Goff for Jester's Diner, Churchwood Car Sales, Polytech Powder Coating, and all things wholesome in the Kestrel Lane. 856, he's number 14 at the moment, he's very safe. Al Schofield, definitely safe. He's one that's been 00 on the number, actually. He is in the Auto Glim Lane. The numbers you see on the board are their predicted times. Trying to get as close to them as they can without going too quick. .53 and a 9:02. Go on.
Very consistent. He runs 0.2. He runs on his number, doesn't move up. So he's had 2 runs. He's dialing bang on.
Absolutely, that is what you want. So Dave Cherry's numbers Amy Watkins is only number 27. Is Amy up the top? Roughly. She's close, I think.
Yeah, a second.
Oh.
Now then, Amy, 27. If she can... 70, if she can get to the top 20,
yep,
she will take the lead in the points chase on qualifying points as it stands now.
Double 01 on the tree for Dave Cherrett. Superbly done. This could shuffle the order that little bit more. 57.85, too quick for Dave Cherrett. No help for Amy Watkins. 500s off your dial. You're still number 27. That's the end of Pro ET. So at the end of that session, let's see if I can get there before the screen changes. On the bump spot, Brett Featherstone, 600s off. Mark Huxley is 31. Wayne Hiscock is number 30. But the non-qualifiers at the moment, Warren Watts, Nick Mugridge, Chris Newsom, Dave Fulton, Chloe Wilkins, Tom Kay, who missed by 3 thou, John Turner, Liz Malcolm, who I didn't see in that section, I don't think. Neil Watkins, Dave Reed. Dave Reed can't be. I thought Dave Reed was qualified. Oh, Dave Reed. Sorry, I'm thinking of Dave Rudd, I'm an idiot. Carl Goldsmith, Darren Law, and JT, who only got to put in 1 run. That was... Can we do that again? That was great.
Well, let's hope we can. Let's just hope we can. Oh, as I say, that was the most dramatic and intense Pro ET sessions I think I have ever seen. And that is purely down to everybody running really, really good numbers and rather enlarged entry compared to the number of spots available eliminations. 45 cars going for 32 spots. 13 aren't going to make it.
And at the moment, it looks like the number 4 in the champion. Well, it doesn't look like that. They've still got 1 more run. But, you know, it's all or nothing on that final qualifying session. Keep your fingers crossed it happens a little bit later on today. So we're just about to get cracking with Super Pro Q4, I think.
There's still a few that haven't made it into the lanes yet. Super Pro, your qualifying session is about to start, and there's 1 or 2 that haven't made it in the lanes yet. So really do need you down. So it's a final warning for Super Pro ET. Struth, what a day.
We only had a couple of classes, we haven't
even been an hour in yet. We're woken up by a Nitro Funny Car, which was rather awesome. And we have literally just run Super Gas, Super Comp, Street Eliminator and Pro ET, and almost need to get our breath back. We've got Super Pro coming up, and hopefully Junior Dragster after them. And then it'll be our Pro session, kicking things off with Fire Force, the jet car. And then it will be our bike classes, slight shuffle in the order, which will be Pro Stock Bike, Super Twin Bike, Top Fuel Bike, Super Street Bike, and Junior Drag Bike Cup. And then we will be going into our cars, which is Nitro Funny Car again, Comp Eliminator, Pro Mod, Top Methanol, Pro Stock Car, Top Fuel Dragster, and Nostalgia Funny Car. And then a couple of jets, and then the first appearance this weekend of Eric Taboul.
Or the second last, if you want to look at it that way.
Depending on which way it works out, yeah. And then, of course, more sportsman qualifying, hopefully. And then we get into our second session of Pro. And then, subject to getting everything done, maybe round 1 eliminations for Pro ET, Super Pro, and Junior Dragster to round the day off. So plenty to come at you today. This is the sort of day that we live for.
Well, do you know what? It's 10:20, and I think we've seen. I feel like we've done more this morning than we've done in the last 2 days.
Probably have.
Well, no, we haven't. But you know what I mean.
I know
it just
what you
feels
mean.
like it's just gone. That's how it's supposed to be. That's how it's supposed to happen, basically. So, yeah, excellent stuff. A little bit of track grooming going on. Lots of stuff going on around the site. Colin is just in the process of doing that.
I just thought we'd better just double check everything. Right, okay, let's have a quick look. The Live Action Arena, first show from them today is at 11 o'clock. The second show from Live Action Arena, I've lost it. There we go, 2 o'clock in the afternoon. So 11 o'clock this morning, 2 o'clock this afternoon. You've also got Steve Colley here with the Trial Bike Show as well. But yeah, Live Action Arena. You've got Monster Trucks, you've got Terry Grant, you've got Lee Bowers, and you got all sorts of things going on over there, so definitely worth checking out Live Action Arena. Don't forget, if it's your first time here this weekend, get yourselves a race weekend programme. It's £6 and it's available from the pod shops on site. And just as I look up, can I please have Junior Dragster into the pairing lanes, please? Junior Dragster, can we have you into the lanes? As I say, yeah, it's a U-shaped facility, this, so if it's your first time here and you're on the spectator banking, please feel free to walk down the banking through the catering area, round the back of the racetrack, and then you can have a wander around in the pits, go to the pod shop, visit the pod cafe, visit all of our traders. There's all sorts of great cool stuff around there, from die-cast models to t-shirts to number plates to pancakes to all sorts of weird and wonderful things around there, so there's loads to see and do. Whoops, that's Darryl rearranging the kitchen worktop. And of course, you can go into the pits and see all of our competitors that are here this weekend. All the cars, all the bikes, people we're working on their machinery, and pop round and have a good look. The pits stretch right beyond the finish line, and it's a real good place to have a good look at all the machinery that is here. So plan your day around that. But there is a site map in the programme. And as I say, the programme is available. Oh, and also, which is really good to see, we got special event merchandise this year. The Euro Finals T-shirt. We have two different versions. One of them, which is just basically the words on it. The other one's got Freddie Fagerstrom on it. Yes, like that one. Also, pop into the pod shop. We've got loads of stuff in there. We've also got like the garage as well, so you can get car parts, etc. So definitely worth checking out the pod shop in the middle of the track. But get your weekend programme. That is the key thing to tell you everything that is going on here on site. Other things to tell you of, also available in the programme, it is the British Drag Racing Hall of Fame Gala Dinner. That is coming up in November, where we'll be inducting our latest members into the British Drag Racing Hall of Fame. It's a very, very good evening indeed. Certainly worth checking out. That's on Saturday, the 12th of November. And that's at the Oatland Park Hotel in Weybridge in Surrey. Details are on the programme, page 32, if you want to have a read about that. Okay, the tractor just doing its thing out there at the moment. We're just doing some prep for Super Pro ET as we gather those cars that are coming down into lanes. Just another reminder, please, can I have Junior Dragster into the pairing lanes, please? Junior Dragster, can we have you into the pairing lanes? Right, well, I think, having just got all those announcements out, the tractor is going into position. I think we're pretty much ready to go with Super Pro ET. All the drivers and the teams are down there. There's a few guys that want to try and get a decent run in. And first around the corner, it is Colin Morris with the Morris Boys Camaro. We just seen this car run in Super Gas, but now they take the throttle stop out, change things around and get the car ready to run in Super Pro ET. So they have an index to run in Super Gas of 9.90, but here they dial in the car. Going alongside the DKN Construction pickup truck of Lee Derby. Brilliant looking vehicle. Started the weekend off just running on the motor only, and then thought, well, I want to go a bit quicker, so now running at the nitrous. This is Super Pro ET qualifying session number 4 for the Pete Nee Memorial Trophy. Loads of sponsors involved as well, and try and get through those actually. J.K. Farzing Technic, BG Motors, Joe Kellett Racing, Harry's Coachwork and Pit Equipment, Pete Walters Race Design, RW Services, Giles and Hartley Racing, A Leak Roofing, Garage Thomas Haas, The Bath Bloke, AJS Bodyworks, Rusty Dog Racing, Orders Automotive, HR Racing, Hydra Hose, Ultra Plastics, Good Vibrations Motorsports, Team Time is Money, Hauser Racing, Windscreen Wizards, Another Small F Limited, Solo Precision, Premier Rosette, Fenny Racing, Copy Print Depot, Swinney and Son, Boost Monkeys, Pragmatis Limited, Plain Racing and Holly Walters Dental. Massive thanks to all of the Super Pro ET sponsors, and without their input the Super Pro scheme wouldn't really be as successful and as worthy as it is. So well done to everybody that's involved there. So let's have a look at the dial-ins then. Really? Don't think Colin Morris can run 8 flat. That's 880, that's better. Lee Darby, 845. Not much of a throttle stop there for Colin Morris. Lee Darby going to get there first, looking for an 845, gets an 883, 990. He left the Supergas throttle stop in there. Bet you wish he'd run that. And then that wouldn't be quick enough for Super Pro. Pete Walters. Much better sounding burnout there from Andy Thetford with the Black Pearl Camaro, dialing in 8.89. Pete Walters looking for a 767. Now, I know Andy's had a few issues with electronics in the car, but maybe they have sussed that one out, as the car is literally just being coasting up the racetrack all weekend on, but that burnout sounded a lot better. So fingers crossed Andy can get a power run through this time. Going alongside Pete Walters, he's currently number 20, but more important for him, he's number 1 in the points chase in the National Championship, and he would certainly like to qualify higher than number 20. He dials at 767. More than capable of hitting the number, but can he hit it when it counts? .763, a little bit too quick there for Pete. And he goes through with 1190, 113 miles an hour. But the graft continues for Andy. We'll get there eventually. Tom Atkinson with the time is Money Cortina. He took the number 1 spot in round 1 qualifying, so he got the off the trailer number 1 award, which was a nice little addition to the coffers of 80 quid, with a medal and a rosette as well. Well done there for Tom, but he slipped back to number 3 now, as we've had 2 that have gone quicker. Going alongside Ashley Bell, dialing in 881 with the Firebird. He's currently in the number 18 spot. Obviously liked both of them move up. Well, very good looking pairing indeed. 844 for Tom, stays number 3. Ash goes up 1 spot. 886 on 81, just 500ths off, and goes from 18 to 17. Doesn't take them long to get all sorted out, really, does it? I know they've been doing this for years and years and years and keep all the data, but once they got into it, it doesn't take them long, does it?
So that was fairly instant, to be honest.
Yeah. Daniel Giles and Callum Swinchat, your next pair. Daniel Giles currently in the number 5 spot with the Giles and Hartley Racing Dragster champions in Super Pro ET from last year. dialing in a 737. Callum Swinchat dials 889 with the King's Topolino. He's currently in the number 22 spot. Right, so both have done their pre-run routines, i.e. done their burnouts, warmed the tyres, got themselves exactly where they want to be on the start line. But now, let's see if they can run the numbers. That's what it's all about. Oh, 1 off the line to Daniel. And he's perfect. He takes the number 1 spot. 7:37.0. He's great run and an 0-1 light as well. If he can repeat that all weekend long, he can be unbeatable. 8:85 breakout. 8:85 breakout there for Callum, but Daniel Giles, perfect ET and into number 1.
That is a big if he can repeat that all weekend, isn't it?
Yeah. Well, it's 150 quid plus the trophy for number 1 qualifier outright this weekend. And I think Daniel's just put one hand with a very firm grasp on that trophy.
Mick Taylor's got the nitrous on. Dials an 8.12. That car's been in the van has been in the 7s on numerous occasions. I think the rear doors of that van are only there to hide the wheel tubs, aren't they?
Yeah, that's it.
You ain't going to fit much in the back of it.
Good looking run here for Mick. Bit too good. 8:10 on 8:12 breaks out. Dave Russell goes 8:79 on a 73. He stays number 15. Mick stays number 6. Obviously, he broke out. Right, what's Colin Miller got for us today? Can I please have Super Comp into the lanes, please? Super Comp, can we have you into the pairing lanes, please?
Did you say Supercomp?
I did, yeah.
We've run them.
I was a bit surprised, but yeah,
okay.
It's there.
Well, that's good. It means we're cracking on. So, Colin Miller dials an 8.25. Colin hails from Fife up in Scotland. If you don't know the car or the man, what have you been doing? You must have been living under a rock, to be honest with you. Colin is a top bloke. Legendary amount of enthusiasm, as have a lot of our racers, obviously.
Right, Pete Brown, 8:52 with a slingshot. He's currently number 18, Colin number 19. Well, they're both qualified. They're not going to get bumped out, but they would like to go higher if they can. 8:18, 8:49 double breakout, but I'll tell you what, I think they're all still smiling though. Colin Miller's got a car that's working, and Rob and Pete and Haley, and I'll tell you what, they're having a real good time down there. Natalie, thoroughly enjoying the racing. They're going to be here next weekend for Hot Rod Drags. They'll be here the weekend after for the national finals. Rocket Ron then with the Sweet FA. He dials in 8.34 for this run. Now, again, another one that has been quicker, but looking for consistency. Going alongside Mark Courcelle. And that's crew chief running up to try and catch up with him, Steve Cassisi. To say they haven't been burning the midnight oil is an understatement coming into this weekend. And even on the Wednesday night and Thursday night as well. Dial in for Mark, 8.20. All right, parachute being armed for Ron.
So Mark winds the dialing back slightly. He was stubbornly kept it, an 8.15. But unfortunately didn't dip into the 8.1s. Ron now goes 8.26. Mark Coulsell does himself a bit of a favour though. Yeah. 8.26, that's 19th, would you believe?
Mark Bailey with, he's actually got a team now, Formula S Racing, the Cuda, currently number 16, and it's Brian Pateman, the Professor. He's in the number 13 spot. The Darlings, 8.75 for Mark, and it is 8.52 for Brian. Both more than capable of moving on up here. That's a cracking looking pair in that one, 8.32.
Whoa, that's way too quick for Brian. It's also very unlike Brian Pateman to miss by that much.
No, only less than 100th breakout for Mark Bailey. But Brian Pateman, 8.32. It's true. As you say, yeah, he don't miss by that much.
Well, not a couple of, a couple of hundreds maybe, a couple of tenths. Nah, no.
Joe Kellett with the dragster, 7.57 the dial in for him, and it's Mick Howling with Cedric. And, when he's behind the wheel, the car name changes. All right, Joe currently number 11, Mick number 7. So don't forget, Joe is 2 in the points. Pete Walters currently number 1. And I think after qualifying, if they stay put, Joe will take the lead in the points. Then it's all down to eliminations. $7.60 for Joe, stays number 11. $8.35 on a 46, that's a breakout for Mick, so no improvement for him. He stays number 7.
Side-by-side blown cars. This time we've got a blown door car of Jack Brewster with Just Mustard and the blown funny car of Mark Flavel.
Right, so Jack currently number 23 spot, Mark number 27. Jack 7:31. Now the car is starting to go straight, which is really good news for them.
Don't say that.
Wants to get the performance to go with it now.
He's actually, if he moves forward where he is there, he's right off to the side of the racetrack, as in way out of the groove. Not that, I mean, there is a pretty wide groove here at this racetrack, but he's way over to the left of it, as in, yeah, look. In fact,
yeah, but look at his burnout tracks. He's
in the burnout tracks.
Yeah.
Okay, fair enough. But the thing is, he's that's where the junior dragsters stage.
Yeah.
As in out of the groove. It was over by the wall for a long time. 7:33 and a 7:87 for Jack Brewster on the brakes and on the shifts as well. Which is
nearly 180 mile an hour there for Jack. Well done.
He only just missed the white line.
Yeah, very close.
Thing is, though, is on big weekends like this, the racetrack's so good. What I was saying to you the other day, the top fuel cars burn out off to one side and then stage up in the middle. So they don't they don't back up in their burnout tracks anymore.
Bobby Harrison giving it plenty on the burnout there. Can we please have Street Eliminator into the pairing lanes, please? Street Eliminator. Can we have you into the pairing lanes, please?
Is it Thursday? We're having a sportsman day.
Oh, I'll go with whatever we get.
We're trying to whack through as much as we can after the last couple of days, I tell you. Very much so. So, Harrison dials 7.72. Alan Didwell 7.70. They're pretty evenly matched, even though the cars are completely different. It's a good thing about bracket racing. It's a great way of evening out cars that would not normally be competitive against each other. It brings a whole new level of science into it, all about cutting the light and running close to your chosen number.
So both into pre-stage qualifying session number 4 for Super Pro ET. Both away well with 0 lights, but it's all about those dial-ins on the boards there. 70, 70. Oh! Alan Didwell breaks out by less than 100th of a second, but a nice move from Harrison. He moves up with a 7.74 into the number 6 spot. Billy Gain and Steve Johnson, your next pair.
Steve had a really good looking launch going. If it gets off the line, it normally goes pretty well, but it wags its tail a couple 100 foot out in quite a serious way sometimes, this dragster. As Chris Parker said up here yesterday, it's got a lot of power in that car, and it's very difficult with front engine cars to get that to the ground. The trouble is you want it to launch well, but you don't want it to hit the wheelie bar too hard, because what happens if it hits the wheelie bar too hard? Well, it unloads the tyres, and in some really unfortunate circumstances, it bends it. That's happened to Steve before.
It has, yeah.
In fact, that happened to John Webster the first time he ever drove this.
Well, it didn't really have a wheelie bar on it then, did it? It just had that, that little wheel.
Little one, yeah. Well, he didn't know he was going to need anything bigger at that point. You can hear the pedalling going on for Steve, but that's a great looking run. 7:22. He goes to number 8 qualifier. 186 miles an hour. Congratulations, fellas. Well done. No shoot as well. Nice run for Billy, though. Billy moves up to 7 with an 8:58 on an 8:56.
Yeah, Steve taking the corner, no problem at all at the top end.
The thing is that if you don't pull the chute and you get on the brakes early enough, you can definitely do it. But if you pull the chute and it doesn't come out, you're going to be too late on the brakes. That's always the problem. So Mark Turner with the M&M Racing Super in the Kestrel lane. Mark used to be crew for many years on many different cars. He was Mickey Cagarad's crew guy for a long while. Decided to have fun, go racing, and bought an ex-Pro Mod car. Taking on Kieran Ashley, who must have been absolutely overjoyed with the number they ran yesterday.
Oh boy, were they.
Yeah, Mick Checkett down there directing traffic. Emma's just messaged me. Morning, Emma. Hope you're doing very, very well. I don't know whether you're actually here in the grandstands or on the banking, and Letty as well, obviously. Oh, you're there. Sorry, morning. I beg your pardon. How did I see you in amongst all those people? You just must stand out, darling. That's what it is. Anyway, so hopefully another mid-8 for Kieran this time, but if the car launches, it's going to be way quicker than an 8-6. It didn't launch. In fact, it actually ran what it did yesterday to 60 foot. 48 and 9:14 for Kieran. That's a little bit of a head scratcher. 163. Mark Turner breaks out by a measly thousandths of a second. Mark Turner on that one.
Stevie Saunders' debut of his new altered. He did make it down into the lanes yesterday, but we get to see the on-track debut. Oh, no, been told to shut off. Oh, what a shame.
Well, it was a stonking burnout, Steve.
It was, yeah.
He's getting a lot of love from the altered community for building this car, and rightly so.
Oh, definitely.
It's mega. Very good morning to Mr. Altered community, Mr. Adam Gledo. Very good morning, Ad. Hope you're doing well. Busy at home working, raising funds to go nitro racing as opposed to being here, sadly, but there we go. So Scott Hauser will be on his own. I like the name of Steve Saunders' car as well, Rusty. It's not Rusty, it's brand new, but maybe it means him. 35 of the 6 for Scott. Moves up one spot to number 4.
So that's 4 of them on their dial-ins there. Absolutely spot on.
So that was the last car for Super Pro. We've got Super Comp round there, and unbelievably, Street Eliminator again as well.
Right, second passenger then in the two-seater dragster is Aston Killett from Newark. One of our youngest passengers. It's a 16th birthday present.
Is that legal?
Yeah, must be.
Obviously.
Obviously.
No, we just don't mention it. Sorry.
Yeah. Two-seater dragster then. Paul Brown. Aston Killett in the back seat. Goes 781 at 171 miles an hour. Fantastic run for the two-seater. Many happy returns there to Aston Kellett. What a way to celebrate your birthday. Right, we move on to Lucas Oil's Junior Dragster qualifying session number 4. First up, Daniel Weir. Oh, can I please have Fire Force number 5 into the pairing lanes, please? Fire Force number 5. Can we have you into the pairing lanes, please? So Daniel Weir, as we know, is number 2 in the points chase. Liam McDonald, currently the number 14 spot in qualifying. Daniel is currently number 16, would like to move on up. I know we keep talking about points, but it means a lot to these youngsters. It means a lot to everybody competing here this weekend. So Liam at the moment is on an 047. Daniel is on an 048. And no help for either. Liam goes red. Daniel an 06. So they'll stay put. Freddie Taylor and Kai Cooper, your next pair. Can I please have FIM Pro Stop Bike into the lanes, please? FIM Pro Stop Bike, can we have you into the pairing lanes, please? All right, Kai currently number 11, Freddie number 30. Freddie goes red. Kai goes 0.12, so no help for either of those two. They stay put. All right, Chevy check it. Going alongside Ellie Fagg. Chevy number 6 at the moment, doing a very good job indeed at the moment. A 0.22 is where she is. But Ellie would like to go quicker than 0.48 to get into the top 16, which is what we call our front page on our timing screen. Oh, Chev's got another 0 light, this time 0.6. No help for Ellie. And in fact, no help for Chev either, so they're going to stay put. Ellie stays 29, Chev stays number 6. All right, Jessica Bishop going alongside the Miss Stig Junior Dragster.
Sorry, mate. I just wanted to get a clarification of the order. It ain't anything like that. So
.064 for Jess, .094 for Ellie, but bearing in mind they were 7 and 5 already, no help for them.
I should think Jess would be happy with that though. Bang on 8 flat, look at that. That helps a lot when it comes to racing.
Yeah, doesn't it?
So we've got a few more sportsman classes to go. And then we're going to have the 5-4 jet car, and then we're going to be on with the FIM bikes and everything loud and fast again. Going to be cool. Sure.
045 for Mackenzie Love. Now that is going to move him up 3 or 4 spots from 17. Yeah, up to number 14 for Mackenzie Love. Important for him, he's 3 in the points chase. But a cherry on the other side no help there. Right, Neve Deavy and Teddy Howe, your next pair. Don't forget our juniors qualify on reaction times, not on speed or ET. It's whoever's got the best light without going red will be at the top of the qualified order. So Neve currently number 27, Teddy number 18. And you'll notice both of them stage off the racing line, if you like. It is possible, bizarrely, especially for junior stock drags, to actually get stuck on the start line because they don't have a huge amount of power. And sometimes they do struggle to get off the start line. But no problem for those two, though. But they both go red, so going to be no help for either of those two. So Teddy will stay number 18 and Neve will stay number 27. Nice to see and Rich as well. Good to see you. Really good to see you both here. Continuing the DV story on the racetrack. Really good indeed. Right, next up, Tom Peters. He's already had an 033 light. He is in the auto glim lane going alongside Daniel Todd. He's had 034. So it's going to be tough for them to improve. And the net result, they didn't actually, both with 0.1 reaction time. So Daniel is going to stay 10, Tom is going to stay number 9. Right, Grace Smith and Harry Peters, your next pair. Now then, Grace number 16, Harry number 3. Grace's first season in the Junior Dragster, and she's absolutely loving it. And of course, the whole support she's getting from some of the other racers as well really made her time here very enjoyable indeed. And thanks ever so much indeed for the message as well that came through yesterday.
That's brilliant. My mate Simon's just sent me a message saying first time I've ever seen a junior dragster do a wheelie. He's impressed. Simon, I'm impressed you're watching junior dragster. That's very cool, mate. Excellent.
Oh, 3-6. No help there. Right. Max Taylor, chilled to the max. Comes up to the line. He is in the Kestrel lane. Right over to the left-hand side of it as well. And right over to the left of her lane is Ada Cassisi, the Cherry Bomb Junior Dragster. Dad Steve out back. And Anna by the wall. Mum, obviously. 035 for Max Taylor. That's going to move him up nicely. Move into the number 11 spot from 25. No move for Ada. Even though she had a good 05 light, she'd already had a double 09. So Max Taylor onto our front page. Nicely done indeed. Next up then, Ted Sullivan. He's your number 2 qualifier, went double 04 in his best qualifying run so far. Harry Redshaw, he's currently number 24. He needs to move on up, does our Harry? Well, he certainly wants to, put it that way. They're all qualified. It's just where they end up qualifying, how many qualifying points they get, and obviously it will determine who they are racing come eliminations. So let's see then. Ted right over to the left of his lane. Harry pretty much plumb in the middle of his, but then he's got a JMA, which is a junior modified advanced car, a bit more power, and his car basically won't get stuck to the start line. Double 08 for Ted. That's his second double O reaction time this weekend. Ted's here for business this weekend. Harry Redshaw moves up from 24 to 19, a move in the right direction, but Ted has 2 double O lights. He's certainly going to be one to watch this weekend. Next up, Lola Bell Kent. That's And Tony out front, and his mum. Family affair, of course, and of course Richard Wilcox down there with his son. With his Richard. Wrong way round. Right now then, Richard, he's currently number 21. Oh, you can see they were both trying to cut a light there, definitely. 0-1 red for Richard, 0.16 red for Lola Bell, a little bit too quick for both of them. So, guess what? No improvement. They'll stay put. Richard 21, Lola Bell 13. Right, man who really does need to make a move up the qualified order then, Luke Fulton, currently number 26, uncharacteristic for Luke. And he's got Damien Redshaw the other side. He's currently 24. .05 for Damien, that's going to move him up a little bit, not a huge amount. Luke Fulton doing the point ones. So Luke stays 26, Damien moves up from 24 to 19. Mugridge, your number 1 qualifier, 003. Well, he'd love to match that again. If he can beat it, brilliant. Harley Crusoe would love to get somewhere near that. He's currently in the number 25 spot, is Harley. So Nick Mugridge just bringing Luke up to the line, and that's all he can do now. It's down to the driver. 0-1 red for Harley, so no movement from him. Luke Mugridge goes 0-8, but he'd already got a 003 to be in the number 1 spot, so obviously no movement for those two. Finley Fagg is in the Auto Glim lane, and Jacqueline Bartlett for the Slick Tricks Junior team. She is in the Kestrel Beer lane. So Dan Stewart bringing Finley forward, and Billy and Brad looking after Jacqueline. Oh, tried to chop the tree down to Jacqueline there. 0-1 red. Oh, so close. Finley 0.16, no help for her, she's already under 0-4. Right, so let's see what Lara can do then. Currently number 24. Needs something between, well, perfect and 0-4-7 to get into the top 16. But as I say, they're all going to be qualified. It's where they qualify. Right, those of you on the banking, you'll probably hear things start up behind you. The live action arena. Just about to start their first show over there. 0-3-1 for Lara, that's better. And that puts her in to the number 9 spot. Good move up from 24. Yeah, Lara into number 9. Okay, so folks, live action arena behind the main spectator banking area. That is now up and running. Got monster trucks, got Terry Grant, Lee Bowers. So good show over there if you want to catch one of their shows. Second show this afternoon, but the first one just about to get going. Right, we move on to Top Speed Automotive Street Eliminator.
Wow.
Qualifying session for them.
Yeah, apart from the fact the cars are very long and skinny. I know.
So what have we got?
Supercom.
Oh, okay.
Sorry, mate.
I thought that didn't sound like a street eliminator
Well,
car down there.
it kind of. I mean, the big old Chevy, so yeah, they kind of do. I get what you mean.
Well, I can see Graham Smith going, I'd love to see these in street eliminator.
That's it, yeah. And they wouldn't be winning either.
No, you wouldn't know. So Paul Hudson currently number 7. He needs to slow down by 1/100th of a second. He's on an 8:89 at the moment. Leah Kellett, Dolly Daydream, number 2 qualifier. Well, he's going to have to pull a right old rabbit out of the hat to get to number 1. As Steve Hudson went 8.9003. There is room, but it is ridiculously small.
Paul Hudson's sitting there looking over at the other lane going, what are we up to?
Yeah, the throttle stops.
Almost the same time
simultaneously,
as well,
weren't
they? Look at that for a side-by-side Supercomp run. 8.90 flat in one lane, 8.90 with a 7 in the other, but Leah gets number 2.
Oh.
You can't do much better than that, Pete. Jesus, I mean, really.
Well, we said she needed 8.9002 to get to number 1. She got 006.
If that was a race,
wow.
if that was a race as well, they were both 0.2 on the tree. The win margin for Leah was 0.002. Virtually nothing. I know it wasn't a race, but you can go drag racing the rest of your life and hardly ever see a race that close.
Richard Tunstall and Al Schofield, these are 4 and 5. Both capable of hitting the numbers. 005 off the line for Rich. That goes 9 flat, 904 for Al. They stay 4 and 5.
Right, so we need Steve Field to make a run the right side of the number.
I mean, that just sums it up. They're 1 and 2 in the points chase, these two.
Whoever wins it this year, they're going to be won by the most minuscule margin.
Right, well, this is your number 1 qualifier, Steve Hudson. Almost lost that number 1 spot to Leah. But, oh boy. Steve Field with the Black Pig 2 slingshot. Well, he needs to slow down by 800ths. He's on an 882 at the moment.
Oh, Steve's gone deep.
Can't do that.
Still going to get an elapsed time, but if it's a normal run, it'll be a breakout. No, it isn't. 901.145. Steve Field actually moves up 1 spot because he didn't break out. Is the very straightforward way of putting it. So Andy Clifford with Snake Eyes is going to be the last car in Super Comp. We have got through some serious stuff this morning, haven't we?
Yeah.
We're only an hour and a half in. I love the popping and banging that car does. It actually reminds you of like a little A fuel car, doesn't it?
Yeah.
So it's a big block Ford-powered slingshot dragster, or catapult dragster as we would call it in the UK. Another nice looking run for Andy Clifford. 9:24, back in the low nines again at 145 miles an hour. Right, it is Street Eliminator,
Yep.
or you want to call Supercomp this time?
Yeah. Why not?
It's really funny. Drag racing is the best example you'll ever get of a hurry up and wait sport, because for the last 2 days they've had 2 runs. In the last 2 hours they've had 2 runs. I think.
Yeah.
Because this is Q4, isn't it?
It
yeah,
is,
that's
yes.
right. Yeah. So yes, in all seriousness, in the last 2 days, Thursday and Friday, they had 1 run a day, and this morning, in the space of literally just over an hour, they've had 2 runs, which is how it would normally be.
Yeah. Well, not only that, they have to go out on their cruise at 10 to 3-ish this afternoon.
Is that why they're down?
Yes.
Probably why they're down
that's
again
why they're
now,
doing
isn't
it. So it is the 2 Hales then, Nick Hale and Ricky. Nick in the Mercedes, currently number 10 on a 10.57, and Ricky currently number 12 on 10.94.
So did you say Ricky's building a new one of these? Is he?
Nick.
Sorry.
Nick is, yeah.
Yeah. So a new Mercedes, the Street Eliminator.
Yeah.
That'd be cool.
Yeah, well, same shape as that one.
Just a lot lighter and everything,
Yeah,
I think.
yeah.
Is that the plan?
Basically. Loads of wheel spin again for Ricky. He's certainly not shy of using the right boot on that one, is he?
He's definitely got the Pro Charger hooked on again.
11.06, but it's 10.55 for Nick. That's his best of the weekend so far.
Got to give a lot of respect as well to the Hales. They are, frankly, outgunned in Street Eliminator, but they turn up every weekend, enter, and try their very, very best. Sometimes they go rounds as well. So, yeah, the Hales really are part of the Street Eliminator family. So, part of the Street Eliminator family for 1 weekend only. This is probably why Kirsty entered, just so she could go up against Andy Bond. Andy Bond is your number 1 qualifier in the Kestrel Lane, went 7.03, well over 200 miles an hour with that Chevy. It's not really rusty and falling apart, but it looks cool as. He's going to build up the boost. Kirsty's already there waiting. Go on, give her a head start, you gentlemen. No. Well, that was the same 60 foot that Andy Bond had earlier. 6.99 at 2.07. Not sure what the smoke was through the finish line. That's a little unusual, but back into the 60s. Yes, ladies and gentlemen, you're going to work on Monday and say you saw a 6-second, 200 mile an hour street car. And they'll go, no, you didn't. Yes, you did, definitely. Kirsty went 12.12 that time round. So looking for improvement this time for Rob Slater. If he can get the car off the line, it'll be in the 10s, definitely. Maybe even quicker.
Well, he's here purely for testing this weekend, is Rob. He's put some street miles in, but now it's starting to get the car on the quarter mile and get some laps in here.
Up against Tony Higgs, knocking on the door of 7.6s and 180 miles an hour. Will this be the one? Another terrific 60 foot for Tony Higgs. Not quite as quick as earlier. 7.82, 179. Oh, so close to 180. Well, Rob Slater does a victory lap, if you like. Nice looking run. Yeah, in the 9. 9.97, 138.
Very nice indeed. Congratulations there to Rob. 9.97, 138. Trudy and the team absolutely delighted with that, and why not? They come here for testing this weekend, and to get it into the nines. Excellent job. Well done.
I think there might be a bit of a party with that lot later on today.
Yeah.
Mark Todd back in Street Eliminator. How cool is that to see? Kestrel Lane with the GTO. He's number 2 qualifier, 7:36 at the moment. To take the number 1 spot, he's got to run his first 6-second run with this car against the transit god himself, Mr. Ash Cooper. Whoa. That's not tyre smoke. Mark backs off of it. I think that's because the cockpit actually filled up with smoke as well. That was his quickest 60 foot. Not sure what it was billowing out. Hopefully it's only a water hose or something similar to that. Track crew out there doing the moonwalk.
Ash went through 10:05, 139, which actually is his best qualifying run this weekend so far.
So just going to be checking out the racetrack in Mark Todd's lane. Unfortunately, we're going to be down for a moment, hopefully not too long. Not sure what that was, but whatever it was, obviously Mark Todd shut off in the end. In fact, it was billowing out the car from around about 60 foot out. You can see where the marshals are out there checking out the racetrack. So if you've never been to see drag racing before, we cannot race with any sort of moisture on the racetrack. We can't just get out the yellow flags and slow down a bit.
Yeah, and drive around it.
Yeah, it doesn't quite work
that.
like that, unfortunately. With the amount of horsepower all these cars and bikes as well put down, there is no way that we can carry on when there is any kind of moisture, whether it be rain, whether it be anything else as well. The track crew are absolutely expert at cleaning the stuff up and doing it nice and quickly.
Yes, you say that's literally from 60 foot, isn't it?
Isn't it? Maybe before. So Andrew sitting on, I think that's Andrew sitting on the shoe out there. Gets the almost the drive of shame up the quarter mile.
I think that's water.
If it was water, it would just be, they let it evaporate.
Yeah, which.
Or it might have coolant in it as well.
Yeah,
antifreeze in it. So if you've got antifreeze in it, it will need to be done. But the good news is, however long it takes that little shoe to go up the racetrack, it depends where Mark Todd went off or got off the track to. The tractor will be going out and preparing the track again very, very quickly. So it won't be long at all, folks. Is Live Action Arena on now, Colin?
It is, yeah. Started at 11 o'clock. Lee Grant, Terry Bowers, Podzilla, the monster truck. And I think the Jet Mini's over there today as well. So, yeah, quite a mix of things going on over there. So the first show, 11 o'clock, so, as you know, is up and running. And the second one this afternoon at 2 o'clock.
Well, we've got plenty going on over here as well. We've just got the rest of that session of Street Eliminator go. Only a couple more cars, or a few more cars, I should say. Then we have the jet car of Mr. Martin Hill, Five Force number 5, kicking off the pro session for all the FIM bikes as well. Our number 1 qualifier for Super Twin down there taking a look at the racetrack. That is Marcus Christensen, 6.30 off the trailer yesterday. That thing is a thing of beauty. So hopefully this won't be too long, folks. We're going to hand back to Nitro FM very, very shortly, and we'll be with you probably 5 to 10 minutes time, something like that. We'll be back with the racing. Don't go anywhere at all.
Street Eliminator.
Right.
And the car that we'd love to see in Street Eliminator is finally here. Of course, it is Graham Smith with Grimhild alongside Almac with the Evolvolution.
I don't know who sent me that message because you didn't include your name with it. I'm really sorry, but it says, just a thought, maybe the shoe driver could do a Terry Grant and leave it running, get out, run round, get back in again. That would be, well, he nearly did that, to be honest with you. Yeah. So thank you for the message. I'm not sure it was from that, unfortunately, because it's from a number I don't know. I haven't got stored. But you obviously know me. So Graham Smith already nudging the 8s with no nitrous. Oh my goodness me. What's the word I'm looking for? How tempting will it be?
Well, both of the debut cars this weekend are in the night. Absolutely fantastic.
Yeah, they'd have taken that to start the weekend.
They would.
Well, the other thing is as well, that's after only like 3-4 runs as well. You know, normally it takes quite a while to get to that point. But up against Al McSweeney, Al's number 3 at the moment with a 7.70. It's going to take a huge PB to get to number 2, which is a 7.36, but I'm sure he's going to try anyway. So we've got the jet car around the back of the tower, then we've got all the bikes, all the cars.
No, I think we're going to be on pause. I think we've a couple of sprinkles in the air, unfortunately. Both of them being pushed back. Curses. Just as we're about to get them to go.
I'm not sure whether that was a rain sign by his crew guy or he's pretending to be evil. Did you notice? He went like that.
Yeah.
But anyway, yes, rain is evil and it's been annoying us for the last 2 days. We thought we weren't going to have any annoyances today. The thing is as well, any spots of moisture, oil, water, whatever on the racetrack, it has to be in pristine condition. Now the thing is, because this is an old airfield, the racetrack is 1/4 mile, the shutdown area is 1/2 mile long. There's been, we had it yesterday, didn't we? It was absolutely tipping it down at the other end. No, don't take the brooms away. That's a bad thing.
Yeah.
Put the brooms back.
Who's listening to you then?
Oh, no, but only for a second. There we go.
Yeah.
No, we need those. We're going to need them very quickly. Yes, we are.
Yeah.
Honestly.
Go and do us a Harry Potter impression and go and fly around the facility and get rid of these clouds.
Yeah, anyway, looking at the radar, there's just like a minimal amount of wet stuff around, so hopefully it won't be very long at all. We actually had a real downpour last night and it only took 20 minutes, half an hour to get it dry. So all being well, we won't be too long. We're really sorry, folks. We can't do anything about this. We're going to get through today. It will happen. It's just the obvious niggle.
Well, Live Action Arena is halfway through their show, so those on the far end of the banking can just look over the other side and still see some action that's going on at the moment. But yeah, we are just on a pause for the moment. We're certainly not completely stopping. It's just a pause. That's all that we really could do with. We don't really want any more. So unfortunately, just for the time being, pop over to Nitro FM 96.2. And we will be back with you.
Well, there's nothing on the radar, just quickly, sorry. There is nothing on the radar that's going to cause us much problem at all. So all being well, we won't be long at all. So Nitro FM, please take it away. Well, fortunately, that was possibly the briefest rain delay we've had all week so far. We are on with the rest of Street Eliminator qualifying. Everybody like to... Sorry, Carl. Everybody grab yourself... Everybody get yourself back in the viewing area right now, because it's going to get fast and loud very, very shortly. So these two were just about to go when we had to stop. The Grimhilda car of Mr. Graham Smith from up there in Nottingham. The 57 Bel Air in the Auto Glim Lane, 632 cubic inches. And it will be nitrous assisted at some point soon. Taking on Al McSweeney. With
Bet you wish it was nitrous assisted now.
Yeah, it might be. You just don't tell Rachel. Actually, that would be a bad move for his health particularly. That's a nice move for Graham off the start line as well. I think Al's backed off. They both have, actually. They're both out of it. 8:39 at 124 for Al McSweeney. Graham rolls through 11:43. Actually, his slowest run of the weekend so far. So we have... Someone needs to tell Elliot that, well, it's probably the end of the season, so those tyres are going to get replaced.
Well, he's hooning that car now, isn't he? Considering the lad's what? I don't know if he's reached 18 yet. I think he's still 17 years old, is Elliot? The bizarre twist for Elliot is that he can't drive the car on the road because he can't get insurance, so Dad has to take the car on the cruise. Obviously, Elliot races the car on the track. But if you want the ultimate father-son project to do at home, then this car was it. They built this car between them.
And Elliot is somewhat of a natural, shall we say.
Yeah. So currently on a 9:33, number 8 spot for Elliot.
Giving it a lot more off the line this time for Elliot. Will this be an 8-second run? Looks pretty quick.
Oh, that's looking very good. Oh, 9:11, 153 miles an hour, but he does move up to number 6 with that one.
Dave looks delighted, as he should do. Okay, the last pair before we get into, well, we've got Jet Car coming round, then we have all the bikes.
All the bikes.
Right behind him.
All right, James Murray. Well, he ran his first 10 earlier on, and then he knocked that one away and went 10:65. Outstanding performance from James Murray. Going alongside Butch.
Considering he's never run a 10 before, so when run a 10, something's got to have changed. Something has. That is a proper sleeper, that car, isn't it?
10:71. That'll do.
Don't shrug. That's still terrifically good. Well done. 12:45 at 1:05 for Butch. Okay.
Yeah, very good afternoon to Dave as he walks back. He says, "I'm up here, mate."
So Martin Hill with the Fire Force coming up. Just a moment.
Gives a perfect opportunity to have a look along the banking. Hands up if it's your first time here this weekend. Oh, quite a few.
There's a few of them.
Oh, likey. How about the grandstands? First timers. Let's have a look. See. Good show of hands as well. Well, welcome to the home of speed. This is Europe's premier drag racing venue, of course, the Santapod Raceway, quarter-mile drag strip, where we like to call it our second home.
Yeah, you're about to get hooked on something you never thought you'd like. Let's put it that way. I just want to say a very good morning as well to my good mate Toby and his lady Danny as well. I hope you had a nice evening last night, folks. It was Danny's first time yesterday at the racetrack, and she said that she's not into racing at all, not into motorsport or anything like that. However, this is seriously cool. We didn't want to say we told you so, but yeah, that's kind of how it goes a lot of the time, isn't it? Where people come along and enjoy themselves, and we hope everybody does here today. So all you first-timers out here, you're going to see why this place is so popular very, very soon. There's so much stuff that is... I always call it the world's most rock and roll motorsport, because everything is faster and louder than everything else. And just when you think you've seen the most incredible thing you've ever seen, guess what? There's something else around the corner that will go quicker or will go faster. If you're into bikes, we have 5-second 250-mile-an-hour bikes. Yes, that I haven't mispronounced that. That's correct. We've got 6-second 200 miles an hour street bikes. We've got 300-mile-an-hour top fuel cars. It's just amazing. Also, we have, for your viewing pleasure, Mr. Martin Hill with the jet car, or cars actually. We've got a couple here this weekend, haven't we? He's running the funny car and the dragster. And we've also got Roger Goring with Firestorm. They had a match race to close out last night, which was pretty good.
Yeah, it was, yeah. Thoroughly enjoyable. And now this is where we look at the Bankside VIP and also the Quarter Mile Club downstairs as well. All of the people in there
are about to jump.
Yep. Those of you that...
should we film them?
Yeah. Yeah, those people that put your hands up earlier on, just watch out for camera phones pointing your way, because people would like to film your reaction to the first time seeing a jet car.
Like that.
Yeah, like that. That's it.
He's trying to sound like a choo-choo train.
Yeah.
So he increases the RPM of the jet, winds it up to give it more thrust, and the afterburner pots become that bit more vicious.
As these Bankside people are going to experience. Okay, so the track belongs to Martin as Richie waves to the crowd. Richie will then give Martin the signal to move those levers forward, if you like. Give it full beans.
Shuts it off well before the finish line. Still goes 5:52 only 225 miles an hour. He's going 219 at the 8th actually. That is a serious 60 foot for a jet car. 0.95. Excellent stuff.
243 at 1,000 foot. So, wow, very, very nice way to open things up there. Oops. Whole gaggle of bikes.
A whole gaggle of bikes, yeah. So, well done, Martin. That's a nice opener for the day. Although saying that, if everybody thinks that was quick and loud, well, yeah, exactly what I was just saying. Everything faster and louder than everything else. So the tractor goes back into position. We're on with FIM qualifying session number 2. I think we've got, by the looks of it, it's either going to be Pro Stock Bike. I think it's Pro Stock Bike first, actually.
I think it is.
So there are a number of classes. We've got Pro Stock Bike, which is effectively, they are stock appearing motorcycles. Yes, they have wheelie bars, but also the engines are based on stock cases and everything else as well. It's engineered horsepower class. Then we have Super Twin, which is exactly what it says it is. V-twin bikes or 2-cylinder bikes with nitromethane in them. top fuel bike, which is, well, whatever you like, really. Well, I say whatever you like. 4-cylinder supercharged nitro machines that run into the fives, knocking on 250 miles an hour. I think our new number one qualifier, Ricard, yesterday went 244 out the back door. Then the nutters of Super Street Bike, they are obviously heavily modified street type bikes on a street tyre, but my goodness me, they do not hang around. Number one qualifier yesterday, Daniel Lentz, I think went 668, didn't he? Something like that, yeah. Over 220. So yeah, and even junior drag bike as well. You've got to say, got to give you know, a lot to the kids who are. They always end up in other classes as well. Louis Davis actually was one of those, wasn't he? And he was in top fuel bike back at Easter. They've also got European Championships to be decided. Off the top of my head, I think Daniel Lentz is leading Super Street Bike. I'm pretty sure that Marcus Christensen is out front with the Super Twins, and for top fuel bike, I think it's still René van der Berg, actually.
It is, yeah, very, very tight, though.
Between him and Ricard.
Yeah, it is, yeah.
Between him and Ricard, too. So, and I'm very sorry, because I need to catch up with what the juniors, or how the juniors are getting on as well. So, last bit of gluing before we get into it today. So also, this is the first full-on European finals we've had for 3 years.
Oh, damn.
Well, no, we've had events for the last 2 years, but they haven't been full international events, have they?
And I tell you what, this crowd really appreciating the fact that we are back. That is a huge crowd on the spectator banking. Thank you all so much indeed for coming. Huge appreciation and huge thanks for coming along. And the grandstands filling up very nicely indeed for the pro session. I believe, yes, you're right, has sold out. So imagining all the rest of those seats will fill up when we get going.
So just the last bit of gluing, and then they'll push the bikes round, and we are ready to go. I've also got to say, while it's slightly quieter as well, just for a couple of moments, one person in particular who deserves a massive amount of thanks, Neil Saunders, who is manager here at Santa Pod Raceway, has been doing nothing but working on a solution to get all of our Scandinavian races and European races here all summer. He sussed it. That's why he's the man that worked it out. He's the man that sorted it out. So there are a lot of our Scandinavian and Nordic racers here this weekend that weren't able to make it back in May. So Neil, from all of us, from all us race fans, we're packed with them, thank you very, very much indeed. We all appreciate it, because without all of that work, they wouldn't be here. Definitely not. So, Pro Stock Bike under the towel. Our first pair, I think, is going to be Aswin Lenoble and Bertrand Maurice. Now, Bertrand hasn't got, actually both of these two haven't got times on the board from yesterday. It was only Martin Bishop that actually got to the finish line. So, looks like we're ready to go. Given the thumbs up to start them up. So Aswin Lenoble actually won his first ever FIM event back at the main event. Couple of lucky rounds, but sometimes it's better to be lucky than good. And Bertrand Maurice with the really, really rapid Suzuki from France. Now, out in Hockenheim just a couple of weeks ago, there was a whole bunch of these Pro Stock bikes. A lot of them came from Greece, because there are a lot of Greek Pro Stockers. And obviously, Hockenheim being where it is, sort of Central Europe, is much closer for them than it is here. So, Bertrand Maurice didn't get an ET on the board yesterday in the Kestrel Lane. This will be his first time run if he goes through the finish line. Same for Aswin Lenoble.
Aswin obviously didn't get to the track at all. Bertrand did launch, but the bike moved about 2 or 3 feet, if you remember, and then got pushed back. So, Yeah, both need numbers on the boards.
So, 7-second runs are good for Pro Stock bikes.
Oh, and exactly the same as yesterday for Bertrand.
It's not sounding very sweet for Aswin, though. 8.53 at 1.51. Bertrand Maurice will be down to one last. I'm not sure whether he is qualified because he took a green, but he hasn't got an ET.
No.
So, oh dear, what a huge shame. He's been right up there in the championship a number of times before, and that is a very, very quick motorcycle. Whatever the problem is, it's 2 in a row. Okay, so currently number 1 and number 3, Martin Bishop in the Auto Glim Lane down from down in Kent is your number 1 man at the moment with a very soft for Pro Stock bike 790. Martin Newbury on the other side of the racetrack. Now Martin's right up there in the championship. I'm not sure if he's leading, but he has made all the rounds. This is a very, very competitive bike. Run 7 zeros he has before. He's won this event a few years ago too. Beat Fredland in the final on a whole shot. Sorry, Fred, if you're listening. If you are, very good afternoon. Yeah, Martin Newbury actually kind of rolled the beams. That won't be his quickest run. 7.47 at 1.83 does not give away the 1.45 60 foot. He took quite a bit of that out on the start line. 7.70 for Martin Bishop, 173. It is Martin Newbury, your number 1 qualifier at the end of that round of Pro Stock bike. Up next we have the ground-shaking Super Twins.
Oh, the sun comes out as well. Just adds to the drama.
Yeah, like we need more drama.
No,
I'm only joking, but you know what I mean. We also got Phil Funny Cars around there too, after the bikes. It's going to be fun. I think it's Mark de Boer. Sorry, no, Chris Van Nimmen. I apologise. Wrong Belgian guy. My bad. So Chris Van Nimmen hasn't put in a run yesterday. This will be his first attempt at the quarter mile. I think Chris was actually new to the class this summer. Doing pretty well. Straight up in the air, into tyre shake and then tyre smoke, and the engine quit, unfortunately. Can he roll as far as the finish line? Because he does need to trip the beams to get an ET. But that was a proper explosive launch. It shook and then spun, and then the engine quit. I don't know whether he's going to get as far as the finish line.
No, I think if he does, it's going to get timed out anyway. But, what more go?
Yeah, stopped over by the wall before the finish line. The quad is already on its way down to come get him. Also, at the end of this session, we have Eric Taball as well. His last 2 rides ever on the rocket bike, and we all know what he's trying to do.
Just, you know, as soon as you said Eric's there, I just instantly looked at the flags and the wind turbines just to see what they were doing. And that's kind at the moment.
Very kind.
We would like it to stay like that, please.
Yeah, the thing is that yeah, it's a rocket bike. So yeah, it's an exhibition vehicle, but it is a rocket. So it's powered by a hydrogen peroxide cell, if you like. And Eric is the only one in the world, but he is also the quickest and fastest man on two wheels on the planet. And he's here. He's behind us. He's ready to run. He's hanging about back there in the barn, watching everything that's going on. He's decided to call time on his racing, well, I say racing career, exhibition career now. And he's been running that machine for something like 20 years. It's been a lot of development and a lot of hard work, a lot of travelling. He ran his personal best elapsed time just 2 weeks ago in Hockenheim in Germany with a 5.12. Not his personal best speed though, which gives a little bit away that there is a bit more. Not sure how much more, but you never know. He's been knocking on the door of a 5.0, a 4-second quarter-mile run since forever, and nudging on 300 miles an hour. I think his fastest ever speed was 284.7, something like that.
Yeah, that was here as well, wasn't it?
I think so. Oh, was that at the fireworks or something?
286.
I think so, yeah.
And as he crossed the line, he was in the right-hand lane as per usual, but as he got very, very close to the blocks.
Right.
But yeah, 286, I think it was. Insane. Certainly north of 280.
I think the problem is that what a lot of people don't realise is going is one thing, stopping is entirely
Exactly
another.
that, yeah.
And a lot of the bikes that you're going to see, a lot of the, like some of the Super Twins and some of the top fuel bikes, they have parachutes on the back of them just to aid with braking and stability. Eric doesn't have any of that at all. It's all done via brakes and him, frankly, sticking his legs out of the side. I was up there. I was privileged to be right up the top end when he made a run, and how he stopped was almost, I'm not going to say it was comical, but he stopped with his legs out. He stopped with his legs out.
Air brake.
Yeah, that's the yeah. Basically, that it was. Yeah. It was like an air brake. Okay, they're being given the signal to spin over the next pair from the Netherlands. Martin de Haas with the Haas brothers twin. One back at the main event, however, went to Tierp in Sweden for round 2 of the FIM Championship, and unfortunately torched the heads on his first run. He was done for the weekend after that. Went down to Germany. Did okay by their standards, but looking to get back on winning form. Taking on that man with the Pro Stock twin, Marcus Christensen. So that's Martin de Haas from the Netherlands, also Glimlane. Marcus Christensen, his dad, affectionately known as Speedy. They do everything on this bike themselves. Marcus rides it, his dad tunes it, builds it. Marcus is a very, very accomplished rider. He holds the quickest elapsed time for a normally aspirated V-twin outside of the US. 6.1 this bike has been. He went 6.30 yesterday. That bike is just a thing of beauty. 6.25 at 2:22 and a new personal best for Martin de Haas. Congratulations to the Haas brothers. 6.50209. They're all high-fiving down there on the start then. They're absolutely delighted with that. For all you number buffs out there looking in, Marcus Christensen, 60 foot, 1.11. He was 4.10, already doing 184 miles an hour at the 8th mile. Over the stripe, 6.25 at 2:22. Martin de Haas, 1.15 to 60, 4.24 at 1.78 to the 8th mile. 6.50, 209 miles an hour. His quickest run on two wheels ever. We like that.
I like it, loved it. Oh, it's just when you see the two bikes just going and they're not deviating from going arrow straight, you think, oh, they're on it, they're on it, they're on it. And I was applauding them before they got to the finishing line.
Yeah, that was awesome.
That was fantastic to watch.
That's how it's supposed to go, folks. Yeah, with the sun out and all the other good stuff too. So we're on with Top Fuel Bike, I think. Next, we have two funny bikes actually to kick off Top Fuel Bike.
Yeah, Mark Smith and Eric Ricard. Now, Mark Smith, when he came down for his run yesterday in the Auto Glim lane, when he was alongside his teammate Stu Crane, the bike got pushed back So unfortunately not able to take the run, but fingers crossed. And that's for fact, I think that's what it was. It was a gear selection issue yesterday, wasn't it? But looks like got it sorted straight away this time. So come on, Smithy. Let's see you in the show.
No.
Oh no. Top end.
I heard the R word, but it's right down the other end of the racetrack, would you believe? Hopefully it'll only be a couple of moments because it's still, well, it's sunny. How on earth has rain managed to fall when it's sunny? I still never get this. Commiserations, Mark. It's all right. Hopefully only be a couple of moments.
Yeah.
It's right down at the top end of the shutdown area. Now, the thing is, if Mark goes barreling down there at nearly 200 miles an hour and has any trouble stopping at all, then, yeah, the last thing you want to do is hit a wet patch. So that's why we have to click it off. It will be, hopefully, the briefest brief.
Very.
Safety is always the #1 concern.
Well, just looking in the pairing lanes, obviously we got Top Fuel bike. There's a whole gaggle of Super Street bikes down there. That first qualifying session for Super Street yesterday was incredible. Not only that, set a European bump spot record for an 8-bike Super Street bike field, and that was just in Q1.
Well, it looks like we're about to get going again almost straight away. Now, the reason is, the thing is, people say to me, you know, just for a couple of spots of rain, why'd you stop? The reason is a couple of spots of rain, even if there's nothing apparent in the clouds, can turn into a complete deluge in no time at all, which we found out yesterday and the day before and many times before. So we always have to err on the side of caution. Now, what Mark Smith's going to do, he didn't get as far as even warming the tyre again. So that's got to be the world's briefest rain delay, that one, which we like. So Mark Smith's going to spin and fire it over. This is not. We've had a precedent for this weekend. We had to do this with the Top Fuel car yesterday, didn't we?
Yeah, and they had to, well, a little bit more difficult to restart a Top Fuel car compared to a
funny bike.
A funny bike.
So Mark Smith made it into the 60s for the first time ever back at the main event. Very technical way of lining up, just lift him into place. Always amused me, that did. So, Smithy, going to be on a bye run? Let's see what he can do. A 7 would be good, a 6 would be superb. A 6 it might be. Look at that for Mark Smith. That's outstanding. That will be a 6. 92 only 161 miles an hour. That was well held, sir. And especially after the delay on the start line, I'm sure they'll be overjoyed with that one. 106 to 60 foot. Look at that. 8th mile ET as well. 431 at 163. That was hauling. He just rolled out the throttle through the finish line. So I think the next one is Eric Richard against René van der Berg, the points leader from the Netherlands. He's actually got a new wrap on the bike as well. A new Dutch-inspired wrap, I think. Hence the fact it's orange.
Well, René yesterday, 13.1, not really representative where he can be. Eric, 06.88, not too bad, but always looking for more.
So if you wonder what the crew guy's doing on René's bike, there's a pin. There's a pin that goes through the twist grip throttle just to make sure that the bike only has no throttle at all, because the crew guy, if you look, is actually pushing the bike back with that throttle. So very simple safety device, just to put a pin through it to make sure it doesn't crack the throttle open. I don't think I need to tell you what might happen if that was the case. Well, Eric with the funny bike is ready to go. René with the chute arm is now ready to go as well. Now this is the first full-on Top Fuel bike we've seen. Rene's been into the 6.1s before. Anything approaching a low 6, I'm sure, would do for him at the moment. He needs to get a better qualified spot. Unless he's trying to qualify opposite Ricard and take him out early. That happens.
It does. It certainly does.
Mr. Scale skipper Fredrin. That's normally the belt coming off when it does that sort of noise. 668 for Eric, 199 miles an hour. Looking a lot more undramatic than his previous machine. They're very, very happy with that. Yeah, Rene was 102 to 60, 270. Actually, he wasn't that much quicker to those points.
That's what I was looking at.
Than Eric, yeah. 8:12 was Rene van der Berg that time. They're just going to go and check it out. There's lots of drive belts and things like that on these Top Fuel bikes. They are all very, very highly engineered, but also highly experimental. That's why sometimes they work magically, other times not so.
Sounds like the rest of the bike, actually, doesn't it?
Oh, this one's going to be fun. Top Fuel bike versus funny bike again. Both from the UK. Al Smith with the rocket. The 3-cylinder. This is what I was talking about experimental. The 3-cylinder machine in the Kestrel lane. Stu Crane with the another one of those Warp Speed Racing guys. He's the head honcho at Warp Speed Racing. With the funny bike. We're just checking to make sure everything's okay on the top end before we send them. That's what Ian's doing on the radio down there on the start line. He says, let's go. Al Smith yesterday went 6.22 all the way out the back door. Stu Crane with a rather off pace for him, 6.80. Can you believe I said that? 6.80. Oh, Stu's got problems. Al's going to be all the way through. 6.14 for Al Smith at 2.13. It actually looked a little laboured for Al Smith. But we're going to do a quick track check over there for Stu Crane. No improvement for him, obviously. 14-second run. Right, there we go. We're going to need to do a bit of cleaning in the auto clim lane. Stu Crane, something burst on the side of the engine around about 100 foot out. So we're just going to need to take care of that.
Oh, this is what happens when you tune your race machine to the absolute limit. Sometimes you go beyond it, and not everything works the way it should do, and some parts just cannot withstand all the torture that they go through. But that's part of racing. A lot of it is experimental. These aren't parts that you buy off the shelf. These are everything that have been specially fabricated for the quest of speed and low ETs. On the quarter mile, but they'll get that bike back to the pits. They'll have a good look at it, and fingers crossed they'll be able to get another qualifier in later on today, all being well. Okay, so the shoe is out there. There's a bit of a tidy up in the auto glim lane, but as you well know, folks, there is loads more to come. So just for the time being, Nitro FM 96.2 going to take it away, and we'll be back with you as soon as possible when we continue qualifying here at the Euro Finals. So there's a bit of a hush before the bikes start up, and here we go. It is Top Fuel Bike qualification session number 2 continuing, and it is Neil Midgley. So Neil Midgley does his burnout on the Canon engine Puma in the Kestrel lane. And of course it is Rickard Gustafsson, number 1 qualifier with a 582 from yesterday. Neil, number 2 on a 597. Now then, if these two could go side by side 5s, that would be absolutely outstanding. But one thing is for although they both would love the number 1 spot. Don't forget, Rickard is in this title chase with Rene. So 582 is the number 1 spot in qualifying. Can Neil Midgley go quick in that to take the number 1? Can Rickard extend that number? Both of them absolutely scorching down the quarter mile here, and it's a 583 for Rickard, just 100th of a second off what he ran yesterday. Neil Midgley goes 599, just 200ths of what he ran yesterday, but side by side 5-second fuel bikes.
I was just going to say, what were the short numbers, Colin, because that looked pretty stout.
0.99 for Neil Midgley, 104 for Rickard.
That's quicker than usual for Rickard, actually.
Yeah,
trying
and
to step it up.
Both of them 386 at the 8th.
Well, so it was the back half charge for Rickard that took that one. That had a big old tail wag as well, a couple of 100 foot out.
Actually,
well,
bizarrely, both of them to 330 with 262. Identical. Unbelievable.
That was, well, Neil clicking it off a little bit early, I think, before the finish line, but still, great to see them both in the 5s, both side by side together. Super Street Bike qualifying session number 2. Qualifying session number 1 already had a record bump, so we can only go one way from here. First up on the start line, I think that is Rodolfo Maduro.
It is, yeah. And he didn't get a number on the board yesterday. He was pushed back. Well, the number on the scoreboard is the number they've got to beat to get into the show, 722. And as Darryl said, that is a record European bump for an 8-bike field.
Well, I was going to say that won't be an 8, that won't be a 722. Now the thing is that the benchmark for a 16-bike ladder is 13 bikes qualified. How many have we got qualified, Colin? Just out of blind curiosity.
Now,
yeah,
13.
Okay, so it depends on how it shakes out anyway. Obviously, FIM officials' decision. It may well end up being a 16-bike ladder come race day tomorrow. That's the only thing. So up next, Steve Wood. His swan song on that really beautifully turned out Super Street Bike in the Kestrel Lane, taking on Margot Schmidt from the Netherlands, knocking on the door of the 7s again for Margot yesterday.
Well, Margot went 802 yesterday, goes 788, nicely done. And Woody goes 813. Big move up from him from yesterday. He actually moves up from 12 to 11.
So the next pair is going to be Steve Mead, Mark Hope. It's nice standing down here actually, because I can look and see who's under the tower, whereas, well, actually, you can see on the screen.
Yeah, but you can see fresh, and I'm looking at just numbers and names.
I'll tell you what, I've spotted something very, very cool on Steve Mead's bike. He's got a number plate tucked under the back there. I think I know what it's for.
Right.
Yeah, it may be for foreign excursions, but how cool is that anyway? So both of these two low 7 second runners.
Well, Mark Hope currently number 9 on a 7:23. Steve number 12, 8:36. Well, Mark Hope trying to keep the front wheel down.
Well held, that man. 724, 201 miles an hour. Look at the speed. Steve B goes 732, 196. That was a superb bit of riding, and that would have been quicker than that, I think.
Yeah, they go, well, stays 9 for Steve, for young Mr. Hope, and 7:32 puts him in at number 10.
So, Matthias Bolin from Sweden in the Auto Glimmer, one of our 6 second runners. Would he run this thing?
No, sorry, Ross Morrison is 8, Matthias is 7. Okay. 7:22 and 7:20.
Oh, I apologise. Sorry, I thought he was in a 6.9s yesterday. So, Ross Morrison looking to pick up. Two beautiful looking runs once again. 6.99 for Matthias, 2:06.7. 15 at 2:02 for Ross. Is that his quickest run?
No, I think he has been 7.0, but 7:15 in effect now is your bump for an 8-bike field.
Awesome.
And 6 of the 8 bikes in the top 8 are in the 6s. Well, Gary Bowe really did fire a shot yesterday, went 6.87. Yesterday, Alan Morrison, he's on a 7.12 at the moment. He's in the number 7 spot.
So Alan Morrison Jr., that bike has been in the 6s. Rick Stubbins pats him on the back, says, go get him. Now's the time to step it up. .695, 209, nice backup run, 708 at 190 for Mr. Morrison. Just very, very quickly, I've got to talk to someone. Alex, down here on the start line watching your brother and everyone else, are you missing it at the moment?
Yes. Yeah.
You going to be back soon, maybe?
Yeah, hopefully next year, yeah. That's fun.
Good stuff, no problem. It's Alex Hope. Sorry, mate. I know you're watching, but carry on. Yeah, Alex Hope, you won another UK Super Streetbike Riders. Down here watching with his dad. So, Jake Michel and Morgans Lund, your next pair.
Well, both of them been the 6s already this weekend. Jake currently number 3, 6.85. Morgans Lund currently on a 6.99.
Yeah, Morgans can step it up from there, definitely. He had a hell of a trip to get over here from Denmark, so big respect to him for making the long trek and spending a bit of time in customs as well. 6.94 for Morgans Lund at 2:12. I think that's knocking on his best ever lap time and speed. I didn't see Jake's before it flashed off.
Yeah, 6.96 for Jake, 213, 6.94, 212 for Morgans. So, yeah, 1 place up for Morgans.
Right, hold on to your hats, folks. 2 of Europe's quickest and fastest, definitely the fastest in the Kestrel lane. I think the 2nd quickest and fastest in the other lane. Could we see side-by-side 6.7s or maybe even quicker? You never know. Steve Venables from the UK and Daniel Lenz from Hungary. 2 beautiful, clean runs. All we're going to do now is keep our eyes on the scoreboards. 6.70 for Ben.
Wow.
2.24, his quickest run ever.
Oh.
Daniel Lenz goes 6.75 at 2:20 and gets gapped. Can you believe that?
Oh boy, but that's only good enough for number 2 in the qualified order for Ven. But
I'm sure he'd be happy with that, though, 'cause that's in the right direction. My goodness me. I don't think I've seen that many Super Street bikes just leave the line, just no wasted motion at all. They all gripped, they all went. That was outstandingly good.
Now then, that could be a contender for the quickest ever side-by-side, because I don't know what the quickest ever, because the 6.59 might have had a 6 to the other side of the track as well. Need to check that one out, but no doubt we'll get that information through. But that was outstanding.
It's normally the slowest losing run, or
yeah,
the quickest losing run, sorry, that actually ends up being the quickest side-by-side, and I think that was it.
Yeah.
I do think that was it.
Wow.
But it's nice to see them knocking on the door of the stick sixes. So we've got the FIA Junior Drag Bike Cup down here on the start line. Right behind them, though, we have Nitro Funny Cars. And then all of our FIA classes as well. So this is a wrap for the session for the bikes. We still have the cars to go.
So Marie Rosen goes 9:05 on an 8:90. And Anouk goes, well, breaks out, actually goes 400s too quick. So Marie moves up from 4 to number 2 with that one.
And we're rolling out Eric, actually, before we get to the Fuel Funny Cars. So don't go anywhere at all. What a way to follow Junior Drag Bike.
Yeah. Right, Holly King and Meg Tolbert. Holly King, number 1 qualifier at the moment. Dials in 11.22. Meg, currently number 3, dialing in 8.20. So Meg going to get there first. Goes 8:17, breaks out just by that much, and a bigger breakout from Holly. 11:10 on 11:22. Just quickly, Dale, we think, subject to confirmation, the quickest and fastest side-by-side super street bike runs in Europe ever.
Well, okay, ladies and gentlemen, we're up with the quickest and fastest man in the world on 2 wheels. He's only got 2 runs left in his racing career, and you lucky people get to see both of them today and tomorrow. Penultimate run ever for Mr. Eric Tabor, everybody. So, Eric, just very quickly before you start, 5:12 in Hockenheim, what's the plan this weekend?
You want a world record?
Does anybody want a world record? Hang on a minute, we didn't hear that. Does anybody want a world record? I think that's, oh, sorry, that's we.
Yeah, so we have 2 days for that. We see. Today we try a different setup about the temperature because it's cold, but maybe works. We'll see after the run.
We certainly will, Eric. Thank you very much indeed. Ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together again. Eric Tabor, ladies and gentlemen. The man's had a long, long career riding this bike. He's decided now's the time to call it quits. But he didn't get to run yesterday, unfortunately. That was going to be his test run. So today is going to be kind of a test run. Tomorrow will be the one anyway, but it's still well worth watching, no matter whether it's a record run or not, as the case may be. So right behind there, we've got Fuel Funny Cars as well. We've got all of our FIA classes too. So don't go anywhere, folks. This is going to be the start of something again, of a very quick and fast hour or 2. But Eric, he's done this so many times. It's actually hard to believe this is his penultimate run. He's only going to have 1 more run after this, which is tomorrow. Hands up anyone that hasn't seen this machine before. Anybody out there not seen a rocket bike? Okay. Don't take the... Yeah. Yeah, well, lots of us have seen it, but if you haven't seen it before, it's the cylinder underneath the bike is where the explosion itself pretty much happens. It's powered by hydrogen peroxide, and what Eric does is he sits on the bike for a while, builds up the pressure in the tanks to the required level. There are gauges in front of his face which tell him where the pressure is. The higher the pressure, obviously, the bigger the explosion. And then if you look towards the back of the bike, you can see the 2 thrusters that go either side of the rear wheel. We give him the traditional rocket countdown, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, and go. And boy, does he go. Now, this bike, unlike the jets, there's a very, very big difference between a jet and a rocket. The rockets that you see take off from Cape Canaveral or something like that, they actually build up. Whereas what this bike does, it's very, very quiet. Once the chemical reaction starts, you'll hear 1 or 2 pops or bangs just to test everything. but it will be completely and utterly silent, as it is right now, up until the moment Eric hits the go button. So he takes the safety off. What's quite unique as well about this bike and the way that Eric runs is that unlike every other driver or rider in every class, they can't hear what we're saying. He can hear absolutely everything that we're chatting about at the moment, Colin.
He certainly is. He's just been pushed back, actually. When he does his first two blips of the rocket motor, we basically want what comes out of those pipes to go into like the burnout box, if you like, and then they will roll the bike forward. But to say hydrogen peroxide is highly corrosive, do not try to bleach your hair with the combination that Eric runs, because obviously it is a bleaching agent, but not at the percentages that Eric runs in the bike.
Well, we've had a storied history of rocket cars here at Santa Pod Raceway. They were rocket machines. Rocket cars back in, I think, the 70s were persona non grata in the US, but Sammy Miller came over here from the USA and ran his rocket car here many, many times. Still holds the outright world record. I know the numbers over the quarter mile are absolutely staggering. That was of the car, I have to say, not with the bike. But he was down into the threes over the quarter mile at around about 386 miles an hour, wasn't it, Colin?
It was very fast. and as you say, nobody has ever got anywhere close since. And probably never will, to be totally honest with you. Those numbers will remain in history for a long, long time.
Yeah, you've got to wonder. Hopefully we'll get a chance to have a chat with Eric again tomorrow. But yeah, the thought process that goes on with this and maybe even retiring. I can't imagine after this what you do with yourself. So Eric is just going to, we're going to have a little bit of ambient pre-run music. Eric is going to sit there on the start line with his eyes gazing intently at those gauges. Now you do need to cover your ears when this bike runs, but only at the time we shout go. Well, perfect timing for the sun to come out as Eric is staring very intently at those gauges. When it gets to the right pressure setting, there we go, folks, all together now. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, go! So much for a test run. Oh, ladies and gentlemen, the quickest run ever. 5:06, 263 miles an hour. Right, if a Frenchman ever tells you he's taking it easy on a test run, he's an absolute outright liar. Once again, folks, that is a world record on two wheels. For a test Eric run. Can hear you down the other end. Raise the roof, please. Well, can you believe in his racing career, he's only got one run left and he's already in the 5.0s. Do not be anywhere other than Santapod Raceway tomorrow to see if he can make a 4-second run on the quarter mile. We've seen a lot of stuff, haven't we, Darren? That was pretty outstanding, wasn't it? Yeah, not bad at all. And for once, it was nothing to do with track prep, but what can I say? Anyway.
Let me give you some numbers.
Go.
You ready for this? The 60 foot for Eric, 0.91 of a second. By the way, Eric did stop safely. I was looking down the shutdown area. He stopped the bike. Absolutely no problem at all. At the 8th mile, get this, 3.38 seconds at 237 miles an hour on a bike at the 8th mile. And as you say, the quarter mile, a world record, 5.068 at 263.52 miles an hour. That, ladies and gentlemen, is history, and he's still got one more run tomorrow.
Okay, so you can only make history once, obviously. He's got one more run in his racing career. That was absolutely outstanding. So you can see down here on the start line, we have all of our Santapod Raceway crew, all of the SPRC staff, everybody from track back as well. If you look up to the top end as well, you will be seeing all of the track workers from up there taking their positions as well. The last few days for everybody in the world have been rather tough, to be honest with you. Obviously, we unfortunately we lost one of our beloved racers on Thursday, Mr. John Morton in Supergas. He was here at the racetrack. It wasn't a racing accident. It was just a medical thing, and we miss him dearly. And I'm sure he's up there looking on for everybody carrying on this weekend. Obviously, the big story on Thursday was the unfortunate passing of our Queen. And we would like everybody now, please, if you look towards the scoreboards, those numbers are there for a reason, ladies and gentlemen. If everybody that knows, that was the birthday and unfortunately the last day of our Queen. So if you could all please stand and join us in respect for the Queen. We are going to have 2 minutes silence, followed by the national anthem. Well, thank you all very much indeed for observing that. Nothing like a bit of national pride, eh? I'm down here on the start line with CEO of Trackback Racing and Mr. Keith Bartlett, obviously. So last few days have been a bit rough for everybody. Drag racing community, worldwide community, obviously. Your thoughts?
Yeah, obviously, as I said yesterday to all the spectators here, you know, it's a very strange atmosphere on Friday. We lost John Moulton, the Queen died. The whole Thursday, Friday thing was very strange. But, you know, I kind of look at the support we got everyone out here and the silence. You heard a pin drop then. I mean, the respect everyone's showing. And as I said to some of the people yesterday, it's quite poignant for myself. I remember going to the Queen's coronation. Yes, I am that old. I, in fact, even remember when the Queen's dad died. I think I was in black in little shorts at the time. But do you know, it's incredible. I've lived right through a life, and half the people, maybe half my age here, we've always accepted the Queen. And it seems strange, but all I will say is it's fantastic all the spectators are here today. Dare I speak for the Queen? No. But if she's up there, I'm sure she'd want everyone to celebrate by enjoying herself as well as in deep mourning. So on behalf of everyone here, to all of you spectators, thank you for coming. Thank you for being here today, because we really appreciate that. We've had some setbacks with oil and rain, but we've got a great show coming. I said it yesterday, I say it again. What we do here, we couldn't do without your support. Without the spectators and the fans, many of which I speak to every single day in the pits and around the stands, we owe you the greatest debt going. Thank you for the support you give Santa Pod. As long as you give that, we're going to give you the best show on earth. Thanks very much.
Thank you very much indeed, Keith. It kind of about sums it up, really, to be brutally honest with you. But we're lining up Nitro Funny Cars, so we go from the quietest moment of the day to possibly one of the absolute loudest. Everybody upstairs in the grandstands, are you ready for some Nitro racing again? Hang on a minute, I bet the bank are going to be louder. Everybody in the bank, are you ready for some fuel racing? I think they're winning. Come on, they're a bunch of wusses. You know, they're sitting on grass, you've got seats. Come on. Are you ready for some Nitro racing? Come on, you can have them. Are you ready for some Nitro racing? Well, I think that's pretty much a resounding yes anyway. So
yeah, I think they're ready.
Yeah, I think they're ready. I was just testing them, that's all it was. So, yeah, lining up underneath the tower on the Autoglym Lane from Stockholm in Sweden, it's Patrick Pears with the Speed Ghost Nitro Funny Car. If you take a look on YouTube and Google Funny Car Highway Burnout, the man made himself a world famous pretty much earlier on in the year. So Patrick Pears from Stockholm in at the Speed Ghost, taking on Mr. Kevin Kent in the Kestrel Lane. Before we get going with this as well, Jamie and Vedod, his kids, William and Madison. William was an unwitting star of YouTube with one of the best reaction videos I've ever seen. If you Google or go onto YouTube and search for Santa Pod reaction, you've just come up with loads of videos of William. So, anyway, folks, we're on with Nitro Racing. Kevin Kent in the UK, Kestrel Lane. Patrick Pears from Sweden. Autoglym Lane, over 1,000 foot. Here in the European Finals.
Well, as things stand at the moment, Patrick Pears is number 2 qualified with a 4:56. Kevin is currently number 3 with a 4:73. Well, Kev's got that drifting burnout thing to an absolute T, he really has.
I don't know whether Patrick shut that off on purpose or it's just leaned out, unfortunately. So it's going to be Kevin by the looks of it on his own. Patrick will be pushed back, really, really unfortunate. They ran so well yesterday. He was number 1 qualifier for a bit of the first session. Not anymore, unfortunately. I don't think there's anything on the racetrack.
All right, so the show is all now Kevin Kent. No, he's already had one run today, which was a rerun from yesterday, where the timing system didn't give him a number. But as I say, he's in the number 3 spot at the moment, 4.73. We know he can go quicker. He is the European record holder, don't forget, in the 4.2s.
Yeah, crew chief John Smith over here from the US doing the tuning. They all want that championship. And I think Kevin has to qualify number 1, take out Steve Ashdown in round 1, not literally beat him, and win the event. And he's the champ. That's why he gets as many runs as he can. So here we go. Kevin Kent, GSI Insurance from West End Motorsport. That was gorgeous. That is your new number 1 qualifier and a new European record.
No, he's missed it by 100.
Oh, I apologise. Sorry, I thought that was 4.24, 264 miles an hour. Number 1 qualifier. Unbelievable. Shelley's absolutely ecstatic. They've all disappeared. I was going to say, John, just very quickly, can I just... John Smith, well, I guess, was that about what you were shooting for? Maybe slightly higher speed, but that's great stuff.
Yeah, we were looking, I mean, we're trying to run teens. You know, I'd love to run a O with that car, just like I did last week in Indy. And it's a tribute to the crew. You know, we worked late last night because we had to run this morning. And we had to make sure that everything was perfect. And hopefully everything was clean on that run. It looked like it shut itself off a little bit early. So we'll go back and get it ready for the next run. And we're going to try to dip into the teens. That's our goal for here. We got to win all the points, and we got to go for it to win the championship for Kevin and his whole crew. I mean, these guys busted their butt all night last night, so they did a great job.
Well, we love having you here, John. Thank you very much indeed. What a bit of entertainment, ladies and gentlemen. John Smith.
Hey, I want to thank everybody here. I know it's a tough week. When I showed up here Thursday, what went down, it's pretty emotional for everybody. So cheers to all you people here, and thanks.
John, thank you very much indeed. Kevin Kent's team getting a round of applause at the top end. But give us some short numbers, Colin.
0.91 to 60 foot.
That's
337 at 253 at the 8th. And as we know at the strike, 424.264. I think he may have just gone agricultural on us, actually. He's just gone in.
Is that what it was?
Yeah, so hence that's why we can see everything moving at the moment. But as you can see, the team have been released to go up to the top end. So, yeah, going to be a bit of a hold at the moment.
We've got to get him out of the field.
Yeah.
Okay, well, while we've got a couple of moments, I'm going to go see who I can annoy. Let's put it that way. But talk to or annoy, it's the same thing, really. I'll see if I can get hold of Patrick, actually, but I think he may still be in the car. I don't know.
Yeah, he's next to the car.
Okay. Well, depending on what the mood is, I'll see if I can catch a word with him. So, yeah, Kevin Kent has gone into the field up there. So, not sure what the issue was with Patrick. Okay, well, I'm down here behind the line with... It's all right, pull your trousers up, son. Down here behind the line with Patrick Perez. First of all, sir, thank you very much indeed for coming back to race at Sanzapod.
Yeah, we tried best we can.
Well, what was the whole... You've got to tell us the story, the whole thing with the burnout on the motorway back in April time, something like that. I mean, how did that work out?
I don't know. I was not there.
You weren't there? Okay, just in case you weren't. Just for the record, you weren't there.
Yeah.
Fair enough, okay. Well, how's the car running? I mean, obviously you had a couple of tests at TIEP. That first run yesterday was, you know, really, really good. Are you enjoying being back in the funny car?
Yes, it's real fun. But now we don't know what's going on. This was some small boom boom in the car, and I don't know, so I shut it off straight away.
Just in case, just to be safe as well. And a lot of the stuff you've got on the car as well, it's pretty up to date as well with the headers and everything else as well. You got the stuff to run what Kevin just did at least, haven't you?
Yeah, at least.
At least, he says with a little grin on his face. Patrick, it really is awesome to see you back. Thank you.
Thank you. See you tonight.
Will do. Thank you very much indeed. Patrick Perez and Mark. I'm sure those two are twins. No, they can't be twins because they came from different countries. But anyway, there we go. That was very diplomatic of Patrick that he wasn't in the car when it did a burnout on a highway. Everybody, he said that for the record. Everybody heard that, I think, didn't they?
Yeah, and everybody believes it.
Obviously, yes.
Because it's true. Because he said so.
How's everyone getting on at the top end? I'll see
no, basically, just to confirm that Kev has gone into the field. Car's upright, and it's just a case of pulling it back out. So that's why when a car does go into the field, obviously certain protocols take place. Everybody heads off down there just to make sure. But you can already see that some of the vehicles are coming back. So that's the situation at the top end. But obviously we do need to remove the car from the field at the top end. So that's the news from what, 3/4 of a mile away, basically.
Yeah. Well, there's something I'm about to do that I haven't asked anyone if it's okay, but I'm going to do it anyway. Ladies and gentlemen, we as drag racers, you, me, Colin, everybody that works here, everybody on the bank, everybody in the pits, in fact, everybody that's in the pits has been on the bank at some point as well. When somebody from our community has any sort of issue, we tend to band together a little bit, don't we?
Yeah.
And there are so many people in our family that we love dearly, and one of them's sitting there. She's looking right at me. Hayley, who is just one of the world's greatest people. She's so kind, she's so nice. She always used to feed me, she always used to get me drinks, even though he used to give me too much of it, but there we go anyway. But
that's the normal.
Andy Hadfield and his wife Hayley up there. Hayley's going through a few issues at the moment. It's so good to see you here. And everybody out here, like I told you, loves you. Ladies and gentlemen, please give a big round of applause for Mrs. Hayley Hadfield, everybody. Come on, put your hands together. That's all for you, Hayley. We do love you. We really do love you. And it's so good to see you here as well. So thank you for coming along. How are we getting on at the top end, Colin?
Let's have another look.
He's nearly there, probably.
Yeah, well, basically, the crew support vehicle is... Oh, no, I think it looks like they've almost got it out, actually. I think they're just about to tow it back to the pits. Obviously, you're going to have a little bit of work to do to get themselves ready for another run. But the key thing that Kev wanted so much, he's your #1 qualifier. And just literally half a hundredth away from a new European record with that run. 4:24 with a 1. European record is 4:23 with a 6. That's how close that was.
And he was off it a bit earlier as
well. He
was,
yes.
Down. The one thing I very much noticed, I don't know whether you saw it, because I think he had his back to you, but when Power said to Patrick, so you've got all the stuff to run with these guys, and he just smirked. Which is like, yeah, we've got all the stuff to go really quick. So we won't be too much longer anyway. Hopefully,
well, that's fact. I think it's cleared. So
good.
Yeah, they'll be towing that car back to the pits.
The ambulance team are going back. And we should be on with the next pair. So both of these two from the UK. The Undertaker car, Mr. Steve Ashdown, who until that run was your #1 qualifier. I think that was his quickest run ever, wasn't it? On Friday?
Yeah, 4:47, yep.
Outstanding stuff from Dave Bryant, the whole crew.
This is quite bizarre, actually. Just looking at these numbers. Kevin Kent just went 4:24 with a 1, and his European record is a 4:23 with a 6. So he is literally half a hundredth away. Steve Ashdown qualified with a 4.4753, and his personal best coming into this event was a 4.475. So he matched his PB. Goodness knows what's going to happen, because they're all bang on form this weekend. Really, really good to see. Proper title fight.
No burnout at all for Steve Ashdown. I caught a proper mouthful of that. Very me. So I don't know whether the throttle's attached or not, or whether the throttle stop was just too good.
Yeah, but the revs didn't climb at all. Very strange.
So where are they qualified at the moment then? He's still in #2, I guess.
He is, yes.
Right? Yeah?
Jason #4.
Now again, this is very, very important for the championship. where they qualify anyway, because that dictates the first round matchups. Who races who.
That's it. There's round points as well, qualifying points. That's why that Steve, normally may have thought, no, I need to do a burnout, but he can't reverse and try to do another one because otherwise that'll hold Jason up. So they're still going to go for the run. See what it will do. Jason Phelps currently on a 7:08. We know he can go into the 4s. Mark Hawkins just holding Jason there for the moment, but he can't hold him there forever. Yeah, the body comes down over the Undertaker car. So, 2 Nitro Funny cars coming up to the line. Dave Bryant bringing Steve Ashdown with the Undertaker up to the line. Mark Hawkins with his pilot Jason Phelps in the Gladiator.
Not hugely surprising that Steve Ashdown stood straight up on the rear tyres. And when I say straight up on the rear tyres, I mean, if you up there in the grandstand can see this, right, Steve Ashdown managed to get sort of from there to just there, about that far. Like one rotation of the tyre, and if you can see, so again, all you folks on the banking on the grandstand can't see this. The tyre track is that wide, okay? And when he goes up in smoke, the tyre track is that wide. So that's just how hard it spun the tyres. It went from, gripping to straight up in the air. So, yeah, anyway.
So, unfortunately, no numbers at all on either side of the track. Very frustrating indeed. Very frustrating. But
well, Jason's kind of went.
Yeah, but it all happens so quick. Well, there goes the Gladiator team and, of course, the Undertaker team to go and collect their drivers from the top end.
And Patrick Per's team all the way from Stockholm in Sweden. Come on, everybody, put your hands together, please. They've come a hell of a long way to entertain everybody. I have no doubt that that car will be fighting out for the #1 position, not only this weekend, but all season next year as well. So, well done, Patrick. So, what's up next, Colin?
Pro Modified, I do believe.
Oh, goodness me. Dick has been up there for at least 2 hours. He finally gets to do something. Just kidding, Dick, obviously. Yeah, we're about to get ready to go with the quickest and fastest quarter-mile cars in European Door Slammers racing. Very, very quickly, I'm just going to go and grab a young man over here. Sorry. Apologies for the commentary while I'm running. I'm just going to bring him out on the start line before he gets to Prime Mod. Hopefully I've got time, everybody. Come on, let's go out that way. Right, ladies and gentlemen, you just saw a new world record on 2 wheels. Now he's back down here on the starting line with a massive grin on his face. Raise the roof for Eric Taball, everybody! Right, Eric, quickly. You said that was only a test run. What a test run.
All time it's a test run. So I'm happy because system working. Hope tomorrow can put 1 liter more fuel because when you see the speed on the 1,000 foot, it's 274, and on the finish line it's only 263.
So you ran out of fuel before the finish line and still went quicker than anyone ever has.
Yeah, we can do. We try tomorrow again.
So would you recommend that everybody watching on the internet comes to see you run tomorrow? This will be your final run. It's going to be kind of emotional, but, well, it's going to be fun as well. No, I was going to say, it's going to be emotional for you tomorrow because it's the end.
I think tomorrow it's a special day because it's, of course, after 38 years of drag racing, first in top fuel bike class, and after the last 20 years with the rocket bike, this is my last ever run on the 2-wheel.
I've got a really silly question to ask you. Does anybody want to buy it off you and ride it when you quit?
I never know. I don't know. This is the future. I hope one time I can see this bike running, because I never see, of course, because I'm sit on it, and I cannot imagine what is this rocket bike on the track.
There's a reason for that. It's because it's absolutely bonkers.
I don't know.
Okay, fair enough then, no problem. So, well, anyway, applications tomorrow afternoon for anybody that wants to ride Eric's bike, everybody. I'm sure there's lots of them, aren't there? Yeah, no, not at all. Anyway, huge congratulations to all of us here at Santa Pod. Thank you for all the entertainment over the years, and keep our fingers crossed for one more run.
Okay, and thank you for support drag racing since all years of the life.
Eric Taball, everybody. He'll be back tomorrow for one more pass. Standing ovation. Come on, everybody. That is very, very special indeed, what you've seen. Nowhere else in the world has ever seen anything like we just saw about half an hour ago. Sorry, folks, I didn't mean to tell you to stand up, but, you know, a bit of exercise is always good if you're sitting down all day. There we go. Well, Eric has got a big old grin on his face, and justifiably so. Applications for Rocket Bike Rider in confidence.
Yeah, I'm just wondering if I'm going to get a message from Dale Leaks in a minute, but there we go.
But in all seriousness, I thought that. As soon as I knew that he was quitting, I thought, well, hang on, who's going to buy it?
Yeah. Well, there's only one person I know that's mad enough, but there we go.
You've got to be a special kind of special.
Special mad, yeah.
There we go. Anyway, I'm not sure he knows what absolutely bonkers means, but, well, anyway.
Well, we don't call him the crazy Frenchman for nothing.
Definitely.
That tagline has stuck completely, and that will always be his.
FIA Pro Modified qualifying session number 2, should be number 3, but unfortunately due to delays, it's number 2. Our good friend Dick Costa's back up in the tower. Dick.
Hello.
Everybody quite happy yesterday. I mean, some made great runs yesterday, some just missed a little bit.
It was a pretty awesome session yesterday. Straight off the trailer, we saw a 581 and a 59 from Roger Johansson, a couple of 6.0s. So it's promising for today. It was sad that we couldn't make another run yesterday, especially when the time we were scheduled in the evening. So very good air, a good track. So that would be very quick times normally. But hey, that's racing.
So we've actually got 16 cars that are put in runs. As Walter Strobel, he's probably going to be first round. I don't think he's got his license just yet. I think he has to do that twice, doesn't he? Yeah. Is that right? Yeah.
You run a 6:23 yesterday, and you need to run a 7.2, excuse me, and you need to run a 7.4. So he had to run the below 7.4 2 times.
So if he does it this time,
then
it will count as a qualifying run, and it'll be
he'll be in the field. Yeah,
it will be in for race day.
Yeah.
Okay, excellent stuff. Well, looking up the top end, I think we're clear. We are ready to go. Number 1 qualifier, Jan Eriksson, went 5.81. He must have been delighted with that, actually.
Yeah, he was very happy. Yeah. He broke his supercharger in Hockenheim. So they took it apart to see if they could fix it, but they couldn't. So now they have a spare supercharger on it.
And the spare went 5.81.
Exactly. Yeah, this is the supercharger he ran the 5.76 with last year. So it has been showing.
Hang on a minute, it went 5.76 and it's his spare one?
Yeah, that's the old one.
Right, so he bought a new one to go even quicker. Okay, no problem. Well, most unusually, bang in the middle of race day, obviously the track crew have seen something that they're not overly happy with on the start line.
Got a suspicion it's something to do with hydrogen peroxide. So I think that's what they're just going to be quickly dealing with.
We'll be hopefully quickly dealing with as well. So, the rest of the qualified field, Roger Hansen went 5.94. We had a number of 6.0s, didn't we?
Yeah, Bobby Wallace, 6.02.
Yeah.
Jean Doulemont, 6.05. Bruno Bader, 6.05. And then Michel Toren, 6.27. Anders Arnover, 6.44. Fast Freddy, 6.48.
With a lot of shake.
Yeah. But he has Mickey Gulquist over, just for himself now, to tune Freddy. So that will be interesting if he comes back in a 5 again.
He's standing down here and he's on his own. He's just tuning Freddy and nobody else. So what you never normally get to see these folks. They normally do this at the end of the day, but it's not part of the show.
No.
But what they're doing is they're taking the top right layer of rubber off. Hopefully it will only be that little bit on the top of the start line. I'm just going to find out how much they're going to be doing, because the track needs to be in perfect condition for absolutely everybody that uses it. Not just not just one lane. It's not okay. It needs to be absolutely perfect for everyone. So I'm going to have a quick wander round. Actually, I'm going to go and have a talk with Freddie. I think it's probably the way forward. Yeah, why not? We're standing down here waiting to run. And hopefully there won't be too long with the track prep. Is there anyone up there you can find out from, Colin? Just as thought. I'm going to try and borrow him.
Yeah, you got him. Good man.
Right, ladies and gentlemen, while we've got a couple of moments, we've got all the Pro Mod drivers down here behind the start line. A guy that's been coming over here since, I think 99 was your first time over here, wasn't it? But he's an absolute legend in the whole world of drag racing. There are so many stories we've got about this guy, but he's back. Ladies and gentlemen, the one, the only, Fast Freddie Fagerström, everybody! Now, Freddie doesn't like to be interviewed because he says his English isn't very good, but we just really want to say how good it is to have you back here again.
Thank you very much. I love England, so I love to be back here. The best crew, the best track. I'm very pleased to be here again.
The first time you came here in '99 with the truck, we'd never seen anything like it before. Where did the idea come from to put a blown alcohol engine in a pickup truck?
I want to go faster.
So that's the answer, you just want to go?
Yeah, that was my daily street car from the beginning. And we start with a big block Chevy and we go to lots of nitros. And that was no bad idea. Alcohol is better.
Alcohol is always better. And superchargers as well, yeah?
Yes.
Definitely. So when you started running the truck to start with, the first time that you came here to race, you had to bracket race, didn't you? You had to race in Super Pro. You didn't race in Pro Modified.
I don't understand.
Oh, no, sorry. You had to... You didn't race in Pro Modified the first time you came. You had to race in bracket racing. You raced in Super Pro.
Yeah, that was not legal for Pro Mod. So we had no starter, nothing. So then we fixed everything.
So in all your years of racing, I mean, we hope you go on forever, but we know it's not going to happen. But in all your years of racing, what's your most favorite? I know what my most favorite memory of you is. What's your most favorite memory of this place?
I drew in the wall here, and everybody helped me. And the whole car was broken, and everybody helped me to fix the car and send the wheels from Sweden, doors, everything. And Englishman come with a puffer, and the gang come with the fiberglass and all stuff we need to pick it to one piece again. And then we win the event.
Then you won the event. Tell us what happened when you went through the finish line on that last run. Do you remember?
Yeah, I lost the door, but this was exactly for the finish line, so I don't wear disqualified, or what you call it.
So the thing is that, yeah, Freddie, one of his neighbours brought the spare door over because he didn't have one with him. Obviously, you don't carry spare doors. They fixed it overnight. He came out and qualified, and he won the event. And at the moment, that is still your only ever win in Pro Mod. I think that's your only win in Pro Modified.
I think it was the best moment.
It was definitely the best moment. Well, there have been a lot of them. I know it's been difficult for you guys from Sweden to come back over, but as always, we just can't thank you enough for making the trip, because it's a hell of a long way. Just tell everybody how long it takes you to get here from your house. How many days does it take to travel here?
How many days?
Yeah, how many days? 2 days to get here from your house?
Yeah, 2 days. First we have 1 week with a paper job, and then 2 days to traveling.
Wow, and then you have 3 days here for race, and then 2 days to get home again. So it's a lot of time.
Yeah, but it's worth it. I love that place.
Good. Well, I'm glad you think it's worth it. Ladies and gentlemen, I think we all think he's worth it, don't you? He's going to be out in Pro Modified very soon. The one, the only, the king of the burnouts himself, everybody. Mr. Freddie Fagerström. Thank you very much, sir.
Sorry for my bad English. I'm going to repeat it next year.
No, you make up for it with burnout smoke, mate. Don't worry about it. It's all good. Thank you very much indeed, Fred.
Right, I think there's somebody else over there you better have a chat with.
And why not? Yeah, it's all right. Suited, booted, and everything else as well. David Vega, hey, ladies and gentlemen, we all love all of our Pro Mod drivers, even if they are Dutch. Just kidding. Haha, sorry. Everybody put your hands together, please. Well, Mr. David Vector, everybody. What's it? Bit more than that. It's not Max Verstappen, everybody. It's David Vector. Come on. That's more like it. You know, he doesn't crash deliberately, do you? No, you don't, do you? I'm just kidding. David, a hell of a season this year. I mean, you finished up here last year on the last run. Was it the flex plate that went last year?
Yeah, we broke a flex plate, and it actually cut the chassis in half during the run.
It looked pretty spectacular, lots of sparks and everything else as well. It was a great race up until that point, but that meant you had lots of work to do over the winter.
Yeah, we built a new car, or Andy built a new car, so we had a huge amount of work.
And then new engine as well, just to make life more interesting.
Correct, new engine, and we managed to break the chassis again here on Hockenheim last race, a week ago.
So you've had a lot of work between, I mean, Hockenheim was 2 weekends ago. You've had a lot of work between Hockenheim and now.
Yeah, we took the car apart to pieces, and we brought the car to Andy's workshop, and we built it up here again.
What I find most amazing about your car as well is that you still have the quickest Andy Robinson built car, but it's also one of the oldest racing in Pro Mod as well, isn't it? It's been a while.
Yeah, it is a while. Yeah.
Well, it obviously works really well, but I think it was 2007, was it? It was built?
This is built in 8, and we crashed it in 9, and we start driving again in 11.
So what are your hopes for this weekend? Obviously, you've got the Noonan Racing engine in there, which is very, very famous for being very quick. Are you just trying to get a baseline back in the 580s?
We want to go in 5.7. That's what we work for. We're gonna kill that engine if it needs to be. We're gonna go in the 5.7. That's our goal.
That's the way to look at it. Like yesterday, you only had one run with tyre shake, but the car had just been rebuilt. Could you learn anything from that at all?
Yeah, well, we didn't actually shake. We overpowered the track big time. It was my bad in tuning. I put too much power in too early in the run, so it held up for half a second, and then it blew the tires. No information.
I was going to say, at least you know not to do that again, but there we go. Anyway, but very best of luck for this. Well, you've got this qualifying session and one later on today, and obviously race day tomorrow. How are you getting on in the championship? I was hoping, because Jan Eriksson went out early in Tiet, but unfortunately you went out even earlier.
Yeah, we had a mistake in Tier, unfortunately. They put us back in the championship. We are now number 3, and we have, if we do our best, we can become number 2, and number 1 is very difficult.
Well, you've been trying for so long. I mean, when you started your Pro Mod career in 08-09, did you think you'd be at this point where you're knocking on the door of 5.7?
No, I didn't. I never thought I was going to be here with all these big names in Pro Mod. No, I didn't know that.
You're a big name in Pro Mod, don't be like that.
No, I am.
Yeah, something like that. Anyway, David, it's great to see you down here as always. And 3 Dutch guys in the top 5.
Yes, very close together.
Very close together. Good luck for the rest of the weekend, my friend. It's good to see you as always. Ladies and gentlemen, David Vector, everybody, come on. That's a bit more like it, thank you. He won't walk out on the start line again now, you see. That's the way it works. So the scraping is moving on at a pace. It's obviously both lanes, so it wasn't hydrogen peroxide.
Well, basically, we've got to try and balance that, you know, to try and make it fair. Obviously, they've had to just quickly do the autoglim lane and to think, right, okay, let's just do the other lane at the same time, just to make it totally fair, to make the lanes as equal as possible. But yeah, a lot of people waiting around. Yeah, it's going to take us a few more minutes to do this, but then once this is done, it is done. Because this is the job, as you said, Darryl, earlier on, this is a job that normally takes place once the racing is finished in the evening. But there's been a big build-up of rubber very quickly this weekend. So a lot of glue has gone down to give the drivers the best amount of traction. And when you do that, it just gives Yeah, a lot more rubber is taken off the tyres, so that's basically the reason why that's been done right now.
Well, it also gives you everybody a up-close look of what these guys do, just blooming non-stop, really.
Well, they
it?
don't stop.
No,
You're right. They do not stop. Constantly working away.
Yeah. So when everybody disappears at the end of the day, normally, and goes and has a beer or barbecue, or whatever it might be. Yeah, they bring the scrapers out and keep working, and keep working, and keep working.
The noise that you can hear in the background, just out of interest, is the Live Action Arena, their second show of the day. So that's what's going on over there. There's still a few people around the back of you, Darryl. If you fancy having a go at another one, there's another Dutch guy down there. I wonder if he's worth having a...
I can't spot them, though, because they don't have very distinctive T-shirts.
Very... some very shrinking violet-looking guys,
Absolutely. What's the phrase? If it ain't Dutch, it ain't much, I think is the phrase.
Orange Army.
But there we go.
Yeah, that's right.
Well, one guy I will actually have a quick word with because he's wandered around not doing a lot. I won't bring him out to the start line. Johnny Lag, sorry, it's okay, don't worry. I'm not going to take you out there, don't panic. But Johnny Lag from Sweden, so good to see you guys back again.
It's so good to be here too, absolutely. Yes, I've been waiting for a couple of years now, and I was very sad that I couldn't come here for the first race, but finally we're here.
Yeah, it certainly is. And with I spoke to Tony Brinterson earlier on today, and what's really interesting about the reason he said to me the reason that he came back was because you called him and said you got a race car for him.
Yes, that was my plan a little bit, to get more cars on the track here. So I had 3 cars for a while, and Daniel Jedborn and Tony Brinterson bought one each, and now we're running like together in a team, tuning together, sharing parts, and it's so much fun.
I'm certainly glad it is as well. Well, the thing is that obviously you've been around racing a long time, because one thing I didn't know was Tony said that he bought his first alcohol dragster from you.
Yeah, absolutely. It was 1985. We have broke the engine, and he was down in Mantorp, and he bought the car when we decided to go to the US and do the Winter Nats.
Wow. And so that was how you knew Tony, and then all these years later, you got him to come back in again.
Yeah. That was the plan.
Well, so you are the guys, you and Tony are the guys that have been around a long time. Daniel is the new guy, but currently Daniel's kicking everyone's ass, basically, isn't he? He's doing really well.
Absolutely. Daniel is a fantastic tuner, and he's been doing a lot of hard to tune engines, and so he fits right in there.
So he knows what he's doing, obviously, yeah, as well. One quick question as well. I said this yesterday, I don't know whether anyone caught it, but does Daniel come from Skellefteå?
Yeah.
Right. I think Daniel has the record for the furthest. We've had lots of Swedish racers come over the year. I think that's the furthest anyone has ever come, because I think Monica lives a bit further south, but it's a hell of a long way, isn't it?
Yeah, he have a long way, and he have a pit stop in my place, so I have to start like one day before.
It really is a hell of a. I think 2,800 kilometres. I think if he drove here, it's a long way.
Yes, absolutely.
It's just a massive commitment, isn't it? But anyway, it's great to see 6 cars back this weekend. 4 dragsters, 2 funny cars. Do you like racing against the funny cars? Is it okay to wait on the start line?
It's tough when you don't do it all the time, and we can't practice in qualifying, and that's not really good. But it works. It works.
It's a good way of evening out the cars without giving the dragsters a penalty or the funny cars more.
What was that?
It's a good way of evening out the difference between the funny cars and the dragsters.
Yes, absolutely, absolutely.
So are you number 2 in the championship at the moment, but only by a really small amount?
Oh yeah, we're gonna fight it here.
Well, you won Hockenheim, didn't you? And that final looked like a great race.
Yeah, that was a good race too there.
Yeah, it certainly was. Johnny, we really appreciate all you guys coming all the way over here. We know how much effort it takes, and good luck for the rest of the weekend.
Yeah, thank you so much.
No problem, Johnny. Really, seriously, thank you very much. There we go. See, that's what you get if you hang around in a fire suit, folks. So the Auto Glimlade is done. It won't be long before the Kestrel Lane is done as well. I'll see who else I can grab hold of. Yeah, everybody's been waiting this weekend, but once we get going, it'll all be fine again. They're nearly finished with the scraping, so they're just going to do a little bit of prep work on that, and then we'll be off. Why are you not wearing orange? What's the matter with you? I'm just joking. You haven't got orange on, look. You've got black. I know. I'm down here with Mark Hardveld from the Netherlands. Mark, you've had a really great season. 3 Dutch guys in the top 5.
Yeah, that's awesome. How can I say that? Chirp was good for us. So Hockheim, was a little bit struggling with the second round. And now we're here, so we'll see what's happened. 5 in points, so...
Are you trying to be consistent, or are you trying to run in the 580s?
Yeah, that's the plan. Run in the 580, yeah.
So just the body style that you have, obviously, it's the coolest body style, obviously. But is it a bit of a handicap aerodynamically?
No. I'm going to say that the body style is, I think, it's perfect for the aerodynamic. Yeah.
And it's great for the class as well because it's a really cool, different car.
Yeah, we made it orange from the Dukes of Hazzard style in Hockheim, but every English fan attacked us, so let them be orange again. So we do that.
That's a good idea. Actually, you should be called the Dutch of Hazard, but there we go. Anyway.
Yeah.
or the hazardous Dutch, one of the two. No, the Dutch of Hazard. Actually, that's quite. I like that. I might use that a bit more often. Anyway. But Mark, good luck for the rest of the weekend. You had a bit of shake yesterday. Fingers crossed, this one goes more like it.
Yeah, thank you very much. We hope for a good run today. So the weather is good now. The track is almost ready, so we're exciting.
Good stuff. Thank you very much, sir. Well done, Mark. Colin.
Well, still working away is basically is where we are at the moment. Track nearly done, and that has saved our track for a huge amount of effort later on indeed. And but we'll probably get a few more driver interviews in as well, which is what we'd like to do. But yeah, it's just one of these frustrating weekends for us here. No easy answers, unfortunately. But yeah, just that start line now looks absolutely brilliant. So I bet the teams are eager to get onto that.
Well, they're all just wandering over to get back in their race cars, which is always a good sign. My good buddy Steve is standing down here. Puts the water down in the water box. You always know that's a good sign anyway. So apologies for the slight delay, ladies and gentlemen. There you go, a bit of a crash course in track prep. Not that you wanted one, I know, but however, it's all part of the game. And it's all very, very important. You don't get one of the world's best racetracks by just leaving it when something looks a little bit suspect.
And also trying to make both lanes exactly the same as well. That, mind you, having said that, my jaw is still dropped from the phenomenal run from Eric. And to say that he ran out of fuel on that 5.0 run, and
that's mental.
It makes you wonder what he can run.
He showed me the ticket.
Yeah.
274 at 1,000 foot.
Yeah. Makes you wonder what he can run if he fills the tank up.
Well, that's kind of how he's always done it, isn't it?
It is.
You know,
it's the way he's approached it.
But I really did. I really believed him when he said that was going to be a test run. Well, it was a test run to see if you could run a 5.0, obviously.
Well, the test was successful, wasn't it? Right, as you say, our start line marshals are now getting themselves back into position.
And we'll be on with Pro Mod. So do we go Pro Mod, Pro Stock, or
yep.
Pro Mod Top Methanol, Pro Stock, Top Fuel? Is that right?
Pretty much, yes. Yeah, that's pretty much the run order.
So Wally Strobel has got the sign to start the engine. So here we go again.
So Wally Strobel from Germany. This car was originally in the supercharged Outlaws. It was a little bit of a surprise for me that he made it Pro Mod legal. He's got a big block Chevy in there, which is not the most competitive thing to be running in Pro Mod with. However, you've got to be in it to win it.
Absolutely. And you have to start somewhere before the big investments.
Or the big explosions, or both, whatever.
Yeah.
The car itself is absolutely... Do you know the history of the car by any chance? Because it's really, really gorgeous.
Yeah, I know it went to Switzerland, not really sure where it came from. And the guy made a few runs, but wasn't feeling happy in it. And then, he had it for sale. And then, yeah, well, then Wally bought it. And that's all
Well, he did run a Camaro in Supercharged Outlaws for a little while, didn't
Yeah, he still has that car.
he? Oh, he still got it?
Yeah,
Okay.
yeah.
Yeah, so originally I thought this car was going to be another Supercharged Outlaws car, but very, very welcome addition to the Pro Mod ranks.
Absolutely, yeah.
He ran a 7.2 yesterday. If he does that again today, he will be qualified for the show, because you have to license in these cars. You have to prove to the race director and everybody that you're okay to drive them.
And also to your competitors.
That as well, yeah. 'Cause they're in the other lane, yeah.
Yeah, exactly.
So I'm sure they probably left the same tune-up in it from yesterday.
Yeah, I think so, yeah. Yeah, difficult for him to leave the line. He always ran a top alcohol dragster, so with a clutch, foot-operated clutch, and now he has to run with a trans brake and a converter. So he has to learn that he can just push the button and go full throttle, and that's the next thing he has to learn, and then he will be in the 6 for sure.
Well, a 6 would get him into the show completely.
Yeah.
No drama there.
Certainly not scared of it. Cracking run for Wally.
Yeah, there he is.
7.17, 193.
Congratulations, Wally. Welcome to the club.
Welcome to the club. Now get your checkbook out. Yeah. Now remortgage the house, whatever.
Let me quote you an engine.
Yeah, no, that. Very good.
Well done, Dick. First in queue. Good lad.
7.17 puts you number 12 in the qualified order at the moment.
Wayne Nicholson with the Lucky Devil for Lucas Oil in your taking lane. The pride of Yorkshire. Himself. Now, I think Wayne struck the tyres instantly yesterday, didn't he?
Yeah.
Has he actually got a number on the board?
Yeah, 12.11 is what he ran yesterday.
So, who should be in the other lane?
Nobody.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, Wally.
Wally was one. Yeah,
Yep.
Okay, that makes sense. There will be pairs all the way through now.
Yep.
Okay, that makes sense. Yeah.
If everybody's still here.
So, Wayne Nicholson's personal best is in the 6.0, 6.08. You all know where you want to go after that, don't you?
Oh, yeah.
No, tell me.
And whatever you do, it's a lot more expensive.
Yeah. How fast do you want to go? How much money have you got?
Well, I don't know. He's run 1.60, which is that 6.08. I don't know how many 6.0s Kev Slyfield ran before he went into 5.
A lot.
It was a lot, wasn't it? And every time he got to half track with a storming run, we thought, this is going to be it, this is going to be it. He went 6.01, 6.02.
It's a real border to go into the 5s. It's so difficult.
Well, Wayne blows the tyres off again instantly.
And the door.
And the door. Okay.
The right side, the passenger door.
Oh, it shook the door open.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, he's not going to improve on his run from yesterday, but anyway, there we go. Wayne will trickle through the finish line, make the first turn off. And we'll be on with the next pair. So it looks like the next pair is going to be from the UK. First turbo car we're going to be seeing is John Webster.
And Kev Slyfield.
2 cars from the UK. One in the 5s. One would dearly love to get near the 5s. John Webster's had a hand in building lots of cars. One of the most notable ones is the Flying Kestrel, which you may or may not have seen the documentaries about on TV. He drove it as well, actually, didn't he, Colin? I think?
He did, yes, yeah. Set several world records for that car.
And
well,
that
that's Kev just entertaining himself.
And that, kids, is how clouds are made. Officially, yeah, we know.
You see all the crew from Kev in the Haley shirts, and all the Pro Mod cars have the Haley decals on the car. Thinking of Haley.
And we have Haley here.
She's here today.
Yeah.
Up on the balcony. So it's nice to be able to say good hello to her, and it's good to see him back at the track. So John Webster, oh no, we're going to have to click it off. So John Webster is going to go into the last qualifying session without a number on the board, unfortunately. The crew, yeah, I can lip read, and it was ripping out the transmission. Yeah, there it is. Little puddle on the floor down there.
Yeah.
Well spotted. No. Well, same for Kev. I think, unfortunately for Kev, that's due to the odd spot of the wet stuff again.
Oh, no.
I'm not sure where though. Any ideas?
No idea at all.
I saw Holly Marshall here, the first spotter you see. She was pointing to the air. So.
Yeah, I can feel something very light in the air, but it's really light. It's not like, However, caution is always by far the best thing. Now, the silly thing is, if John had kept his mouth shut and just shut off because of rain, he could have gone back and fixed that, potentially. Anyway.
Yeah, but then when they pushed the car back and seen the fluid underneath, they would have spotted it. So.
Yeah, exactly, I know what you mean. But yeah, Kev Slifield will get his turn in just a few moments. I can see loads of blue sky around and behind that as well. But obviously, it's got to be dry from one end to the other. So little spots of rain are no real problem. They dry out in no time.
Especially on the black surface.
Yeah, exactly, because it's warm anyway, isn't it? And the good thing about the rubber is that the fact that the surface is sealed, it's effectively waterproof because it's got a layer of rubber and glue on top of it. Thank you. I knew there was a word for it. On top of it, so the water sits on it, so it is effective. Same as concrete, obviously. Concrete is actually waterproof itself, isn't it? It just gets in the gaps. That's all, or the expansion gaps. So John Webster's had a lot of transmission issues this summer, isn't he, Colin? I seem to remember explaining a couple of events ago that he was just trying to get the car to stage. He was happy with the staging process and everything. And if you look at his, the web page, or sorry, the Facebook page for this car, he goes into great detail and explanation about the thinking behind it, what he does, how he changes things, and my goodness me, it's just like, it's endless, isn't it?
Yeah. Not only that, it's a totally different school of thinking for John. When the car first appeared, it probably had the smallest turbo engine going. Was it 426? I can't remember the size. 426. But you look inside the car, it can be described as minimalistic.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
But it's all there. Yeah. It's just a work of art, the way the car's been plumbed, wired, everything is through like chassis parts and such. So yeah, it's an absolute work of art in there.
Yeah, it's
very uncluttered, which does make it well, less claustrophobic, shall we say. There's less in there to actually get in your way. But having said that, John is a phenomenal driver as well, and he has a habit of basically he can get a washing machine to run on a dial-in when he's in the sportsman classes, and don't forget he's run top fuel as well. So yeah, he knows his way around a race car.
And won this event.
Oh yes, he did. Yes, that's right.
In top fuel, yeah, absolutely. So yeah, this shouldn't be too long. Everybody out there on the bank and in the grandstands, you can feel if it's raining or not. You can feel the spits and the spots like we can. It would just be really nice to commentate on some racing as opposed to pad because of the weather, but there we go.
Well, just having a look at the pairings, actually, because I've got them in front of me here. John Webster, Kev Slifield, obviously that's the one that we were looking at a moment ago. The pair after that, absolutely brilliant one, Andy Robinson and Freddie Fagerstrom.
Yeehaw.
So, great one there. Then Dave Vector and Andre Arnova. Then I'm not quite sure who Michel Turenne should have been alongside because I've got one name down twice.
Mark Harteveld.
Mark Harteveld, no.
Yep.
Have you got an updated one?
Yeah. I did my work, Colin.
Ooh, harsh. Yes, and that's right, yours was printed after mine. Yeah, David Vector, Andre Oliver, Mark Harteveld and Michel Turenne, John Tebenham alongside Bruno Barda, and then Bobby Wallace and Jean Delemont.
Two nitrous cars.
Yeah, and then obviously the quick two, the two that are in the 5-second zone at the moment, Jan Eriksson and Roger Johansson. Yeah, so that makes mine absolutely redundant. I'll get rid of that one.
So what we need to do is have a wager on how many 5-second cars there will be at the end of this session.
You want to place a bet?
Yeah, 7.
7.
going to go 8, but
well, no, that's okay. That's good.
I'll see your 7 and raise you 1.
Okay, Dick.
I'll go for 6 then.
What a bunch of wussies.
I only brought euros, so I can't pay you.
Oh no, we're not doing it with money.
Oh.
No. No, whoever wins gets the afternoon off. Whoever loses has to commentate for the rest of the day.
Oh.
There you go. So don't lose, Dick, for God's sake.
Can I change mine to 17, please, then? Because I don't mind commentating the rest of the day.
I'll change mine to none then. So there we go. That will be that. So not sure what they're clearing up out there. It'll only take a couple of sweeps for the track chair. Kev Slyfield is ready to go with the blown bird. Now,
that's still oil from John Webster, I think.
From the
burnout.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, the team with John Webster's car, John's still in the car, but what they're trying to do is they're trying to put something underneath it to catch any.
And there's not much space
fluid
underneath the car, I can tell you, to work under it.
I can't imagine how a fully built guy like that can get his arm under it, let alone anything else. It looks like a great way to take all the skin off your arm.
Yeah. 3 inches is the minimum ride height.
Minimum?
The minimum, yeah.
Okay. Anything above that is what it is, yeah?
Yeah.
Okay.
And you don't want a lot higher, but for the air going under it. But 3 inches is the minimum for the staging lights.
And that's whilst the car is. This may seem, it may sound a silly question, but it's not in reality. Is that stationary ride height?
Yeah.
Because obviously, if the car runs, and you have a 3-inch on the front end, the rear tires will grow, so the front end will come lower.
Yeah, that's stationary with the driver in it, the fuel tank full, oil, and everything prepared.
So, right,
the wheelie bars on it.
Yeah.
Ready to run.
Good stuff.
And that's only until the front wheels. After that.
Right. Okay. Yeah, I'm with you.
It's just for the staging procedure.
Yeah.
So the way they work as well is, correct me if I'm wrong, stage with the front wheels, but it's normally the front of the body because of the angle of it at the end of the run.
Oh, yeah.
That actually breaks the finish line beams.
Yeah.
Is that right?
Yeah, that's what you will see on Freddy's car. It's
Yeah.
a very short car. Well, the wheelbase is the same, but the overhang
yeah.
before the front wheels is very short, and there is a maximum length from the center of the left front wheel to the front of the car. And that's where they have the little shark fin in front of it. That goes to the maximum distance there.
Got it.
So they enter the beams on the far end with the body or the shark fin.
Yeah.
It looks weird, but it works.
Yeah, so basically, the longer the nose of the car, the lesser amount of fin they can put on the car. So obviously, if Freddie's got a very
short
stubby front nose on the car, then he can have a longer fin to take it to that maximum distance between the point of the blade and the center of the front wheel.
If you look at John Webster's car, it's quite a long front end, but that's also so limited. So you cannot go any longer than a certain distance.
Okay.
You know that conversation we were just having about if John Webster hadn't have shut off and kept quiet? Well, he's still there.
Oh, yeah.
If you notice. Now the thing is the pair was shut off for a track delay, then I'm guessing, well, anyway, hopefully we see side-by-side cars. That's what we want to see. If that was at any other time, I think that would have been that.
Yeah.
But I don't know whether, it looks like they're actually in there trying to fix whatever the leak was or whatever the issue was to be able to get out again. So Kev is ready to go. A couple more passes by the tractor, I'm sure, and we will be there and ready to go. Yeah, transmission fluid is a right pain to clean up, isn't it?
It's one of those rare moments that I know you don't carry them on the car. It's blatantly obvious, but moments like that, air jacks would be really good. But then obviously the extra weight that and everything on the car would be a total complete and utter no-no. It's probably not in the rule book either, but would be handy.
No, but you have a minimum weight, but also a maximum weight.
Yeah.
Is there a max weight as well?
Yeah, there is.
Okay.
Yeah.
So the minimum is 2,700?
That depends on what application you run.
Okay, turbo, nitrous.
Turbo, nitrous, and supercharged. Yeah. In the US, you have the Pro-charged, and they are kind of the same as the supercharged. And I'm not really sure. I think 1,225 pounds, 25 pounds, 1179 kilos. So yeah, that's 22 pounds.
Yeah, 200,
round.
yeah.
Which in door slammer terms is actually quite heavy.
It is.
Yeah, you can get cars way lighter than that.
Yeah, well, the Nitros cars can be a lot lighter. So Roger Johansson's cars is almost fully titanium because they can have less weight.
Yeah,
and if you have a lighter car, you can play with removable weight or replaceable weight. You can put it in the left front or on the roof even. These cars have weight in the roof, inside the car,
So what
just for
difference
the balance.
What difference does putting, say, 20 pounds in the front end make?
A lot.
Really?
A lot, yeah, yeah.
So what does it just changes the launch characteristic of the car?
Yeah, the weight transfer.
Okay.
And how quick it lifts the front end of the car. These cars have shock absorbers, they have to. And you can play with the settings in the front shocks and the rear shocks. So if you, let's say, close them, you have the rebound and the compression.
Mm.
If you close the rebound, it's more difficult to lift the front wheels because they're staying on the track. It's a bit difficult to explain, but that's exactly how you have to adjust door cars.
It's a better job than me and Colin could do, don't worry.
But they have all kinds of sensors on those cars. They have 4 shock travel sensors to see how far they went out, how quick they went out, and they have ride height sensors to see 4 or 5 corners on the car to see what the body does, how far it goes in the back, and how high it comes out. And that's how they have to adjust it to get the maximum traction.
One thing I found really interesting years ago was watching a video of a pro stock car with the shocks on a pro stock car.
Yeah.
So they have different heights for different parts of the racetrack, don't they?
Yeah.
So they leave with the shocks higher up, and then as the car goes down the track, it drops the car down.
Yeah, it's almost immediately after the start.
Oh, is it? Okay.
Yeah.
Not far.
Yeah.
It drops it down closer to the racing surface just to make sure that it's as slippery as possible. I mean, everything with pro stock is about milliseconds, isn't it?
Yeah.
And minute adjustments. Sorry, I'll keep the microphone up. Everyone at home can hear the screeching that I can. All right, it's not a nice thing. Fingers crossed, the tractor goes back in place. Ian comes back out. We're just going to do one last check to make sure it's okay.
A little bit of spray, glue.
Yeah, the 2 members of Slipknot are back on the start line, you can tell. That's where they got the idea from the band from, wearing masks like that. It was from our fire crew. Did you know that?
I didn't.
It's true because I said it.
Or it wasn't Facebook.
I know. I tell my kids that as well. It's true because Daddy told you. Okay, yeah, we believe you, Dad.
Well, I have 2 at home, and it won't last long, Daryl.
Yeah, I'm beginning to think the years where they couldn't answer at all were better, but what can you do? So yeah, a little bit of its transmission fluid is a real pain to clear up. The track crew are doing their absolute utmost to do it as quickly as they possibly can. We want to get on with this as much as everybody else, but obviously it needs to be done properly. Same as the start line, everything else. Now the glue's on it, hopefully one more pass with the tractor and we will be there. Actually, I've just had a quick idea. Hopefully we've got a couple of moments. I just want to have a word with somebody standing down here. You won't stand here again. It's all right, it'll be very, very quick. This is Jeanette, John's wife. Jeanette, just tell us what John goes through to get ready for a race weekend. How hard? You never see him, do you? At home? Okay. How hard does John work to get ready for a race weekend? You probably never see him at home, do you?
Actually, contrary to popular belief, he's actually home more than you think. He just works very quickly, very thoroughly, sets out a plan, wants to do it, and becomes a little bit antisocial for a week or 2. But Mac the dog definitely helps.
That's good. So every racer needs a dog.
Yeah, and we need to bring him here, and he'll be there and soon.
Bit of good luck, yeah. Well, I hope this goes a little bit better. Thank you, Jeanette, very much indeed. Good sport. She always down here, standing on the barrier, watching everything happening. So we're going to move on with, by the looks of it, Andy against that man.
Freddie Fagerström.
The one and only Sir Freddie Fagerström, as we've always called him. he needs to be knighted a sir for his service to destroying tyres. I think.
And now you can see the shark fin in the front of the car, like I explained.
Ah, yeah.
Right, ladies and gentlemen, you know what to do.
Will it be a full quarter mile?
Well, who knows? Here we go.
Hey.
I know Andy does burnouts at that RPM for a reason, but it don't half sound like it stretches the rods, doesn't it?
Well, it was pretty high.
He does higher RPM. It's obviously for a reason, and good reason, and he's done it for a long time, and he absolutely knows what he's doing and how to drive these cars. But yeah, it does sound a little bit harsh, I think, shall we say?
Yeah,
on the valve train.
Exactly, the valve train. Yeah, yeah.
So Andy Robinson being backed up by his daughter Steph.
I think we don't need the tractor anymore. We can just use Freddie on the track.
Why not?
To sled some rubber.
Just get him down here behind the start line and do burnouts with the car. That'd be a better idea. So Andy Robinson has been down in the 5.8s with this car. His quickest run was a 5.87 so far with this new version, anger management 2.0. Freddie Fagerström has been in the 5 but once only, and that was in Sweden a few years back now at TF. He's come all the way over here from Sweden with one thing in mind. He wants a 5-second run for all you fantastic fans here at Santa Barbara Raceway. Some legends aboard, some are earned, and Freddie's both, I think.
Oh, totally.
So if Freddie actually launches cleanly, and Andy does, hold your breath. We could get side-by-side 5-second runs would be the way forward. This could be the one. That was gorgeous.
Whoa,
Oh,
so close.
6:03, 232 miles an hour. That is his quickest ever run at Santa Barbara Raceway. Andy Robinson clicked it early to a 6:56. What were the numbers, guys? Because they look pretty even.
104 for Andy, but Freddie to 60 was 0.97. 8th for Freddie, 393 to a 401 for Andy. But then, as you say, 6:03, 232 at the stripe for Freddie. Andy was off the gas by then, 6:56, 171.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, you know what to do for Freddie's crew in the rat rod going up to get him at the other end. It's a hell of a long way from Stockholm in Sweden to race here at Santa Pod, and we love them for it. Raise the roof, please. That was what we all came to see.
Oh, did we?
almost what we all came to see.
Now look how slick these two cars are. I like both models.
Two cars with terrific 5-second potential. Both of them in the top 5 in points. Andrei Arnover from Estonia, yes, you heard that right, Estonia, in the Autoglim lane. Kind of gets the long distance award for Pro Mod this weekend. I think because he's done most of the season, actually. And regularly runs in the 5.9s. He's number 2 in the championship, yipping at Jan Eriksson's field. Good to hear from Dave Vector earlier. Dick, you know Dave really well.
Yeah.
You know the car really well. What do you think Dave's got to do just to nudge it that bit quicker?
Can you say that again? I couldn't
Sorry,
work.
I was just going to say, what do you think Dave and the team have got to do just to get back towards the low 580s, maybe even the 570s?
That's quite simple. That's the first 60 foot. Everything can go wrong in the first 60 foot. If you make that a little bit quicker, like a tenth, only a tenth, then you go in the 570s. The most important and most difficult part is the first 60 foot. If he goes through the first gear on a normal way, then he'll be in the 580s again.
Well, one of my abiding memories of you guys when you were on the crew, he made a run, and when he hit second gear, all of you lot jumped.
Yeah.
Because you knew
then
what
we
was
knew.
coming.
Okay,
You
yeah.
knew you'd done it.
Yep. It's so hard to tune these cars.
Probably not overly easy to drive them either.
That's what I mean. There you go. Come on. Yappa!
5.89, 242 miles an hour, 6 flat for Andrean over 244. It looked a little bit soft off the line. What was the 60 foot like, Carl?
101 for David, 0.98 for Andre Onova, 389, 197 to 394, 183.
I think the sense of relief is palpable down here, folks.
Yeah,
Sorry.
yeah. Well, they had so much work.
One thing I will add to that one, if that was a race, David Vector would have won it, and the win margin was 0.0008.
Oh.
That's how tight they were at the stripe.
That's a polite way of saying he was late then.
Yeah, a 0.39 to a 0.29, yeah.
Fair enough.
Yeah, but it all comes down to the first 60 foot, like I said. And yesterday, the first run, he clearly overpowered it. And what they do then is, make some changes to the forelink in the back of the car and take out some ignition at the moment they let go of the trans brake. And that's the hard part. Well done, guys.
Well, we told you when we got going it would be quick. So how many cars have we got in the 5s now?
3.
Oh, just 3.
Oh, that could have been 4 if 60001.
Yeah, but
it's still a 6, isn't it?
Yeah, or we get a bit of a head.
Number 8 qualifier is on a 605 now. So it gives you an idea of where the top 8 are.
So we've still got John Webster and Kev Slyfield round here to go.
Yeah, they have some cool down time as they have been shut off. So they will be at the end of the session.
Oh, they put them on the end, yeah?
Yeah,
So
it's less better.
I guess after a burnout and a backup, that's kind of optimum temperature. So they just need to cool down a little bit again from that, yeah?
Yeah, yeah. Oh, and warm the tires again, or clean them. Oh, well. There you go.
Now?
I'm glad I asked an expert about that.
Told you so.
Oh, dear.
So here we go again with John Webster and Kev Slyfield. It's not the end of the session, folks.
No, definitely
Dick was
not.
lying. Well, an uncharacteristically short burnout for Kev.
Yeah, he didn't want to go drifting this time.
So John Webster didn't get an ET yesterday. Remind me what happened with Kev. I think he clipped it early, didn't he? Was that right, Colin?
Kev ran a 702 yesterday.
Okay, yeah. Very early then.
Yep.
Yeah, now if Kev's another one of those cars, if it makes it through first gear into second gear with no shake, 5-second race car all day long.
Yep.
In fact, he made a bit of a habit of it. He actually won the UK Pro Mod Championship 1 year ago. John Webster's personal best is a 6.2. Crew are just double checking whatever the adjustment was on the transmission. So, 2 different ways of running the car, like you saw in the round before. One's going to be building up the boost, that's John. One's going to just bump it in. And stand on the 2-step, that's Kev Slyfield.
Oh!
Well,
wake up, John.
I was going to say the weirdness continues. It almost look, if there is a high gear in the turbo car, it looks like John left in high gear. 972, 147. At least he's got a number on the board. 1049 for Kev Slyfield. Also, we've got a very quick, quiet moment. I want to say a very, very big hi to one of the leading lights in UK Pro Mod Racing, Mr. Nick Davis. Nick, I hope you're looking in, sir. I hope you're well. And we miss you. A real shame not to have UK's quickest turbo car here, not here with us for this European finals.
Likewise.
Absolutely. So,
let's go Dutch.
Something I never wanted to hear from you. Very kind.
Double Dutch.
Double Dutch. Okay. Is it double Dutch?
Yeah.
It is, yeah.
Oh, wow.
Mark and Michelle.
So the winner from Hockenheim in the Auto Gloom Lane is Michel Turenne. And the Dutch of Hazard, as it will now be known in the Kestrel Lane, Mark Hartfeld.
speaking of stretching the rods.
That's very, very high revving burnout.
Wow.
The idea with a burnout is obviously you want to lay down a fresh track of rubber, you want to get the tyres hot. But the other thing you want to do is bring the engine up to temperature and not stress it too much. The trouble is if you spin the tyres too fast, you end up with a much thinner contact patch to launch from because the tyres are a higher RPM, so it's thinner. You need to keep the revs sort of. But anyway, these guys. I'm not going to say it again because these guys absolutely know what they're doing. Andy Robinson does it like that, and he's running the 580s. And let's just say we haven't. There we go.
They make the burnout in third gear. So if they go, let's say, 8,000 RPM, that's they run the quarter mile at 10,000 RPM. So the real wheels in the burnout go over 220 miles an hour.
On the burnout, yeah?
In the burnout, yeah.
Wow.
That's the only thing that a pro model bike car have got in common, is I do my burnout in third gear. That's about it. Obviously, I'm not doing 220 mile an hour at the time, though.
Mark's run from yesterday was a planned, let's say, half-pass track, because they have a brand new supercharger in it. So Yuri is, well, he has to find the right settings for the fuel, but they've made a safe checkout pass, and now they made the changes needed to be safe and hopefully quick.
Well, Michelle is 9, Mark is 12 at the moment.
Mark was fairly slow.
Michelle isn't though,
wow.
591.
Yes. New personal best.
Again.
Yeah, Mark's car just doesn't leave the start line.
No.
By the look of that. But
105.
Congratulations, very quickly. Well, a win in Hockenheim, and now a 591. That's fantastic.
What do you want more?
What do we want more? Well, another event win. Okay. Be good. Thank you very much.
Yeah, sets both speed and ET PBs there for Michelle. 591, 246.
246.
Yeah, well
wow.
It's almost, I'll say after this burnout about Mark Harmel's car, it's almost like the car's got acting on the start line. It just doesn't breathe or move.
Yeah, you can see and hear it.
What? Yeah, it just that the RPMs just don't climb like they should. It's like it launches. It has got 6,000 or 7,000 RPM going on as opposed to 8 or 9. But there we go. So John Tebbenden from the UK with the fabulous Lightning McQueen in the Kestrel lane. Another one of UK's 5-second race cars. Give the Dutch team a cheer. That's their quickest run ever. I'm sure Michelle, sorry.
Very well done.
Delighted.
Very well done.
Well, they've had a lot of issues. They've had engine issues, everything.
Yeah.
So the win in Hockenheim and a 591. My goodness me. Taken on Bruno Varda, who nearly got the wall yesterday, but kept it going in typical Bruno fashion and went through with a 6-0. Now John Tebbenden expressly wants to run a 5.8 this weekend. Saying it and doing it are two different things though. Johnny knows that, he's been around a long time.
Right, so Bruno, a 6.05, but he's only in number 9 spot at the moment. JT, 6.80 from yesterday, he's in number 12. So two Corvettes, different vintages, about 10 years apart.
Yeah.
Oh, John's car didn't sound like it was going to shift gear there.
Yeah, same as Kev Schleifield. I think he just didn't go in second gear. That's the same as John had.
Yeah. And Bruno very, very close to the centre line, and if he didn't get out of that, they probably would have crossed.
Would have been in John's lane, yeah. Well, the thing is, he's not going to prove facing in the wrong direction.
Yeah, but he was
what was
on the start line, he was a bit pointed to the left, Bruno, so you could kind of wait on it.
So, what was JT 60 foot?
0.99.
Oh, that's okay.
Yeah,
it sounded like the revs were climbing quite nicely, but like you said, just didn't shift in second gear. How tall is this? Two of your quickest nitrous cars, 2 5-second nitrous cars as well. Bobby Wallace, John Dullemont. Now this is very much old-style nitrous Pro Mod against absolutely the newest of the new, isn't it? Jean's car is now probably one of the older cars racing from about 2006-7, maybe something like that.
Yeah, but
yeah, go on. It's still a very, very quick car.
Yeah, but if you ever looked under the hood of that car, it's a brand new, very big nitrous engine from tuned by Switzer Dynamics. Brandon is logging into the laptop and does all the tuning on it, and it's EFI and everything electric on it. It's kind of the same as Bobby has.
Just Bobby has a much newer Jerry Vickle Camaro. This is one of those cars that's so undramatic. It just gets the job done. The number comes up on the board and you think, how did it do that?
Yeah.
It just didn't look that quick, you know. But that's the best way to get down the racetrack. Undramatic, quite often good. Also, that family have 3 Pro Mod cars at home. This is one of them. They're finally getting round to selling one, which is the Willis. I think is up for sale.
Yeah. Unfortunately, well, as long as we can see it back in Pro Mod, then it's okay.
Yeah, well, they can only race one at a time.
Yeah.
There's only one family and one crew. So here we go then. Nitrous cars this time round. All being well, side by side 5 is looking really nice.
Side by side. Oh, poof.
591 for Bobby, 242 miles an hour.
Another PB?
Quickest run ever. He's been slowly but surely creeping up on that. Unfortunately, Jean with some engine issues at the top end. What were the numbers like side by side?
0.98 for Bobby compared to Jean 102. At the 8th, Bobby 389.
Wow.
Jean 408. But yeah, awesome run for Bob.
As you said, straight as an arrow, no issue,
Undramatic.
no drama.
Yeah. Right, apologies for the very slight delay there. Just suffered a power outage, so we are just getting everything rebooted and back up and running. So very frustrating. So obviously we lost PA and we lost the tree as well, so we couldn't actually run a car because obviously there was no power to the starting system. So.
The first thing I knew something was wrong was you were quiet.
Yeah, well that's why I sort of tried to go. Ooh, we're down, but
you paid me to do this, Daryl.
Yeah, just unplug his in the future.
Oh,
while,
sorry.
While he's looking the other way.
Okay. Yeah.
They're just deciding whether they want to go or whether they want to go back. They're given the choice, obviously, whether they want to cool down or whether they just want to run the car as it is right now. That's the conversation Alex is having with Ian at the moment.
Yeah.
They are very welcome to go back and wait a minute for things to cool down, or they can spin it over and stage it up and run it right now, because the tyres won't have cooled down much, if at all. It looks like Roger is going to take the run right now.
Yeah, but I think Jan needs some new fuel.
It's presuming the car starts, obviously. So the Mammoth engine springs into life again. What size engine have we got in there?
903.
Enormous.
Yeah, it's about 14.4 litres. For those that don't understand cubic inches, 903.
So Roger looking to improve on a 594 from yesterday. I think he's dropped to number 3 at the moment, isn't he?
5.
Eh?
5.
Blimey.
Yeah. One flat to 60, we can hear him pedaling the car out there, so he's not going to improve on that 594, go 718.
Slight shake.
Yeah, but that was shaped quite a way out there, so the fact he was sat on the start line for a little while didn't make any difference in that instance. He still got off the start line, no problem. It was a little bit further out on the racetrack, you have to say. So we've got 2-seater ride. We've got top methanol, pro stock, and then top fuel.
And then competition eliminator.
Oh, they are.
Yeah, they're still there. Yeah,
yep, they're still in the lanes here.
Right, the passenger in the back of this one is actually a rebook, because this ride was booked 2 years ago, but then obviously COVID came in. This is Mark Neracker from Switzerland to celebrate his 40th birthday. I can only guess he's 42 now.
Otherwise known as a 2-seater tourist.
Yeah, that's right, yeah.
So meanwhile, Jan Eriksson and the team just doing a bit of refueling, cooling it down a little bit. We've got the methanol cars coming up right after them. Not far away at all. Oh yeah, sorry, obviously comp eliminator. So I guess a comp going to be before the alcohol cars or after?
After.
Okay.
Well, this 2-seater's been running high 7.8s at over 170. And it's done it again, 785, 170.44. Well, Mark from Switzerland, hope you enjoyed that one. Had to wait quite a while for it. But hope it was certainly worth the wait.
Absolutely. So the methanol cars are coming forward. One car which didn't get a run in yesterday, unfortunately, they couldn't start the car.
Yeah.
Silvio Strauch from Germany, the Engine Ghost team.
Yeah, they have onboard, how you call it, a battery, like from a drilling machine. That all powers the whole car, the data logger and the ignition system. And the battery was broke, not empty, but just broken. So they had to, throw it away and put a spare in.
Wow.
Of all the silly things,
yeah,
you know, packing everything up, chucking it in the trailer, bringing it over from Germany, getting it ready to run. And of all things that didn't happen, that was the one. So anyway, hopefully Silvio Strauch will be able to make this run with the Engine Ghost from Germany. Also, just before we run this pair, just want to say a very, very big hi to Carl Sim. Hope you're doing okay, mate. Couldn't be with us this weekend. Normally helps us with the methanol cars and some of the bikes as well. And his fiancée Sam as well. Hope you're all doing okay. And we obviously wish you were here. So, very unusual to see Sandro in the first pair. Sandro is actually, I think, just leading the points, but by nothing. You know, literally qualifying points ahead of Johnny Lag at the moment. They had a big fire at Tiepp, an electrical fire. Actually, I think it was something cylinder head related, but unfortunately it caught a lot of the safety stuff and the electrical stuff as well. And if anyone that's run one of these cars knows, that's a real nightmare to replace that sort of. It's much easier to replace a supercharger that's gone bang than it is all the wiring and all the electrics and everything else as well. So Sandro Bellio down here, it's 5.4 second methanol funny car. Taking on Silvio Strauch. I think Silvio's quickest time ever is in the 5.5s. He ran a couple of those at Hockenheim just 2 weeks ago. So we run dragsters and funny cars together in this class. When we come to race day, there is a 0.22 handicap in favour of the funny cars, just to even them out a little bit. We have a bunch of A-Fuel cars here from Sweden. We've got the dragster of Silvio from Germany. And another funny car as well of Lynn Floysvik from Norway. She'll be round in a couple of moments. I've seen the crew actually around here already checking the racetrack out. So they're giving the signal to fire them up. The body on Sandro's car is still bearing the scars of that incident out there in Sweden, but it's raceable. That's the most important thing. On the subject of stretching rods, my goodness me. So Sandro is the defending top methanol champion from 2019. That was the last time we were able to run a European Championship. Obviously 2020, zip. Last year, nothing. But this is the first season we've been back at it properly, and hopefully next year will be even more events as well. So if you look at Silvio's car and you think, well, that looks familiar, that's because it was previously owned by the unfortunately late but very great Peter Schurfer. Peter ran his quickest runs down into the 5.3s. I'm sure Silvio would take anything like that at the moment.
Sandro Bellio then with the Monte Carlo. He is in the Kestrel lane, and it is Silvio in the alternate lane with the dragster. Q2 top methanol. Big tyre shake for Silvio, but Sandro is disappearing into the distance to a 5.48, 262.
Fantastic speed as well for the whole team. Just very, very quickly, Christian, 2 seconds here. How good is a 5.48 after the summer you guys have had?
I think it's pretty good.
Well, I mean, Hockenheim was a bit difficult. Sweden was really difficult, wasn't it? I mean, that's only 4 weeks ago, and you're back in the 5.4.
Yeah, we spent a lot of time on the car getting it ready, but it works.
Yeah, brother did good. Congratulations.
Yeah, he always does good.
Thank you very much indeed.
Absolutely superb pass there, 0.95 to 60 foot. And at the 8th mile, 362 at 211. And as we know, 5.48, 262 at the stripe. Silvio did actually cross the line, but it was a 14.07 in the end.
Well, he's got a number on the board.
That's the important bit. So he is qualified.
Just got a little bit of sweeping to do because unfortunately something shredded on Silvio's car. I think it was possibly the belt actually.
I think the transmission.
Oh dear. Okay, no problem. It did hit a lot of revs.
Yeah.
So hopefully, again.
Well, that was almost top fuel tyre shake. It literally got off the line, and then when the rear wheels crossed where the beams are, it was paddling like mad. So, yeah, big shake.
So was that just a sweep and a drag? I can't see from here, actually. It certainly looks like it.
Yeah, I think so.
Good. Oh, and it's only there as well, which is even more heartening. So, underneath the tower, in the Autoglim lane, I had a chance to catch up with a little bit earlier from Sweden. That is Johnny Lagg with the NGK top methanol drag. So the A Fuel car, part of A Fuel Team Sweden down there. And in the Kestrel beer lane, it was great to have a catch up with him a little bit earlier on today. I've never actually spoken to him at length before. Tony Brinterson, again from Sweden, the Nostalgia A Fuel team. This is basically Tony's, the majority of Tony's old Top Fuel team back racing with the A Fuel dragster. Just want to give a quick shout out as well to Stefan Bowman, who's not here this weekend, unfortunately. Stefan's been coming for many years to cover drag racing in the UK and, in fact, worldwide for Bill Sport magazine. Now, Tony told me the story about he's actually supported by Bill Sport as well, which is a custom magazine in Sweden, and he's known the owners and the family for a long time. They still support him, and Stefan wanted to say, and we all want to say as well, for everybody in European drag racing, thank you very much indeed to Bill Sport. They used to sponsor ProMod. They've done so much. In fact, they own Mantorp Park as well, I think, to help Swedish and indeed European drag racing as well. And Stefan just wanted to extend his thanks as well, because when other magazines and publications wouldn't be basically, you know, picking up stories or running drag racing stuff, Bill Sport were always there to help out. So we are very grateful for their help. They used to help Mickey Kagerad and lots of others too. So both these two are part of A Fuel Team Sweden. They share tuning information, they share parts if they need to, and obviously all three of them, it's a long old journey to get over here as well.
Just wonder what their age is altogether.
Oh, don't do that. Deary me, don't. You don't want to, I'm not going to ask, actually, because they're all bigger than me. But, yeah, they've been, I mean, let's just say Tony's last year in Top Fuel. The Top Fuel car looked very similar to this one that he ran, which I ended up driving. Not while he owned it, but, yeah, it was the car that we had.
Yeah.
And, yeah, it was a really nice car. And, yeah, the paint job is very similar. He quit in 1995. I think his last event was at Mantorp in 95. And then, what are we now, 27 years later? Something like that, there or thereabouts. He's back here with the A Fuel car. And the story, Johnny Lagg did actually tell the story about what happened. And Johnny called him a few years ago and said, look, Tony, I've got a car for you. Do you want it? And Tony went,
why not?
Yeah, why not? Okay, no problem. He used to race V8 supercars and Camaro Cup in Sweden. Yeah, he had a team.
He still has it, I think, the team.
I think he said to me earlier he sold it, but yeah.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Oh.
He said he sold the company anyway. I don't know whether he still has a team, so
okay.
That may be correct. But that's what he's been doing, but he's always had the urge to come back drag racing and come and hang out with his friends as well, which is really good to see. Oh, hopefully that will be the last pass by the tractor. The fact it's not going backwards and forwards is always good. So we're going to get the A Fuel cars off and running here.
One more.
Johnny Lagg yesterday, maybe not. Johnny Lagg yesterday, what did he run, Colin? Remind me.
Sorry, I'm just looking at the numbers on the screen now. Johnny Lagg, 5:42, okay. 264.
Yeah, and that was with some drop cylinders before the finish line. The thing that really kills A Fuel cars, the thing that's really difficult for them, is because they don't have a supercharger to compress the nitromethane into the engines. They're normally aspirated, so they have they suffer from the same kind of issue that the Super Twin bikes do, because they're just normally aspirated. It's very difficult to burn nitro without the compression forcing it into the engine. And that's what Tony was saying to me and the team was saying to me this morning. You know, they don't have the supercharger, so it makes it cheaper than going Top Fuel racing. However, it's a whole new world of issues that they come across with running the A Fuel car. They actually start them on methanol and then turn the fuel pumps on.
Yeah, to get a bit of heat in the cylinder heads.
Is that what it's for, yeah?
Yeah, nitromethane is so hard to ignite. It actually is like a kind of diesel. So it needs well, good heat in the head, like you glow with your diesel car. That's what they have to do here. You cannot start a car on nitro directly. It would be very dangerous.
Well, we've seen it on videos and seen it for real, and it's not something
funny.
that's very pleasant at all. It is literally a bomb.
Yeah.
Yeah, stand well back and duck, I think is the phrase. So here we go then, Tony Brinson and Johnny Lag.
You can see the valve covers of these cars, for instance. There's all is a blanket on the valve cover. That's all for keeping the cars the parts together.
How long has that been part? Having valve cover blankets.
In A-fuel.
How long has that been?
As long as I know.
Oh, really? Right.
In A-fuel then.
In A-fuel, that's what I meant.
Yeah, well, they've had them in top fuel cars for a long time as well, because they do. Yeah, they've been known to shoot the spark plugs to see spark plugs out and all sorts. So.
But now, in top fuel cars, they have a titanium plate over the spark plugs.
Yes. Yeah.
To keep it together.
Tony yesterday ran I think it was a 6 flat or thereabouts, wasn't it? Dropped cylinders almost instantly off the start line, but once you drop the cylinders, they never tend to pick them up as they go down the racetrack. Johnny Lag got a lot further before he had to drop the cylinder. See what two good friends could do side by side in this qualifying session.
Looks good.
They're going to be happy with that one. 5:56. I think that could be Tony's quickest run since returning to driving. 255 miles an hour. Very nice. 5:43. Consistent as well, actually, for 268. Very quickly, Krista, were you looking for a little bit more than that on that run?
Yes, I would. I can't see the number.
Oh, sorry, it's 5:43. 268.
Brinkerson ran.
He went 5:56.
That's great.
So you're more excited about the guy in the other lane?
Yeah, I am actually.
He is actually.
That's like you said, Daryl. They share parts, tools, and tuning. So I understand he's very happy. Tony has had a lot of issues with ignition, what seems to be wiring in the end.
Oh, really? Okay.
We tested them. After Hockenheim, or after Sweden, I brought them back to Hockenheim and they tested just fine. So,
one thing that's absolutely fantastic for Tony Brinson and Johnny Lag's team as well. Well done, Krista. Well done, everybody else as well. Obviously, the information sharing's working out. However, the man out front at the moment, and still may be at the end of this session, is in the Autoglim lane for Forsch. It is Daniel Jedborn. Daniel Jedborn, I think we worked out, comes from the furthest ever travelled Swedish competitor we've ever had. He lives in Skellefteå, which is right in the north of Sweden, right next to Piteå. Like Johnny Lag said, it's a day's drive just to get to Johnny's house, and then they leave to come to England. It's just like, it's a huge, huge journey. Taking on Lynch Floysvik from the west coast of Norway. That's not a quick trip either in the Kestrel lane.
No.
Definitely. I mean, it's a long way to get to Gardermoen, but then you go all the way over to the west coast of Norway. That's a long, long way. So Daniel Jedborn went 5.30, 272 yesterday. One thing I'd like to know, Dick, I don't know if you know the answer to this. I've always wondered.
Probably not.
Some fuel cars have really big air scoop. Daniel's has what looks like a tiny, tiny air scoop.
Yeah, I think it's like a Venturi you have in the carburetor.
Okay.
I'm not really sure. I can't give you a correct answer.
I think the idea is it forces, it's obviously enough air, but it forces the air in a lot
quicker, faster.
Exactly. proper hooning, I think. So, Lynn Floydsvik. Lynn, the engine in Lynn's car is from Johnny Lindberg Motorsport. Now, anyone heard that name before?
Never heard of her.
Two-time NHRA
World
top alcohol national champ.
National.
And one of the world's best tuners.
And chassis builder.
Yeah, he's doing rather well at that as well, isn't he?
And he's a pretty damn good driver as well.
Absolutely, yeah.
So you're going to see the funny car in the Kestrel lane. Lynn went 568 yesterday. She's been in the 550s before. I'm sure they're going to try and step up and do that now. Daniel, though, I think he just lost his #1 spot.
He did, to Sandro.
To get it back, he needs to go 525 or quicker by rubbish math. But,
Yeah, no, that's spot on. Absolutely spot on.
For Daniel at 274 with a hole out at the finish line. Very, very consistent. The crew a bit nonplussed about a 538.
It's too bad for Lynn because she was on a very good one.
Yeah.
375 at the 8th.
Yeah, that would have been quicker than yesterday.
Yeah.
Almost definitely. Maybe it didn't hit high gear. Actually, they probably are in high gear by the time they get to half track. Is that right?
Are they in high gear past half track?
Yeah.
Short numbers, both of them 0.98 to 60, and as we were saying there, 375 to the 8th for Lynn and 361 to the 8th.
Blimey.
Amazing.
Hands together, please, for both Lynn's team and for Daniel's team going out to get their respective drivers up the top end. If we had a long distance award, it'd go to kind of both of them, really.
I think we get Jan Eriksson next.
Yep.
We have.
Right, it gives you a chance to actually go through Pro Modified. #1 qualifier at the moment with a 5.81 is the man that's just about to take to the racetrack. 589 in the #2 spot, David Vector.
Yes.
And then 591 with a 0. Very own Bobby Wallace.
We have to be impartial, Dick. We can't do that.
I'm sorry. Sorry.
Well, none of us won how many cars in the 5 after this session. It's going to be 5. But you were close.
So you guys have to stay here for the rest of the day.
Yeah.
Now, there's another name on the side of this car that I need to mention as well. Obviously, Johnny Lindberg's done great things in top methanol racing, but there are so many innovations up there in Sweden that have helped methanol racers worldwide. And another one is the Leanders brothers, Jorgen and all, who've been racing for years and years in top alcohol funny car. And the clutches and everything they build are so good and so strong. They really brought things on in a big way, didn't they?
And not only the clutches, they make such very good special tools for these engines, for the valve train and all the unlimited things they make in all of billet aluminum. It makes life of the mechanics a lot easier.
And they're pretty damn good alcohol funny car racers as well.
Yeah.
European champs many years ago. So this is the last qualifying run in Pro Mod. Unfortunately, he got shut off and went back. He's already run 581. But Jan Eriksson got in the qualifying.
96 to the 8th, 381 to the 8th, sorry. 580 at the stripe, 246.
Just the smallest improvement, but they're still very, very happy with
They make it look so easy.
Yeah.
1.99, back half there. Anything, as Darryl says, under 2 seconds is really good.
Yeah, I mean, because a lot of the turbo cars run. I mean, Andreas Arthursson's run when he went 571 at Tierp earlier in the year. His back half was like 193, which is just like
they're hauling at the
that
end, the
is
turbo cars.
just bananas. So, quick bit of glue. We've got Pro Stock round there. We've got FIA Top Fuel Dragster as well. We've also got Compliment. I'm not sure what's next on the list though.
It is Pro Stock.
Pro Stock, okay. And then we've got Top Fuelers round there as well, round there too. So hopefully you folks are having a nice, enjoyable afternoon.
I'm going to see you guys Yeah, later this afternoon, hopefully.
Yes,
That would be good.
yeah,
That would be
please,
great, yeah.
please.
Have fun.
Always. Yeah, so FIA Pro Stock, the next class in the lanes, 3 of them to put their runs in. And then, of course, it will be FIA Top Fuel Dragster. The Bluebird, just going out, putting some extra traction down for our Pro Stockers. And then, of course, we do have Comp Eliminator around the corner as well, and Nostalgia Funny Cars, and more jets lined up as well. Don't forget, we still have another full session of our Pro categories, and if we can fit some sportsman stuff as well, if we can. But let's see how it all pans out. But certainly an exciting day here, without a shadow of a doubt. Pro Stock, as I say, just 3, but we got 3 of the best. And Top Fuel, although only 3 of them here, if they can all get incredible runs in, then they expect to see some stout numbers indeed. Of course, the new European record holder, Ida Zetterstrom, in the 3.7s now. Waited a while to get from the 3.8s into 3.7s, but we're there now. And it's just mind-blowing, the performances that these cars can actually produce. Tell you what, once the Bluebird is out there, not going to pad for too much. It's going to take us about 3 or 4 minutes to get the glue down on the track. So just for a quick moment, Nitro FM, if you can take it away with one tune, and we'll take it back when we continue qualifying here at the Euro Finals. Here we go then, it is FIA Pro Stock, and it's Jimmy Orland coming forward into the Kestrel beer lane. So only 3 Pro Stockers here, but all of them superb 6-second door cars. Now Jimmy didn't have the run that he wanted at all yesterday. 22 seconds, literally just trickled across the finishing line. But you've got your number one qualifier on a 6.60, your number 2 is on a 6.72. So Jimmy obviously looking into the 6.5s here, and wants that number 1 qualifying spot. He wants to move it as far away as possible if he can. But then when the other 2 cars come around, they're going to want it back. So what has Jimmy got for us? critical final adjustment on the wheelie bar. Not so much to keep the front end down, but the wheelie bars are a vital part of the tuning aid on these cars. Most complicated race cars around. But find that sweet spot, get it right, and the numbers will come. This is looking absolutely superb. It's a 661 with the 3 slots in at the number 2 spot there for Jim. 208 at the stripe. He went 0.98 to the 60 foot. And 424, 165 at the 8th mile. So Mike Malcolm holds on to the number 1 spot for the time being. And here he comes going alongside Stefan Enrid. Well, bizarre for Stefan. The parachute's actually come out on the burnout. Just got to stop him from reversing.
Yeah, that's a photograph that all the photographers on the start line will never ever get again, probably. A pro stock car doing a burnout, dragging the parachutes as well. That's a real shame. Both of them came out as well, which probably indicates it wasn't. They didn't fall out, because normally when they fall out, just one goes.
Yeah.
That was probably something to do with malfunction with the auto release system. So Stefan's not going to get any Q points for this round. He's qualified, but at the moment it's Michael Malmgren who is the number 1 qualifier, and he still will be after this session.
Yeah, and he has a chance of extending that if he can. 660 with a 6 is where the number 1 spot is at the moment.
And if you're not in a viewing area, everybody, well, what are you doing, first of all? But secondly, we've got Top Fuel lining up behind the tower. So if all you folks have never seen the Top Fuel dragster before as well, now's your chance.
So the Pontiac of Mike Malcolm then, 6.606. He is your number 1 qualifier. He's going to retain that position, obviously, in this session. Jimmy did everything he could to try and nip in front of him, but a 661 not quite good enough.
That was a super launch for Mike.
Is he in the 6.5s? Yeah, 6:58, 209.
And the speed knocking on the door of 210 miles an hour as well.
It's slightly happy with that one. Why not?
I think everybody at home heard the screams, shall we say. Anyway, congratulations to Mike and the whole team. Well, not only that, they get what we call little points in qualifying as well.
They do, yes.
So the quickest car gets 3, second 2, third 1. So that's why runs like that really, really count. So Michael Malmgren from qualifying has got 6 more points.
Yeah.
Jimmy's only got 2. I'm not sure what Stefan's got. I think Stefan's only got 1. So it makes a big difference when everything's so close. It really, really does.
Quick call out into the sportsman pits, please. Can I have super gas into the pairing lanes now, please? Can I have super gas into the pairing lanes, please?
So give Stefan Enrid's team a big cheer, please. It's an awfully long way to come from Bristol. Just kidding. It's a long way to come from Sweden. And Mike Malmgren's team as well. Excellent stuff. Good to see Pro Stockers back in the 6.5s here at Santa Pod. So, it's about time to spin them over and fire them up for the first qualifying session of Top Fuel Dragster. The 1,000-foot markers go out there. You can look towards the finish line and you can see them. What you're about to see, if you've not seen these cars before, is the quickest and fastest accelerated wheel-driven vehicles on the planet. On a good run, they will do 0 to 100 miles an hour in less than a second. They will do 0 to 280 miles an hour by half track. And out the back door, again, all being well, over 300 miles an hour in under 4 seconds. Up first, we have the championship leader in Top Fuel, Antti Horto for Eagle Racing. That's Dad Harry just trying to bring the RPM down a little bit so he can get it in reverse. That's better. There we go. Back he comes. So top fuel drag produces roughly 11,000 horsepower. The reason we say roughly is because it has to be a calculation. There is not a dyno in the world that you could put one of these engines on and see what they do. In fact, someone tried to build one sometime. It didn't go well.
Yeah, no.
You've got someone up in the tower.
Yeah, I was going to say to you, Pele has joined us in the tower. Former top fuel racer, all-round good egg, member of the British Drag Racing Hall of Fame.
Absolutely, I'm so honoured by that.
And absolutely delighted that he's back with us this weekend.
So the amazing thing is here, Andy is actually the old guy in top fuel, and he still looks about 21.
He does.
He's been racing for about 12 years in top fuel, I think Andy has. Oh, wow, what a first run. 3.82, 305 miles an hour for Antti Horto. They're all very, very happy with that one.
That's a good start, yeah.
That's a really good start. Well, the funny thing is, we always say the same thing, Pella, is that all the time it's the hard work, it's the being broke, it's the, you know, the late nights, everything. You don't enjoy it. As soon as someone, you don't miss it at all. Then as soon as someone runs quick, you think, oh, that looked really fun.
Do you want some numbers?
Go on.
Do you want some numbers? 0.84 to 60 foot. Not the quickest we've ever seen, but how about this at the 8th? 305, 283. And at the stripe, as you can see, 382, 305.
That's the team, ladies and gentlemen. Give them a round of applause. Antti's leading the European Championship. The #1 qualifier bar is set at 3.82. Yeah, you don't miss it at all, do you, Pell, until someone runs quick and you think, oh.
Being here is tough.
Oh, dear.
As hard work as you know it is, and you remember all that hard work, when it goes like that, it's just a thing of beauty, isn't it?
Yeah, it pays off immediately. And you forget about all the long nights and the Swedish winter, which is dark and cold and dull. And all of a sudden, everything blows up. Not blows up, everything blooms up.
Yeah.
And it's fantastic.
All you need to do is put the replays on from this event and you go, oh, that's good.
It's like a boost for you.
So when you quit, how long did you have withdrawal symptoms for?
They're still ongoing.
Still now, yeah.
Well, I had an opportunity 10 years after we left, or we quit. It was very close, actually, and I had everything in place, but it didn't work out. So, but today I don't know. First of all, you need to get into the car, which is tough enough.
Yeah, I get that. So, two young ladies up next in the Kestrel Lane, the Slick Tricks Racing Snack Pod Raceway. It is Suzanne Kelly, winner of the most recent round in Hockenheim, taking on for X-Strand AX, Ida Zetterstrom. Now, Ida is actually a European record holder. She went 3.78 to 1,000 foot earlier on this year at the main event in the first round, or the solo, actually, I think. Absolutely outstanding run. She also got her first ever FIA win up in Tier. Suzanne got her first ever win at Hockenheim. It's been a good summer for both these two. And you've known Suzanne since she was obviously very little, I guess, Bella.
Yes, we did. Actually, last year, I think, we had her competition dragster in our trailer, brought it here, so...
Well, what have these two young ladies got for us then? Suzanne Kelly with Slick Tricks Racing, Draper Tools and Sandpod Raceway. She's in the Kestrel Lane. Ida Zetterstrom for Michelin AX. She is in the Autodim lane. Both of these ladies can run in the threes. We have just seen Antti Horto go #1 with a 382. So we know the track is ready for more threes. Let's see if the tune-ups work out that way for these two. Both in pre-stage, inching forward. And not quite. He'd have literally blazed, well, that hourglass figure.
Yeah.
Tyre tracks there for Ida. Suzanne, well, tyre shake straight off the line to about 80 foot out and had to click it.
Yeah, with the time marks here for Ida, I mean, they are that wide here, and over here they are, oh my goodness me. They're like...
And the left side is even worse.
The left side is narrower.
Oh my goodness. The left side actually came off the ground.
Yeah.
The left tyre was definitely off the ground. I can see the hot marks just there. Oh goodness me. But she got it off it. She got off it very, very quickly indeed. She did a really good job of hanging onto it. So number one qualifier will be Antti Horto.
Yeah.
And 3 extra little points towards that first ever European Championship potentially. Give a round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. They'll be back later today for one more try at the 1,000-foot top fuel course here at Santapod Raceway. My goodness me.
I just want to make. I just want to say something. I mean, this year marks the 50 years since our first visit at Santapod.
Wow.
50 years. In July 72 was the first time, and I was hooked. Really hooked by then, and I think by far it's the track we made most runs on, because it's like my home track for sure.
But it's a very long way from your home.
It is. It is, but still.
Yeah. So was that the first event you came to, or had you been to an event in Sweden?
Yeah, we been to Mantorp, and we went to everything where you see a strip, or you had an asphalt, or you have a V8 or something. We went to everything, but this was the first real one, and as close as the US we could come by then, because going to the US was not even considerable.
So
but
did you fly over here for that event, or did you come with someone in crew, or what did you do?
We were 3 small Renaults, and that was the same type of car we started racing with 2 years later. So in '74 we built our racing Renault, and we had a handicap on our side. We had 2.5 seconds. So it was good fun and a good learning curve.
So what was the first car you raced here with? When was your first trip here to race?
That was the Top Fuel in '82.
Okay. I remember that candy apple red car was gorgeous.
Yes.
I remember that. One thing I'm going to say that I'm not proud of, but I was only 9 at the time. Okay. so don't judge me, please. I thought, brilliant, there's another Swedish girl Top Fuel driver.
All right.
Because I thought
because my good looks, yeah.
That's what it was. No, I didn't see the driver. I just read the name, and I thought, okay, that must be another. Because at the time, there were there was Monica as well, obviously, wasn't there? And there'd been Eva as well. There'd been a few others, but yeah, that was your start in Top Fuel, '82, yeah.
So that was a start, and then after that, I think we were here at least one time per year. And 87 or 89 or whatever it was, we were 4 times one summer. So
4 times?
4 times. Started in Easter.
Wow, okay.
That's when I blow my motor up down there.
Yeah, I think that made me duck, because I was sitting in the grandstand for that one.
All right.
That was. What did you feel? That was one of those photographs that you never want to have of your car.
No.
But the explosion was instant on the start line.
Yep.
What did that feel like in the car? Did you feel the heat? Did you feel the pulse?
Yeah, I felt the heat, and I also saw the light. I saw the light in many ways, but that was one of the... So it was fantastic. There was nothing left on the motor, and everything was brand new. So it was an expensive weekend, but also we remember it because we went to Knut's trailer. And we said, Roy Phelps said to us, go to Knut's trailer, take whatever you want, put it on a list, I'll sort it out later. So we put 1 block, 1 crank, 1 cam, 2 heads on that list. So
my goodness me. So that was That was about 99. That was Easter 90, wasn't it? That one.
Yeah.
I think that was from memory.
Because it's also on YouTube. You can see it because it's a massive explosion.
Do you know what caused it? Was there enough left to work out what happened?
Yes, because finally we found the intake valve, and it looks like a tulip.
Oh, ouch!
It looked like a tulip. Sorry, you don't want tulip-shaped intake valve, kids. If ever you're building engines, don't have one that looks like a flower. It needs to seal really nicely. So we're on with Nostalgia Nitro Funny Car. Pella, I guess everyone would like to race something. Would you like to? I mean, maybe not now, but would you like to driven one of these cars? Because these are the cars we all grew up seeing like this, aren't they?
Yeah. Let's say I wouldn't mind, but I don't think anyone wants me in it, and I need to be able to climb down there. But
they just look like a lot of fun. This is like standing here 40 years ago for me, to be honest with you. A bit of a roller coaster outside, but the massive, so cool.
Well, so good to see Paul Harris has made the call this time round with the Chi-Town Hustler. Excellent to see him going alongside Tim Garlick with the Apache. Call out in the pits, please. And you want to pin your ears back in the sportsman pits. Can I have Pro ET into the pairing lanes, please? Pro ET, we need you into the pairing lanes for your last qualifier. Well, Tim Garlick has already gone 6.22. Paul Harris, obviously, without a number on the board yet, his first run of the weekend. Don't forget they're in cannonball format as well, and Andy Raw sitting very pretty at the moment indeed. So also with the Paul Harris car, he's got the Chi-Town Hustler body back on the car. Tim Garlick, Paul Harris, Apache and Chi-Town. First pair this afternoon in Nostalgia Funny Car. .630, clicking it before the strike there for Tim Garlick. And Paul Harris was a good-looking run to start off with.
Yeah.
Was pretty much side by side with Tim until about the 8th mile. But then clicked it early, goes 8.37 at 96 miles an hour. But that's certainly blown the cobwebs away after the last few months. Well done.
Yeah, well done. It's nice to see the Chi-Town Hustler out again. Chi-Town Hustler body as well.
Yes, of course, yeah.
Another man who's got a Nitro Funny Car waiting to come out as well, Mr. Martin Maxwell, with that beautiful colour of money car.
Oh, yes, we do like that.
We're looking forward to seeing that one as well, Martin.
Just to do that call out once again, a Pro ET, we need you into the pairing lanes, just in case you didn't hear it over the engines. Pro ET, we need you into the lanes, and that is going to be the bun fight session, the last qualifier for them.
They are going to get their last session.
Yeah, looks like it.
It's going to be fun. So I think this one's going to be the Nitro Bug of Andy Raw. Take it on. Yep, you can hear him firing up around there. It's going to be Tony Beck with Venom.
Well, really good to see that Wendy Baker has made it down as well.
It's all 5 cars we have with us this weekend.
Yep. Body prop just been removed from Tony Bett's Venom car. Support vehicle will move out of the way and Tony will come round the corner. Meanwhile, Andy Raw underneath the tower in the ultra-slim lane, just rolling forward to do his burnout. Oh no, he's not in the burnout box. Just waiting for Tony.
think most of the fuel came out of header pipes and showered me on that burnout for Andy Raw, as opposed to got burnt in the engine. So it's going to be really cool to see Venom, the nostalgia 1970 and a half Camaro body funny car. I'm not sure what year the Beetle is, though. Are you?
No,
Just
late
out of
50s. Yeah, it's got to be, what, late 50s, early 60s. I've never even thought about it. Andy will know. But then we can't really pop in there and ask him at the moment. Well, 6:54, the quickest so far from Andy Raw, but he's been consistent. Tony Betts a 7:58, his quickest, but don't forget they're in cannonball format, and what that means is whoever has the most consistent average of all their runs. It's going to be a solo then for Andy Raw. Tony Betts being shut off. So let's see what Andy Raw can run, but this will pretty much cement him into the final. Andy comes off the throttle and very sensibly doesn't get back on it again. Obviously a nitro is a different beast to everything else. 1084 at 75.33 miles an hour.
So Andy nailed it, and the car wandered off the wall, paddled the tyres. Not sure what the issue was for Tony. I couldn't quite see from down here.
No. One flat to 60 foot for Andy, but as you say, he was drifting over to the wall. Quite close indeed, just giving the photographers a bit more of a view of the car in their viewfinder.
So we've got one more nitro funny car. That is Wendy Baker with the Time Warp Mustang, and then it's Comp Eliminator, and then is that qualifying system Pro ET? Is that right, Colin?
No, I think it'd be Super Gas, actually.
Oh, sorry. Okay, apologies.
I think they're the ones that are down there. But great shame for Tony, actually, because I'm really looking forward to seeing how he was going to get on today. I've been working quite late nights here this weekend. Bumped into Leslie Wright about, what, 11 o'clock last night, and they were still working on the car. But they pushed the car right back to the shutters just to give Wendy the turning circle she needs to get into the lane. And Wendy hasn't got a number on the board yet. Obviously, had that attempted run yesterday. But the colour of oil when she did the burnout wasn't pretty at all, so obviously had to stop the car. Oh, good, strong burnout there from Wendy this time round. The Time Warp Mustang.
So Wendy Baker backing up with the Time Warp. Whatever the issue was that they had yesterday was not as serious as we might have first thought. It may have been just a loose union or something like that that was causing the problem. So this is actually a new, even though the car looks like a nostalgic, well, it is a nostalgic car, but underneath it, it's a brand new chassis for Wendy Baker. The running gear and everything is at the previous time warp car. The body itself looks absolutely immaculate. Wendy pointing slightly off to the left. Nice test launch to 330 for Wendy. Yeah, that'll work. It went. It's in one piece by the looks of it. Runs a 12-second run. Nice looking launch. Okay. So it looks like they're actually repacking the chutes on the Venom funny car of Tony Betts, so we may get to see him in a couple of moments. We've also got the Jet funny cars around the back of the tower. We've also got Comp Eliminator qualifying coming your way very shortly too. Yeah, it looks like they're going to refuel Tony Betts, and they will run him in just a couple of moments' time, actually. Yep, they're just barring the engine over, putting a little bit more fuel in. So well done to the Time Warp gang, congratulations. That was a lot more like it, hopefully more like that, and a little bit further down the racetrack too. Yeah, so Tony Betts looking to refuel down there. They're going to be putting the starter back on, and probably just a short burnout because the clutch will be warm. It was obviously an issue with the parachutes. We've had a few of those this weekend, which is really, really bizarre. Look at that, Mickey Moore jogging. That's something I thought I'd never ever see. Okay. So the top end looks clear. Whenever Tony and the team are ready, we shall be off again. And just like that. So Venom fired and running again.
So we got a clue what the issue was for Tony?
Shoots.
Oh.
The chute unfortunately fell out.
Oh, I couldn't see that from where
we've
the
had,
screw
we've
was
had
blocking.
more of those this weekend than we have in years gone by.
Oh, shoot.
Yeah, shoot. You've been waiting for that, haven't you?
Yeah.
Yeah. Which makes it even more tragic.
So Tony Betts then for the Venom team.
Helped out by Banks Nightclub. He's run a best of a mid-7 so far. This car is way better than that. Wow, just kicks the tyres loose again. 207 mile an hour. That was more of a damn and blast.
Yeah, that was a frustrating pedal, wasn't it?
It was like, well, actually moved off the start line okay. I think what happened was he hit the wheelie bar. It unloaded the tyres. That's why there's a splash of fuel out there. I think that's what normally happens because the tank just drips. Or drips over, I should say.
Okay, so that wraps up that session. We just got comp to go, and then a little bit of sports and racing. But below us now, it's Martin Hill with Fire Force number 3. I'm assuming it's 3 because that's what I thought I saw earlier on. It is indeed the Fire Force Jet number 3, which is the funny car, Chevy Lumina body. And the pops and the bangs from this one, quite loud. Low 6s, but more often than not into the high 5s for Martin. And then, as I say, tuck round the corner, it will be Comp Eliminator. And very healthy showing from Comp this weekend. Good to see some new additions as well. Although there's been 1 or 2 breakages along the way this weekend. Still very good to see Comp growing the way it is. Well, there goes the Venom team. Going back to the top end to collect Tony. Well done to them. Not very often you see a driver will lift the throttle and get back on it and still take it through at 207 mile an hour, but that's what Tony achieved that time round. A bit more frustration than anything else, but still a good looking pass, just not the number they actually wanted. But, the team will get that car back to the pits, and hopefully it's not another real late one for them. But below the tower, you can hear the turbine started for Martin Hill with Fire Force number 3. So just waiting for the nod from Helen as well, with Rog with Firestorm. Side-by-side jet funny cars here. And here we go, the afterburner and the flames and the pops and the bangs. 2 fire-spitting funny cars for your entertainment here at Euro Finals. Well, incredibly violent indeed. The afterburner pops from Martin Hill as he brings Fire Force 3 up to the line, going alongside Roger Goring with Firestorm. He is in the Kestrel Beer lane. So jet cars side by side, 1,000 foot. Who's going to get there first? Martin Hill goes 5.01 at 2.24 for the 1,000 foot. Rog goes 6.17 at a slightly faster 231 miles an hour. But a bit of a pedal there, if you like, for Rog as he brought the car back into his lane good and proper. But excellent entertainment from our two jet funny cars. Well, there goes the Firestorm team. Going to collect Rog from the top end. And, of course, the Fire Force team, Richie and the gang, getting the appreciation there. Well done to them. All right, looking around the corner, we can see Comp Eliminator are down there. Pro ET are down there as well. We also got the two-seater dragster. They're ready to do another passenger ride as well. So it's going to get quite fraught, quite busy very, very quickly indeed. Just a little bit of sledding from the dragster. Basically, they do that after the jet cars run side by side. Well, sometimes even if it's just a solo. Because a lot of dust and everything is kicked up, so just a tiny bit of sledding, and then we will be continuing. It's been quite an entertaining day. Just having a quick time check, actually, 4 o'clock in the afternoon. We have still got so much more to come. We can run quite late this evening, and it looks like we're going to, just like we did last night. So, you know, with all intents and purposes, could run up to about 8:30, maybe even a bit longer. We just got to see how it all pans out. Those of you that are staying on site, that will not bother you one bit. Yes, just pure entertainment, because you've got your last qualifying sessions coming up for all of our pro classes a little bit later on. They all need to get back to the pits, get themselves sorted out. And, of course, the last qualifying session for our sportsman races as well. But we've still got... Comp Eliminator, they're still to put their runs in, and they are the next class that are tucked around the corner there. And good to see some new names coming through as well, especially Terry with the little Escort van. I mean, crikey, that's running mid-9s now for front-wheel drive. Terry Newton has really stepped up this vehicle. New PBs this weekend for Terry, and 962, absolutely superb numbers from him. The fight for number one qualifier has been outstanding this weekend between Rennie Hirschman and Dan Williams. There is just 1/100th of a second between the pair of them. They both went quickest in the previous qualifying round, and it was Dan Williams that holds that number one at the moment from Rennie Hirschman in number 2. So very, very close indeed between the Chevelle and, of course, the Tri-Chevy. Also then, next class after that will be Pro ET, and of course we've got 45 cars gunning for a 32-car field. Now that is going to be very, very tough indeed, because some of the heavy hitters in the points not qualified at the moment, so they've really got to get their A game on and get themselves into the show, because if they don't, they ain't going to be scoring any more points today, and that is critical in the national championship. So they really, really do need to make sure that right, okay, we'll get this one sorted out. Right, we've got parish notice, actually, from the security team. I've got a white Ford Transit that needs moving, please, and the registration number, quite an easy one, so you're going to know who this one is, WFE1. Need that one moving, please. I don't quite know where it is, but wherever it is, it's in the wrong spot. So if you've got a Ford Transit, registration number WFE1, please can you go and put it in the correct place, not where it is at the moment. Thanks very much indeed for that one. Okay, so it looks like it's could be Luke Stevenson coming around the corner first with the dragster, as his support vehicle has just moved out of the way. And yep, Terry Newton with the front wheel drive Escort van. I've watched this van just go quicker and quicker and quicker over the last few years. I love the fact that he's got like clasped hands together on the front bonnet. It says there, praise the Ford. Now, I'm not going to mention some of the other stuff that's on it, but you know what I mean. So Luke Stevenson and Terry Newton, your first pair in Comp Eliminator for this session. But the thing to consider here that Terry Newton is front-wheel drive, which is, well, he thinks the correct way, but it is not the quickest way to go racing. So Terry's all on a 962 at the moment. Luke's on an 885. The problem that Luke's been having this weekend is being able to hold boost pressure on the second half of the run. Now, if he can do that and just launch that little bit harder, the numbers will tumble for Luke. But he's got a very, very tough index to run to of 752. But then he's got a VW engine in the back of this. That's why the engine size is only 2.8 litres. Mind you, Terry Newton with the Escort van is only a 2.1 litre engine. But obviously he's got some go faster goodies to mix in with it as well. I think there's a little bit of tyre chatter there for Luke.
Much better, 60 foot as well, but he's out of it.
Another PB and a 947 for Terry Newton. Wow, that car is absolutely hauling.
Well, the news is out, folks. If you want to run quick ETs, come to one of our big show events with your front-wheel drive car. Well done.
Right, your number one qualifier as it stands at the moment, Dan Williams. And real good to see the VP Racing logos proud and loud on the side of the Chevelle. Going alongside Andy Nichols. God, great to see the Civic back down for another run. Another one of our front-wheel drive cars taking part this weekend. Went 10 flat on his earlier qualifier. This car is capable of going super quick. Has an index of 9.20. $9.89 for Dan Williams there, 117 at the stripe.
That looked like a practice for elimination.
Yeah, but look at the speed, 170 mile an hour nearest damn it for Andy Nichols. And the car just did not get off the line at all the way it wanted it to. But when that car starts to back half, my goodness me, it flies. Right, Kev Jenkins with the Fraudster Mark 1 Escort going alongside Nick Williams.
I don't know whether you read the Fraudsters Facebook page yesterday with the updates on the run, and they didn't increase the boost from one run to another. They just got the clutch in a happy place. So when they were trying to get the clutch in the right place, then increase the boost.
So obviously a new deal then for VP and the Williams brothers, as Nick is carrying the big VP logos as well. So well done to that team, and well done to VP. But look at Kev Jenkins go 110 to 60 foot.
Will it be a 7.2? 7.39. Oh, very consistent though. 184 miles an hour.
Nick Williams 1080. 5.3. That's a big old leap for Nick. 1080. Got to bear in mind that the engine that Nick is running isn't his full-blown race engine. That's in the States at the moment.
Okay.
But obviously Dan does a lot of engine work, and that is the original engine out of the car. It's the numbers matching engine.
What?
Exactly, yeah, the 396. So obviously it runs to a different index. Obviously he's got all the stuff to make it go quick but still keeping it legal.
Well,
boy, oh boy.
Well, I was going to say, Rene Erzman down here been duking it out for the number one spot. He was so close to it last night, actually. Him and Dan, I think, were thousandths apart, weren't they?
Well, basically, if Rennie can go 7.35 and small change, he'll do it. 7.34 will seal it. Going alongside Spencer Tram with the Quantum Leap Camaro. He's currently number 5. Now, he has an index of 11.55. Rene has an index of 802, but that's all they are, indexes. They can go as far under as they can or want. Interested spectator down there, actually, Robin Orthodoxy. Let's look at the scoreboards to see a 7:39, 300 slower from Rene, so he's going to stay in the number 2 spot. No help for Spencer at all, actually clicked in very early. 12:43, 73 miles an hour. Right, we move on to Super Gas, and the name for the class from now until the rest of the end of the season, of course, John Morton Super Gas.
It was actually named John Morton Super Gas a couple of years ago.
Now it's poignantly named, and many thanks indeed to Dave Gibbons and Tony Morris for their continued support, but they wanted it to be run under the John Morton name, and rightfully so. Stefan Greffeltrap with the team Orange County Nova, going alongside Dave Choate, who's number 2 qualifier. What a 991. 990 is the aim of the game. 15 cars qualifying. 995 breakout for Dave Choate, that time 986. But a 995 with the 3 is puts you in the number 6. All right, Mark White with the FX Vega, currently in the number 10 spot with a 10 flat. Alongside Andy Harrison, the Brute Force Sierra, currently number 7. Very poignant reading all the messages on the back windows and the back spoilers for all of our competitors in Super Gas, and of course a lot of our sportsman racers. I'm sure John is looking down on all of us and probably creating mayhem wherever he is watching from, because that's the type of guy he was. Great character, never be forgotten. Chalky goes 10:17. No help for him. Andy Harrison breaks out, goes 9:83. Too quick. All right, Dave Fulton, Simon Fulton. It's going to be interesting for Dave. He's going to have to hot lap because he needs to get back into the lanes to run in a Pro ET.
That means he's going to be at the back of the queue,
Yeah.
so we're not going to know the field until like the last run.
Right, they are currently number 4 for Simon, number 8 for Dave. See what the brothers can do this time round. Well, they're both wide awake off the line. Mind you, they're quite used to doing this. Double breakouts, unfortunately. 87 for Dave, 89 for Simon. Very, very tight margins indeed, but double breakout, no help. Ronald House and Tim Moore, your next pair. Tim not having a banner weekend at the moment, was lost one of his qualifying runs, had to be pushed back and towed back to the pits, but yeah, a good one on the board here. Ronald House currently number 11 on a 10.20. Tim pointing slightly right, but he can gather that in. So the Tri-Chevys heading to the strike. 9.95 and 10.18. Ronald moves up from 11 to 7. Tim 13 to 12. Can I have Super Pro ET into the pairing lanes, please? Super Pro, can we have you into the lanes, please? Next up, Pete Creswell, currently number 3 qualifier, gunning for that man in another lane. Andy Dibley, the Magic Rack Camaro, 9.903. He is your number 1 qualifier at the moment. Wide Awake Club on reaction times as per usual from the Super Gas racers. Who does the better job of the Sprite? Double breakout again. Andy Dibley 984, Pete Creswell 987. Oh, finding it just a little bit too much. Finding too much. Performance not slowing them down enough. It's just the way it is at the moment. Let's see how Colin Morris gets on then. The Morris Boys Camaro, last to run.
Two-seater ride coming up, and then we've got Pro ET right behind them. This is the bump session for Pro ET. This is absolutely the moment of the weekend so far in qualifying, of course. Big throttle stop for Colin to run 990. Sorry, last two cars. We've got Bob Mould as well. 995 for Colin. He stays put, I beg your pardon, at number 5. So the last car, it is indeed in John Morton Supergas. Bob Moulden.
So Bob Moulden then looking for that 990. He's currently number 13 on a 1025. And he goes 1039, no improvement. Right, two-seater dragster. Right, your passenger this time, it's another birthday present. This time your passenger is 19 years old. It's Will Robbins, and he's from Biggleswade. And I can only assume that's a family member filming this one for posterity. And I'll tell you what, when Will gets home, he'll be going home having a look at the live feed replay to see his own passenger ride.
Done that one?
Yeah, I'll just do it just in case again. If it hasn't moved, it does need to be moved. It's a white transit van, registration number WFE1. If it hasn't been moved yet, can you please go and do so? If it has, apologies for repeating it. Well, 7.8, 170 mile an hour seems to be the order of the day for the two-seater today. Oh, just spotted something. Tailwind.
Big tailwind.
778. Wow. That's one of the quickest I've ever seen. 172 miles an hour, 7.78. No wonder all the super gases were breaking out. The tailwind was catching them.
Well, let's just see if it catches anyone out literally in Pro ET. This is the last qualifying session. This is absolutely
bump fight central.
Brown trousers time. Get in the show or load it up. There is no other option. There you go. Right, me and Colin's going to be on the button the whole time.
Right, bump spot, Brett Featherstone 066. So that's what we're looking at the moment, 066.
And we've got some big names not in. Al Schofield is well in the show. He's at the Kestrel Lane, 901.
Well, Bailey could be a little bit nervous if you consider there are 13 cars that aren't qualified that want to.
Well, if they all improve, she needs to make herself a little bit safer. .902, 953. No help for Bailey. Further off.
Al, again. He's 100th off his dial. So good.
Well, Bailey is not going to improve, so she will stand on her previous run of 0.5 off. However, here come the non-qualifiers. Not just yet. They'll be here.
Right, also important to get qualifying points. Simon Goff, he is 3rd in the points chase, and he's currently in the number 14 spot. So I'm going to make a note where our top 3 are. And that's right. Simon Goff and Dave Fulton have got the same points.
Just realised we're missing Keith Herbert this weekend, actually.
Oh, well, there's a few of them, Martin, here. I can say Keith, Gino, various people. 8.57, Sai stays 14, AC goes too quick. 83 on an 86. Right now, I think Chris has been bumped out. We know Carl isn't qualified yet, so here's the first two trying to get in.
So if either of these two can be 0.5 or better, or closer to their dial-in, 10.90, so 10.95 or better will get Carl Goldsmith in. Quicker than a 10.90, he won't. Chris Newsom, currently number 35, oh so close to being qualified. Looks for a 9.66. Carl will not qualify. That looks like a CV joint again, unfortunately. Instant breakage. Let's see what Chris Newsom can do. 9.62, he's 4 hundredths too quick. He won't qualify. Massive, massive shame for Carl Goldsmith. Again, just a Herculean effort by that lad to get it back in one piece, or it was in one piece, after the last couple of weekends. I think he blew it up at VW Action absolutely melted it at VW Action last weekend. Worked his socks off all week to get it back in one piece to make it here for qualifying Thursday morning. 5 attempts at the racetrack. He does leave with a personal best without nitrous, but unfortunately he doesn't qualify.
Yeah, but the good thing about Carl, the parts for his car are readily available. They have a hotline to various places where cars are donated.
Well, am I wrong in thinking that recently he blew up a brand new one that was expensive?
Oh, right. Oh.
Yeah, I think he melted the one that was not long ago, a couple of events ago, and it was very expensive, and it was all new. So,
well, these two definitely safely qualified, no issue at all. Stu Downey, currently number 4, Andy Garnett, number 2.
How's Stuart number 4? I thought he was number 1.
No, number 1.
Oh, sorry, yes, beg your pardon.
Yeah, that was a perfect ET from Will Clark.
Well, they both did actually go to number 1, I think, briefly.
Yeah. Well, they both ran on the Darlings. Stu Downey, though, giving Andy Garnett a lesson in reaction times.
He's good at that.
Yeah, he is. So, let's have a look. 11.08 and 11.83. No help.
Too quick.
I think Stu was deliberately running out the back door to see what the car will run, and now he can tune from it when it comes to eliminations. Right, nervous time again.
Well, Chloe is not quite. John Bean, I think, is safe. Chloe Wilkins dials 926. That's Butch holding up the little flag down there.
Yeah, she's 37 at the moment, is our Chloe. John Bean, currently number 12. He's not going to be bumped out of the field. But can Chloe bump in? That's what she needs to do. But if whoever bumps in will take Brett Featherstone out, and that is your points leader. Rather nervous.
Highly likely to happen before he runs, though. So anywhere between 9.26 and 9.30 for Chloe would be good. 21, 500 too quick. John B breaks out as well. Okay, the next man to step up.
It's the tailwind. It's got to be the tailwind.
Yeah, it's quite breezy as well.
Yeah. Total change around.
Well, I think they're there somewhere.
9.43 Darlin for Jeff Cowley. 10.37 Darlin for Laura Bainton. These two are both in. They're both safe. And depending on how things go, we are still going to try and get round 1 eliminations in today, but we've just got to see how it goes. 9:38 breakout for Jeff, 10:41 the right side for Laura. Finally, somebody's got hold of the wind conditions and got it right.
So Wayne Hiscock is one of those. Oh no, I beg your pardon. He's in at 30. That's not particularly
nervous,
safe, though. Yeah. Well, the more cars that go through, the safer it gets, shall we say? But we've got JT behind us as well. Now he only put in one run. He's been number 1 qualified before. So Mason Griffiths with the appliance. He's number 3. He's very safe. Right, so Wayne Hiscock wants to improve at 9:35 or better. 9:25. Both break out. And again, folks, that is how clouds are made.
Right now, JT could mix everything up here. He dials a 9:01. The trouble is, he's not going to see the run if he goes now. It's only obliterated.
You can just see the sky.
Line. Going alongside Lee Morris, the green with Amber Jaguar E-Type 1017. His dial-in sitting on number 26 spot. Should be safe as we're getting more and more cars going through at the moment. But if JT can run between 9:01 and 9:07, he will get in. And obviously, the nearer to 9:01 he goes, the better.
I think that means a spot of bother, or a spot of wet stuff up the other end. It's not here. No one appears to be moving, but yeah, we still can't send race cars down there. But it gives JT a bit of chance to get the smoke out. Well, the place falls silent for the first time in a long while. I wouldn't like to be the guy or girl that has the job of taking the rubber off the underside of those wheel tubs. Probably adds...
Probably make some nice anti-slip mats for your workshop or something.
Something like that, yeah. That's probably
peel
why...
them off in a sheet.
That's probably why the if you look at them, the actual tubs themselves are removable.
So yeah, just a pause at the moment. There's a kind of hush as it's one of those things, as soon as you go, oh right, okay, no, let's just pause for a moment, then they start the engines up, and then the longer we wait, they don't start. We're stuck in this limbo position at the moment, so do you continue to try and get underneath that bar, or do you give up and go backwards? You just don't quite know where we are at the moment, but the good news is that nobody taking cover. These two are being pushed back just for the moment.
Yeah, hopefully, as always, hopefully it won't be long. We've had a couple of briefish weather delays. Let's hope this is of the same ilk, shall we say. It's gone very dark overhead, actually. But there's plenty of blue sky and bright stuff around, so we've still got lots more racing to do, so weather please behave for the next 4 or 5, well, actually, 36 hours would be nice.
That would do, yeah.
Time to get home again, that'd be great.
Well, so it's one of these things. When do we flinch?
Well, I'll tell you what, the best thing to do is hand back to Nitro FM. As soon as we do that, we'll be off again.
Yeah, that's what we'll do.
If you don't mind, Pete, if you could take it away for us for a couple of moments, and second you stick a tune on, we'll be off.
Hi, my name's Rob Slater. We're running Street Eliminator class with my 57 Chevy 540 twin turbo fuel tech. It's the first time out for nearly 4 years now since we tube chassis the car. It's like a brand new car really now. First meeting out just for a bit of testing at the Euros, and I've had the car for 18 years in total. Evolution over the 18 years of modifying from one thing to the other, and it's still a street car. I still drive it on the road a lot. Pull my caravan with it, just put a tow bar back on it. Drive it up to all the events normally. We didn't to this one because we thought there's a few niggles with the fuel tap we want to get here. So yeah, but other than that, it's normally good, reliable road car, and we just enjoy a bit of racing with it as well, you know. Running in Street Eliminator because it's a street class car. So yeah, and hopefully we're going to have a bit of fun this weekend.
Hello, I am Teddy Sullivan. I'm in JM class and I race a junior dragster. And let me just tell you a couple things about it. I think it's one of the newest cars on the lot, and it's really, really good because when you race down the track, the adrenaline just kicks in, and I don't know how to say it, but it makes you feel really, really good. When you reach around the corner, you have to switch it off by neither the power brake that's inside of it or the switch. And the engine type is a 480cc engine. It's really good. I love doing drag racing, and it's one of my very passions, and I would like to become a drag racer in the future. It's just, I don't know how to say it, but it's really cool to drive these sort of things, and I'm very grateful for all the things that I've got. So I've got a JM engine, which means I've put a lot of weight on it because this car runs about 7.1 down the track. And if you have the money for it, I recommend you do it because it's such a fun sport, and I would love everybody to get into it because the fun stuff that you can do in it is just unbelievable. It's so fun and amazing.
My name's Jessica Bishop. I drive a Nightmare Junior Dragster for Luke Sawyer Junior Dragster here in the UK. I started back in 2021 and came 8th in the British Championship. The car will run 790 seconds, maxing out at 85 miles an hour. We have to run within dials for our class. We are running with a bracket class, so for eliminations, we will set a dial in, and the person at the end who is closest to their dial will ultimately win the race. And each race you will be put up against anyone ranging from 8 to 18, and you can be whatever age, whatever class, and you can win it just based on reaction times or dial-in. We qualify on reaction times down to each 10,000th, which can be very tight in our class because each junior are getting better and better by the day, and with events like today where it's European finals and there's 3-4 days of qualifying, there can be people doing 000 lights, 001 lights, having top 10 be 00 lights. It's a really tight class, but yeah, it's great fun. It's probably one of the best things that we've done in life, and I wouldn't change it for the world, to be honest.
Cooper with these are all street legal, folks, these cars that you're about to see, and vans obviously, and pickups possibly, with the Transit in the Kestrel lane taking on Rob Slater. Bit of a double step off the line for Rob with a 3-second 60-foot. See what Ashley can do. 10.06 at 1:36, 11.78 at 1.
It was a good evening down there last night. Going alongside Paul Morton with the mortified Zodiac. Oh boy, would he love to run an 8-second pass. This car, not going to be on this one though. Stands up on the rear tyres, doesn't get any forward motion at all. gets an 11.21, 129. Butch goes 12.51.
All over the place, yeah.
But it's hardly recognisable as that car now. It's, definitely Graham's
It's
car.
a nut and bolt, yeah, so I was going to say, nut and bolt, complete and utter rebuild, looks absolutely spectacular. Taking on Mark Todd with the freight train. See if Mark Todd stands on it a bit more this morning. 127 to 60 foot's picking it up a bit. That'll be a mid-7, I think. 36, 197. His quickest ever run with that car is at night. Just watch the way it leaves the line. It actually stands up at the back, doesn't squat down. There you go. Oh my goodness me, 115 to 60 foot for Tony Higgs. What on earth's this one going to be? 772, oh so close to 180 miles an hour again.
So this is Ricky Hale's first run of the weekend. Something in the 10s would do nicely. Oh, loads of wheel spin off the line there for Ricky. Elliott gets there first, 9.33 at 151, and he got it into the 10s despite all that wheel spin, 10.90.
2 runs he's put in so far have been real nice and consistent, both in the 7s, quickest being a 7.86. I think Mick Hale would love a 7.86, wouldn't he?
Well, maybe one day, see how the new car does, but...
No tyre slip at all for Al Mac, 123 to 60 foot. Another super run. 770.
Yeah, moves up a spot, goes to number 3.
Jumps usual territory for Mr. Bond.
Okay, there. 10.17 is his darling. He's got the track to himself. JT needs to
refuel.
Refuel.
Possibly retire.
Yeah, get another set of tyres. You're dead right. That's actually worked into Dave Fulton's advantage there, because he's had more chance to cool down and get back in the lanes.
However, I think racers being racers, well, no, there we go. We're off and on again.
Oh, no.
Start and stop.
Curses.
Again, you never know how torrential it's going to be. If you look actually behind the main bank, you can see the shafts of light coming down. We could do one of those right now. There's also some pretty serious weather that's missed us as well, looking on the radar, so we're still doing pretty well. We just need a clear stretch without any spits and spots, and we can get it done. Then the slight problem is obviously running later and later. It just puts the pressure more on tomorrow, because we'd normally have had some of our sportsman eliminations by now.
Yeah.
We should be starting on them now, I think, shouldn't we?
Yeah. Well, we've still got another full-blown pro session to go as well, don't forget.
Well, we still have another 4 hours of track time available, at least, actually. However, it would be better to get on with it sooner rather than later.
Don't want to lose the dew point. That's the other thing, of course. It was getting a little bit dewy last night, wasn't it, when they were like just...
With the funny cars, yeah. Absolutely. So Lee Morris adds the car to the queue, or the collection in front of the barn. And we're back to waiting again. I'm very sorry to say. You guys out there in the sitting on the grandstands or on the banking are better placed than us up here in the tower. As we can't feel the raindrops. You can, but nobody's moving, which is always really encouraging.
That is good.
That's always the best sign, which means that it's not really that bad, and hopefully it won't take too long. Okay, we know how to cure this. Nitro FM, please take it away. And we'll be back as soon as we can. Usual territory for Mr. Bond with the ugly sister. You can see the difference in launch between the two of them.
Sheridan's got hold of this much better this time. Andy Bond disappearing. 7.03, back to number 1, and a 7.92 at last, Mark. It's got to be the ultimate sleeper, that car. You wouldn't think it would do 50 mile an hour, let alone what it runs.
So was that his first 10 the other day?
Yeah, it was, yeah.
Oh, okay.
Harrow straight, dramaless. Oh, look at that!
Oh my goodness me!
Wow, 10.65.
So, Paul, if you watch Paul Hudson's dragster, leaves the line quite quietly. There we go, like quite flat, but it runs enormous speed, 160 plus miles an hour. Oh, 168, and it only just misses.
Oh.
889 with a 4. It basically, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Oh, 009. There we go. Someone's proved me not to be a liar. Well done, Leah. Thank you.
Right, it's all about ETs. Leia is currently number 1. 882, 887, both break out, so they both stay put. Steve stays 8. Leah stays 1.
Intravenous. I'm not sure how Andy Clifford got bowled there, but there we go. Must have rolled out of stage.
Oh,
wow.
perfect.
That'll take some beating.
Right, so let's have a look at the two Daves. Dave Cherritt has got a number on the board yet. Dave Fulton, he's currently number 6 with a 998. Dave Cherritt goes 991 into the number 2 spot break. Triple 03 red for Ronald.
Double 08 green for Simon. 984, 989 with a 1. Just that. Little bit in towards the tree though, which is not ideal.
Oh, but this. Whoa! Kiss the white line. Tello 1. No improvement. And Jazz goes 982. Breaks out. They are more than happy for it to revert back to one of its previous names, and that, of course, is John Ball Supergas. So many thanks indeed to David Tony for that. $9.92 for Pete. He moves up from 5 to 3 with that one. A breakout. How many times have you said that today already? That's a big old throttle stop. Releases. 986, still too quick. 148 mile an hour, no improvement. Stay. Right, so the bump is 089 at the moment. The Pro ET. Both of these two, I believe, are in. Oh.
Sorry.
Murder the button.
That's the one.
Oh, Chris, number 29. That's nervous territory.
Well, that may not be in by the end of the day. $9.73, no improvement for Chris Newsom. Look at that. John Turner though with a 10.52, that's nowhere near where he normally runs, is it? That Mopar must be hurting a bit.
Breakout for John, 10.67, no improvement for the other John.
So AC Bell is number 25 at the moment. With the Cuda in the auto glim lane, 9.85, 9.10 for Mike Lacey. $9.12 for Mike. AC Bell goes 9.88 at
the moment. He dials in at 10.52. Mason Darling in 9.25. 9.19, big old breakout there, but Marie goes in at number 13, over for Jeff Cowley. Really does need to get within a, well, within 800ths at the moment, would like to be even closer. So if he can get a 9.4 and not break out, he's in.
For now.
Yeah. He's got a cracking light, 006, but that doesn't get you qualified. It's all about the ET. Oh, he's in. Number 10. Good shot, Jeff.
Bum's Lane this shot back one.
One-day parking. He left your window open. Go and close it.
That won't be a 10-9
problems
for Carl. Bailey's gone red, but that doesn't matter. It's all about the number. I don't think it'd be a 9-4. 961. No help, she stays 22. Poor old Carl Goldsmith. And a big bill to go with him.
Well, obviously Ronnie's going to get there first. How close to the 906 is he going to go? 9 flat.
What's Stu going to do?
Oh my goodness!
Right,
Chloe can get back in here. She dials 932, cracking light again. But come on, 932, a 9.3 something. Come on, Chloe. Oh, breaks out 9.24.
Well, already in. Safe to say they probably will be.
Should be safe
in eliminations. Yeah, should be. John Bean, Auto Clip Lane 953 for the shotgun, the V8 Pony, as it says on the back, up against the Capricious Capri, with Laura at the wheel. .957 for John Bean, nice and consistent.
It's not a million miles away from number 1 spot, only 400 points, and we know that could be made up in
very
qualifying.
quickly.
So, yeah, it's the Pro ET Championship this year, very, very tight indeed.
Up against Dave Reed with the Fiesta. Great to see Dave coming and joining in Pro ET.
It's not getting off the line anyway once, but this thing really does. Once that boost comes in, my God, it goes. Oh, Willie's perfect.
Number 1. Right, let's have a... So where are we? Nick Mugridge is on the bump. Chris Newsom's out. Big shock. Dave Fulton's out. And Tig over there isn't in at the moment either.
Go back to that list again.
Sorry, go on. Go on. You take which one? You go.
Nervous. Brett Featherstone, 31st, and he's the points leader.
Ooh. So if Tig gets in here, he's going to be on the bump.
Yeah, he's going to put Brett on the bump.
And he does. He does. Unbelievable. Tig up to number 16 with a 974 and a 72. The bump spot in Pro ET is the points leader in the UK Championship, Brett Featherstone. Both of these two are not in.
Oh, wow.
If they get in on this run, Brett's sitting behind watching. He's the next pair, or in the next pair. And Dave Fulton's round there too.
Oh, my word. So Warren Watts looks for a 9 flat. Tom Kay wants 10.29.
Anything within half a tenth should get you in for now. 906. Oh no.
It means so much to these guys and girls.
Yeah, they spend all season doing this, and to potentially not qualify would be huge.
Oh, massive.
No pressure, Dave. He's been at it a long while, though, as has the guy in the other lane, Lee Huxley.
Well, Lee Huxley was driving that car last year, don't forget.
51. Oh. Dave Fulton is not in the show.
Double breakout.
Yet.
Oh,
Lee goes
1. Whoa. You got to get 06. Yeah, the throttle stops.
Almost the same time
simultaneously,
as well,
weren't they?
Look at that for a side-by-side Supercomp run. 890 flat in one lane, 890 with a 7 in the other.
Both capable of hitting the numbers. .005 off the line for Rich. That goes 9 flat, 904 for Al. They stay 4 and 5.
Oh, Steve's done deep.
Can't do that.
Still going to get an elapsed time, but if it's a normal run, it'll be a breakout. No, it isn't. 901, 145. Steve Field actually moves up one spot because he didn't break. Another nice looking run for Andy Clifford. 924, back in the low 9s again at 145.
Loads of wheel spin again for Ricky. He's certainly not shy of using the right boot on that one, is he?
He's definitely got the Pro Charger hooked on again.
11.06, but it's 10.55 for Nick. That's his best of the weekend so far.
Got to give a... He's going to build up the boost. Kirsty's already there waiting. Go on, give her a head start, you gentlemen. No. Well, that was the same 60 foot that Andy Bond had earlier. 6.99 at 2.07. Not sure what the smoke was through the finish line. That's a little unusual, but back into 80 miles an hour. Will this be the one? Another terrific 60 foot for Tony Higgs. Not quite as quick as earlier. 782, 179. Oh, so close at the moment. To take the number 1 spot, he's got to run his first 6-second run with this car against the Transit God himself, Mr. Ash Cooper. Whoa. That's not tyre smoke. There, Mark backs off of it. I think that's because the cockpit actually filled up with smoke as well. That was his quickest 60 foot. Not sure what it was billowing out. Hopefully. That's a nice move for Graham off the start line as well. I think Al's backed off. They both have, actually. They're both out of it. 8.39 at 124 for Al McSweeney.
Yeah. So currently on a 9.33, number 8 spot for Elliott.
Giving it a lot more off the line this time for Elliott. Will this be an 8-second run? Looks pretty quick.
Oh, that's looking very good. Oh, 9.11, 153 miles an hour, but 65. Outstanding performance from James Murray. Going alongside Butch.
Considering he's never run a 10 before, to when run a 10, something's got to have changed. Something has. That is a proper sleeper, that car, isn't it?
10.71. That'll do.
Don't shrug. That's still true.
Forward if you like. Give it full beans.
Shuts it off well before the finish line. Still goes 5.52 only. 225 miles an hour. He's going 219 at the 8th, actually. That is a serious 60 foot for a jet car. 0.95. Hey. So, 7-second runs are good for Pro Stop Bikes.
Oh, and exactly the same as yesterday for Bertrand.
It's not sounding very sweet for Aswin, though. 8.53 at 1.51. Bertrand Maurice will be down. He's leading, but he has made all the rounds. This is a very, very competitive bike. Run 7 zeros he has before. He's won this event a few years ago too. Beat Freddie Fredland in the final on a whole shot. Sorry, Fred, if you're listening. If you are, very good afternoon. Yeah, Martin Newbury actually kind of rolled the beams. That won't be his quickest run. 747 at 183 does not give away the 1.45 60-foot. He took quite a bit of that out on the start line. 770 for Martin Bishop, 173. It is Martin. 6-1 this bike has been. He went 6.30 yesterday. That bike is just a thing of beauty. 6.25 at 2:22 and a new personal best for Martin de Haas. Congratulations to the Haas. The 6 it might be. Look at that for Mark Smith. That's outstanding. That will be a 6. 92 only 161 miles an hour. That was well held, sir, and especially after the delay on the start line. That's normally the belt coming off when it does that sort of noise. 6.68 for Eric, 199 miles. 22 all the way out the back door. Stu Crane with a rather off pace for him. 6.80. Can you believe I said that? 6.80. Oh, Stu's got problems. Al's going to be all the way through. 6.14 for Al Smith at 2.13. It actually looked little.
Well, both of them absolutely scorching down the quarter mile here, and it's a 5.83 for Rickard, just 100th of a second off what he ran yesterday. Neil Midgley. Well, the number on the scoreboard is the number they've got to beat to get into the show, 7.22. And as Darryl said, that is a record European bump for an 8-bike field.
Well, I was going to say that won't be an 8, that won't be a 7. Western Lane taking on Margot Schmidt from the Netherlands. Knocking on the door of the 7s again for Margot yesterday.
Well, Margot went 8.02 yesterday, goes 7.88, nicely done. And Woody goes 8.13. Big move up from him.
Foreign excursions, but how cool is that anyway? So both of these two low 7s second runners.
Well, Mark Hope currently number 9 on a 7.23. Steve number 12, 8.36. Well, Mark Hope trying to keep the front wheel down.
Well held that man. 7.24, 201 miles an hour. Look at the speed. Steve B goes 7.32, 196. Two beautiful looking runs once again. 6.99 for Matthias, 2.067. 15 at 2.02 for Ross. Is that his quickest run? Now's the time to step it up. .95, 209, nice backup run, 708 at 190 for Mr. Morrison. Just been quicker, you never know. Steve Venables from the UK and Daniel Lenz from Hungary. Two beautiful clean runs. All we're going to do now is keep our eyes on the scoreboards. 6.70 for Ben.
Wow.
2.24, his quickest run ever.
So Marie Rosen goes 9.05 on an 8.90. And Anouk goes, well, breaks out actually, goes 400s too quick. So Marie moves up from 4 to number 2 with that one.
And we're rolling out
in 8.20. So they're going to get there first. Goes 8.17, breaks out just by that much, and a bigger breakout from Holly. 11.10 on 11.22. Just quickly, Darryl, we think, subject to confirmation, the quickest and...
4, 3, 2, 1, go! So much for a test run. Oh, ladies and gentlemen, the quickest run ever. 5:06, 263 miles an hour. That was gorgeous. That is your new #1 qualifier and a new European record.
No, he's missed it.
Not hugely surprising that Steve Ashdown stood straight up on the rear tyres. And when I say straight up on the rear tyres, I mean if you got there in the grandstand can see this. Right, Steve Ashdown managed to get sort of from there to just there, about that far. Like one rotation of
the show completely.
Yeah.
No drama there.
Certainly not scared of it. Cracking run for Wally.
Yeah, there he is.
7.17, 193. Well, Wayne blows the tyres off again instantly.
And the door.
And the door. Okay.
The right side, the passenger door.
Oh, it shook the door open.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, he's not going to improve on his run from yesterday, but anyway, there we go. Wayne will trickle through the finish line, make the first turn off. And we'll be on with the next pair. So it looks like the next pair is going to be from the UK. First turbo car we're going to be seeing is John Webster.
And Kev Slade.
This could be the
yeah.
one. That was gorgeous.
Whoa,
Oh,
so close.
6:03, 232 miles an hour. That is his quickest ever run at Santa Barbara Raceway. Andy Robinson clicked it early to a 6:56.
That's what I mean. There you go. Come on. Yappa.
5.89, 242 miles an hour. 6 flat for Andre on over 244. It looked a little bit.
Oh.
Well,
wake up, John.
I was going to say the weirdness continues. It almost look, if there is a high gear in the turbo car, it looks like John left in high gear. 972, 147.
Well, Michelle is 9, Mark is 12 at the moment.
Mark looks pretty slow.
Michelle isn't though.
Wow.
591.
Yes. New personal best.
Again.
Yeah, Mark's car just doesn't leave the start line.
No.
By the look of that.
Oh, John's car didn't sound like it was going to shift gear there.
Yeah, same as Kev Slyfield. I think he just didn't go in second gear. That's the same.
All being well, side by side 5 is looking really nice. No
side by side. Oh, poof.
5.91 for Bobby, 242 miles an hour.
Another
His
PB.
quickest run ever.
One flat to 60. We can hear him pedaling the car out there, so he's not going to improve on that 594. Go 718.
Slight shake.
Yeah, but that was shake.
In the autograph lane with the dragster. Q2 top methanol. Big tyre shake for Silvio, but Danny is Sandro is disappearing into the distance to a 5:48.
That looks good.
They're going to be happy with that one. 5.56. I think that could be. for Daniel at 274 with a hole out at the finish line. Very, very consistent. The crew a bit nonplussed about a 538.
It's too bad for Lynn because
96 to the 8th, 381 to the 8th, sorry. 580 at the stripe, 246. And the numbers will come. This is looking absolutely superb. It's a 661 with the 3. Slots in at the number 2 spot there for Jim.
That was a super launch for Mike.
Is he in the 6.5s? Yeah, 658 to 09.
And the speed. Oh, wow, what a first run. 3.82, 305.
Both in pre-stage, inching forward. And not quite. He'd have literally blazed, well, that hourglass figure.
Yeah.
Tyre tracks there for Ida. Suzanne, well, tyre shake straight off the line to about 80 foot out and had to click it.
Yeah, with the time marks here for Ida, I mean, they are that wide here, and over here they are.
Apache in Chi-Town. First pair this afternoon in Nostalgia. Funny car. .630, clicking it before the strike there. Andy comes off the throttle and very sensibly doesn't get back on it again. Obviously, a nitro is a different beast to everything else. 1084 at 75.33 miles an hour.
Nice test launch to 330 for Wendy. Yeah, that'll work. It's in one piece by the looks of it. Runs a 12-second run. Nice looking launch. Okay, so it looks like they're actually repacking. Wow, just kicks the tyres loose again. 207 mile an hour. That was more of a damn and blast.
I think there's a little bit of tyre chatter there for Luke.
Much better, 60 foot as well, but he's out of it.
Another PB and a 9. Clear that screen, and I pressed the wrong computer screen button. But there we go.
Yeah, that was the destination button for the tower. So don't do that again.
Okay. No, we have to do it synchronised.
Oh, we do. Yes.
Yeah, it's a twin key thing.
Twin key thing.
DEFCON 4.
Do you know what, actually, I'm looking out there as well. The weather over there is beautiful, over there is beautiful, over there not so good. Let's have the weather from over there, please, because that will be lovely for the rest of the day. So we're about to go with all of our pro stuff again very soon. Finish this session of Pro ET, and then it's on with Super Pro right behind them.
Right, what I've had a chance to do, there are 10 cars left that haven't put in qualifiers. That can get back in the show and start bumping people around. And this is 2 of them.
Whoa. Nicely stopped just before he went over the white line for JT.
Dave. Dave Reed's going, what's he doing? The guy in the other lane with the Ford Fiesta. And now makes his way forward. That's right, so these two aren't in the show at the moment as we stand. This is John Tebenham with this outrageous 4-pop.
He's not in the show He is the show.
He is. Good point. That could be quote of the day, that one.
Yeah, definitely that. John Tevenham with just an enormous burnout for the crew killer. So Dave Reed dials 11.10, 9.01 for JT.
Now then, if, I say it's a big if Dave Reed can leave the line on boost, then this car will absolutely fly. We know it's got a top-end charge. It's getting it off the line. John Tevenham, 9.01. He's capable of doing it, but he needs to go between 9.01 and 9.07 to get into the show. And between 11.10 and 11.17, well, 11.16 for Dave.
Well, JT way capable of running that 9.01. Don't think that'll be 11.10 though. 9.08, he just misses.
Oh, and he just misses as well. 11.19 or 11.10, 144. JT moves up to 35. Dave Reed moves up to number 40. They tried, but they missed.
Just. JT's quickest run the weekend, actually, as well. So, Tig. I didn't think Tig was in. Oh, yeah, we got in on the last round. He got in the last round of qualifying, didn't he? Beg your pardon. 9.72 for the Challenger in the Auto Glim lane. Kestrel side the racetrack for Lee Morris. He's 26. Probably safe, but he'd like to be a bit more comfy.
Yeah, no, he is safe, actually. Well,
yeah, just about.
Mathematically not yet. 24th and upwards is safe. But then as each pair goes through, but we'll see. Nice wheels up launch there for Tig. Now they're looking for a 9.72. Lee Morris looking for a 10.17. There's a 9.68 breakout, 10.18 for Lee Morris. That's more like it. 26 up to 13. Right, this is one guy that really, really wants to improve. He's on the bump spot. This is Brett Featherstone. The reason it's so important for him is he's the championship points leader. If he doesn't qualify, it's a nightmare for him. Going alongside Tom Kay, he's not qualified at the moment.
But he's only just by like a hair's breadth missed in the last run.
Yeah.
He's only 0.003 too quick. Doesn't matter how much too quick, it still doesn't count, but you know you're oh so close. So if Tom Kay goes 0.5 or better on his dial and Brett Featherstone doesn't improve, Brett will not be qualified.
It's Brett that can do himself a huge favour here, quite simply. And he does. Oh.
So does Tom Kay. Oh, wow. Well, Tom would have bumped him out, actually, but Brett moved up to 22. He's safe.
And he's safe. He's in.
Yeah. Tom Kay, though, with great 10.30 and a 10.29.
So who's on the bump?
I was going to say, who's on the outside now?
Wayne Hiscock is on the bump. Mark Huxley has just been bumped out.
Warren Watts has already...
No, Warren is on the outside.
No, he's here. He's the next to run.
Yeah. Going alongside number one man. And he's going to stay there.
He's safe.
So Warren Watts needs to go between 9.03. What is the bump number now? That's the other thing. 0.52.
Everything from now on is a new record bump, isn't it?
Yeah. Well, in Pro AT anyway.
He's holding up 9.78. It's okay. I think they're in the process of changing it.
That's it.
Okay. Warren Watts with a 9.03. Warren isn't qualified. Now, the thing is, even though they're not qualified, we still have the brake rule, so if someone higher up has broke, they will be allowed in. Do they get points if they do it that way?
Good point. I don't know. Right, Warren leads and breaks out. Oh, 9 flat. No help for him. So Warren Watts is a DNQ, but he remains second alternate at the moment.
That could be key.
Will stays obviously number one. Right, Dan Fulton, he's not exactly safe at the moment. Can I have FIM Pro Stock Bike into the lanes? Final warning, please. FIM Pro Stock Bike need you into the lanes. Right, Andre Nala, he's currently number 7. He's okay. Dan Fulton, number 31. 1010 is the dial-in.
Smooth gear changes for Andre Nala make that car so consistent. That's his quickest start of the weekend. 10.05, nice and consistent.
No help for Dan, he goes 23 on the 10.
So the man with the brownish trousers at the moment is Simon Fulton.
Right, Dave Fulton.
Dave Fulton, apologies.
Right,
Sorry.
Neil Watkins not qualified. The Purple Express pickup truck just coming into view.
Perfectly capable of getting in.
Well, he's back to his normal dial-in, which is good, 11.3. Marie Mills, safe. 10.53 is her dial-in. So Wayne Hiscock is the one that's nervous at the moment. He is on the bump spot, 32nd.
001 001 reaction for Neil Watkins. Not that it matters, he wants to get the number.
Oh, he improves,
but not
it's
enough.
35th, he's 11.37. Cracking light, but the run didn't quite work out. Breakout for Marie Mills. So Neil Watkins is up in the 35 spot at the time being. All right. Lee Huxley.
Well, unlike his brother, he's qualified at the moment.
Yeah, he's 26. Curran's number 11. Right, 5 cars left that aren't in the show that might get in. That's where we are at the moment.
9.39 for Lee on a 36. He's only 26. Only. But he's in the show, which is always
all he needs to do is get in.
Yeah, and then he can win from any position. Kieran Turner, 9.96. Kieran is number 11. Double step on the launch, doesn't really make any difference in qualifying. But he'd like to run a 96 over 11.54. There's a bit of smoke as well.
It didn't sound right. 60 foot, 2 seconds, definitely not right. FIM Super Twin Top Fuel into the pairing lanes, please. FIM Super Twin Top Fuel into the pairing lanes, please.
So Tom Watkins, Dave Rudd, both of these two are in the show. Tom Watkins with Doris from Wadhurst. Kestrel side the racetrack, 9 flat for that big old Dodge. Dave Rudd with both these girls down there on the start line helping out. Both Steph and Kat.
Tom carrying the front wheels high once again and getting distance on them. Actually, he's broken the 60 foot on his back wheels that time. 9.03, nicely done for Tom. 9.68 for Dave, both of them 300 off. Ronnie Mercer safe, but Darren Law, one of the 5 remaining drivers, to try and get into the show.
Now I think there's a new combo in there because Darren's normally consistently in the 9.1s, and it's definitely had work done. New wheelie bar.
Well, at this rate, nitrous that he's probably going to go in the 8s on this one. He's safely qualified, 9.04, no problem. He has been in the 8s. The tailwind is turned into a bit of a crosswind now, but shouldn't affect these guys much. 9:05.
What's Gavin Law got? 9:63. That will be. He does actually improve up to number 44 spot. Now, Nick Mugridge wasn't qualified earlier. He is now. Oh, no, he's not. 36.
These two aren't in the show at the moment.
So, who's on the bump at the moment? Let's have another quick look, shall we? Okay, 31 is Daniel Fulton. 32 is Wayne Hiscock. If these two get in, the other two won't be. Then it's Bailey Ashdown's turn to bite her nails a bit. Amy Watkins is 29.
Yeah, she hasn't run yet, though.
Yeah,
so.
this could still, this could go anyway. Okay. But these two have got a bump in. We need to mention that first.
Yeah.
Nick Mugridge dials 10.20 with the little dragster.
Well, they're both killer on the tree. It's the runs that count, though. 10:20 and 10:08. 10:11, 10:28. Martin gets in. No, he's bumped Wayne Hiscock out. Nick Mugridge, no improvement from him. 10:28, not enough. So Mark Huxley bumps in. Oh boy,
Look
oh boy.
at that. Just very quickly, Nick wanted to say a big hi to, and welcome to Zanzibar to Bill Fletcher from Fletcher Racing in Australia. Him and his son are multi-time Supercharged Outlaw champions, and they race from Winner back in Queensland. Very warm welcome to them. Unfortunately, didn't get in the show that time.
Right. Okay, next up then, it is John Dalrymple and Alfie Ratton. Alfie currently 21, he's okay. John Dalrymple 25, that's okay. So just bumped out Wayne Hiscock. Dan Fulton is on the bump.
So both these two are safe. $9.30 for Alfie Ratton on a 9.25, not bad. And a 12.28. Are you ready for a pedal? No, but I'm going to do it anyway.
Right, Gary Carr and Mike Lacey, your next pair. Gary Carr dialing in 9.11, Mike Lacey 9.12. So these two totally safe, 8 and 9. And you've got a very weird situation coming up with Dave Fulton. If Dave Fulton qualifies, he's going to put his brother outside 32. But let's see how these two get on. 9.11 for Gary, 9.12 for Mike. Let's see what they got. 9.15 and 9.11. Well, if Mike had dialed the 9.11, he would have been right up the sharp end. 9.15 for Gary Carr, this is his favourite number, just didn't dial it. Right, Dave Cherritt and Dave Fulton. Well, as I say to you, if Dave Fulton gets in the show, he's going to bump Dan Fulton out. Oh, it's just, you can't write this sometimes, can you? Dave Fulton, currently number 9. He has got. Trying to look at the size of the window that he's got to get. 049. He's got to get within 049 of his dial-in. Dave Fulton dials 985. They both dial 985. Dave Cherritt, 006. Oh, Dave Fulton goes to number 4. Oh, what a run from Dave. Oh, he hits his number at the last knockings. He just knocked his brother out. Oh, my goodness me. Well, it's good for his points, not good for family connections there. Oh, my word. Right, let's have a look now. Amy Watkins is on number 31. Bob Molden, number 11. God, late drama here. This is ridiculous. Right, so Amy, she's number 2 in the championship points, but she's only qualified number 31. Darling is 9:58. Bob dials in 9:55. Bob, number 11, he's safely qualified. No problem for him at all. Now, Amy can do herself a huge favour here. If she can run between 9:58 and 9:62, she's going to improve. Oh, she breaks out. She goes 9:57 with a 9. How close was that? Oh, you're talking thousandths of a second. If she was 9/10 thousandths of a second slower, she would have been your number 1 qualifier. That's how tight that was. Oh. Well, in actual fact, that is it for Pro ET. So the field is set, basically. Dan Fulton just got bumped out on that last pair. A bump, unbelievably, of 0.44. That is where the where the 32nd car ended up. 0.044 from dial-in. Dan Fulton becomes the first alternate. Wayne Hiscock, the second alternate. Warren Watts, third alternate. They will still hang around. They won't go anywhere at all. But that's how tight it is. Daryl has just gone downstairs, and yep, his mic is working. So yeah, just going to get an update from Eurodragster.com. Just 1 second. And yeah, we just had confirmation actually that 0.44 bump is it's the quickest 32 field ever in Pro ET. You can see cars going back to the pits. That is Super Pro ET. Unfortunately, we're not going to get that session in that we really wanted to, but we need to get our second pro session of the day in. So Super Pro heading back to the pits. We've got our bike classes making their way down. So you do have a little bit of a car show going on in front of the grandstand at the moment as Super Pro head back to the pits. What a session from Pro ET. Right, we'll be just get a bit more of an update. That's stuck as well. Bear with me just 1 sec. Right, update for you. What's happening next? I just need to get Super Pro out of the way. But we do have a jet car that's coming up next. And then it will be our bike classes, which is Pro Stock Bike, Super Touring Bike, Top Fuel Bike, Super Street Bike, Junior Drag Bike. Then we'll be going into our FIA car classes, which is Pro Modified, Top Methanol, Pro Stock Car, and Top Fuel Dragster. And then we're just going to see how the rest of the day pans out after that. But yeah, a little free car show for you, as unfortunately I haven't got time to get Super Pro done in this session, so they are heading back to the pits. And can I please call Top Fuel Bike into the pairing lanes, please? Top Fuel Bike, if we can have you into the pairing lanes, please. Well, not only that, Daryl is on his bike and they've gone up to the top end, and of course this being the bump session for some of our classes, we're going to have interviews from the top end, and we look forward to that. Still got the Super Pro cars coming around the corner as the bikes start to appear, and of course Martin Hill with Fire Force number 5 makes his way down. Going to take a few moments to get Martin ready, as he's just towed to the front of the lanes. He needs to get strapped in, get his safety gear on, and we need to clear obviously Super Pro as well. So Nitro FM 96.2, if you can take the airwaves over. We will be back with you shortly after the little bit of track prep is done and we get ready for our second Pro session. Thanks so much indeed. Back with you very shortly indeed.
1, go! So much for a test run. Oh, ladies and gentlemen, the quickest run ever. 5:06, 263 miles an hour. That was gorgeous. That is your new #1 qualifier and a new European record.
No, he's missed it.
Not hugely surprising that Steve Ashdown stood straight up on the rear tyres. And when I say straight up on the rear tyres, I mean if you got there in the grandstand can see this. Right, Steve Ashdown managed to get sort of from there to just there, about that far. Like one rotation of
the show completely.
Yeah.
No drama there.
Certainly not scared of it. Cracking run for Wally.
Yo, there he is.
7.17, 193. Well, Wayne blows the tyres off again instantly.
And the door.
And the door. Okay.
The right side, the passenger door.
Oh, it's the door open.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, he's not going to improve on his run from yesterday, but anyway, there we go. Wayne will trickle through the finish line, make the first turn off. And we'll be on with the next pair. So it looks like the next pair is going to be from the UK. First turbo car we're going to be seeing is John Webster.
And Kev Slade.
This could be the
yeah.
one. That was gorgeous.
Whoa,
Oh,
so close.
6:03, 232 miles an hour. That is his quickest ever run at Santa Barbara Raceway. Andy Robinson clicked it early to a 6:56.
Right, we are back, and it is a jet car below us that you can hear, and I want Fuel Funny Car into the pairing lanes, please. Fuel Funny Car, if we can view into the pairing lanes. And ladies and gentlemen, we do have Martin Hill with Fire Force number 5 right below us to kick off our final pro session here at the Euro Finals. The last qualifying session. Once again, Fuel Funny Car, let's have you in the lanes. So Richie gives the signal to Martin to wind that jet turbine up just that little bit more, brings him forward, lines him up where Martin wants to be, slap bang in the middle of the groove. Now Martin's already been in the 5s very strongly indeed actually with this car. Okay, so Richie just getting Martin to flip that jet into stage. He's done that straight away, visor down, salutes his governor, waves to the crowd, give a wave back, and then Richie will give the signal. Martin to reel that turbine all the way up. And here goes Martin Hill. to a 5:41 at 271 miles an hour. And the chute was out as he crossed the line. So very nice run indeed there for Martin. 5:41, 271. He was doing 217 miles an hour at the 8th mile. He got there in 3.66 seconds. So give Richie and the gang a huge cheer as they go and collect Martin from the top end. Always very entertaining when we watch our jets put in some incredible passes, to be honest. Always put on a good show. Right, so we look into the pairing lanes, and it is basically full of two-wheeled warriors at the moment. Going to be very, very interesting indeed. It's going to be Pro Stock Bike that's coming around the corner first. 4 of them here, but only 3 of them have put numbers on the board at the moment. But this, the Last Chance Saloon. So just to give you a rundown on the order at the moment, it's going to be Pro Stock Bike, followed by the Super Twins. Then it will be Top Fuel Bike, Super Street Bike, and Junior Drag Bike Cup. This, of course, all under FIM Europe jurisdiction. And then after that, it is going to be our car classes. We've got Nitro Funny Car, FIA Pro Modified, Top Methanol, Pro Stock Car, and Top Fuel Dragster. So it's going to be one incredible late afternoon, early evening show. I'm staying in the tower, but Darryl is in the shutdown area to catch a word with riders and drivers when they come around the corner, if they stop. And of course, if they make it all the way down to the far end of the shutdown area, that's the other thing. So the tractor just getting back into position. So it is a Pro Stock Bike coming round. Here they come. Aswin the Noble and Bertrand Maurice, the first pair. And then it'll be the 2 British riders in the second pair. He's there. I can hear him. We heard you. Trying to. I thought he was just trying to collect dinner by the sounds of it. Right, okay, well, this is Aswin Lenoble and Bertrand Maurice. Now then, Bertrand has not got a number on the board yet. He's had 2 attempts so far, and both of them, the bike has just lurched forward and not gone up the racetrack at all. So very do or die situation here for Bertrand. Yeah. Yes, it's pleasant here as well. Just had to pull the blind down. So yeah, very nice conditions at the moment. Press pause on this, please. Bertrand nearly stumbled again, but he's managed to get the bike to recover. Aswin going through with an 867, and Bertrand gets a number on the board, 908. He's qualified, thank goodness for that. So, no. So the two Martins then, Martin Newbury, Martin Bishop. They are going to be 1 and 2. It's just a case of which order. So the number 1 spot is a 747 from Martin Newbury at the moment on the CycleWorks machine. Martin Bishop currently on a 770. They are... Oh, is there? Oh, yeah, I can see it. Yep. It's a double rainbow, actually. Yeah. Second one's a bit faint, but it is a double. Always have been, mate. Right, there they go. It's going to be Martin Newbury that's going to stay in the number 1 spot, definitely. 7:21 at 180 finds improvement, as does Martin Bishop, goes 7:66 at 172. But number 1 spot is Martin Newbury with 7:21. All right, move on into the FIM Super Twins. Well, as you can see, the scoreboards have just gone into hieroglyphics at the top end there, so just need to clear that. It's going to take seconds, but it does mean that can't just start that bike up instantly and get it to do its run. But if you left it running, it'd probably run out of fuel by the time he'd be able to take the run. So yeah, unfortunately, just been pushed back. The computer system is about 5 seconds away, but that would have been too long for the bike to hang around. Just unfortunate timing there. All right, okay, so we'll get a chance to run again in a moment. Yeah, still trying to get the timing system to be on the same page as the rest of us here at the moment, but having a slight issue. Bizarrely, my screen is absolutely perfect, but it's not working brilliantly out there. So, in actual fact, a lot of the bikes taking cover. I think we could be getting the wet bits here whilst you stay in the dry. Although it is glorious sunshine, the bikes are taking cover. In actual fact, yeah, we are getting spots down this end for a change. Oh, curses. Complete and utter curses. Those rainbows that you're looking at, Darryl, it may be a pot of gold, but unfortunately it's watered down. And yeah, it's because of the wind direction, we're getting it before the top end this time round. So it's very, very frustrating indeed. So unfortunately, we're going to be down once again for the time being. And this is what I just hate doing, is glorious sunshine here, but it is the precipitation is stopping us from running once again. Nitro FM 96.2. Unfortunately, I keep handing it back to you, but unfortunately, that's what I've got to do. Back over to you. Name of the dragster, Q2 top methanol. Big tyre shake for Silvio, but Danny is Sandro is disappearing into the distance to a 5:48.
That looks good.
They're going to be happy with that one. 5:56. I think that could be.
Wow.
5:38 for Daniel at 2:74 with a hole out at the finish line. Very, very consistent. The crew a bit nonplussed about a 5:38.
It's too bad for Lynn because
96 to the 8, 381 to the 8,
Holy.
sorry. 580 at the stripe, 246. And the numbers will come. This is looking absolutely superb. It's a 661 with the 3 slots in at the number 2 spot there, Jim.
That was a super launch for Mike.
Is he in the 6.5s? Yeah, 6:58 to 09.
And the speed. Oh, wow, what a first run. 3.82, 305.
Both in pre-stage, inching forward. And not quite. He'd had literally blazed, well, that hourglass figure.
Yeah.
Tyre tracks there for Ida. Suzanne, well, tyre shake straight off the line to about 80 foot out and had to click it.
Yeah, with the time marks here for Ida, I mean, they are that wide here, and over here they are.
Apache and Chi-Town. First pair this afternoon in Nostalgia. Funny car. .630, clicking it before the strike there. Andy comes off the throttle and very sensibly doesn't get back on it again. Obviously, a nitro is a different beast to everything else. 1084 at 75.33 miles an hour.
Nice test launch to 330 for Wendy. Yeah, that'll work. It went. It's in one piece by the looks of it. Runs a 12-second run. Nice looking launch. Okay. So it looks like they're actually repacking. Wow, it just kicks the tyres loose again. 207 mile an hour. That was more of a damn and blast.
I think there's a little bit of tyre chatter there for Luke.
Much better, 60 foot as well, but he's out of it.
Another PB and a 9. 9.89 for Dan Williams there, 117 at the stripe. So obviously a new deal then for VP and the Williams brothers, as Nick is carrying the big VP logos as well. So well done to that team, and well done to VP. But look at Kev Jenkins go 110 to 60 foot.
Will it be a 7.2? 7.39. Oh, very consistent though, 184 miles.
Interested spectator down there actually rubbing off the Orthodoxy. Let's look at the scoreboards to see a 7.39, 300 slower from Rani, so he's going to 2 qualifier. What a 9.91. 9.90 is the aim of the game. 15 cars qualifying. 9.95 breakout for Dave Cherritt, that time 9.86. But probably creating mayhem wherever he is watching from, because that's the type of guy he was. Great character, never be forgotten. Shorty goes 10.17. No hell for him. Andy Harrison breaks out, goes 9.83. Well, they're both wide awake off the line. Mind you, they're quite used to doing this. Double breakouts, unfortunately. 87 for Dave, 89 for Simon. So the Tri-Chevys heading to the stripe. 9.95 and 10.18. Ronald moves up from 11 to 7. Tim 13 to 12. Well, wide awake club on reaction times as per usual from the Super Gas racers. Who does the better job of the stripe? Double breakout again. Andy Dibley 9.84. Pete Creswell 9.87.
The moment of the weekend so far in qualifying, of course. Big throttle stop for Colin to run 9.90. Sorry, last 2 cars, we've got Bob Mould as well. 9.95 for Colin. He stays at, well, if they all improve, he needs to make himself a little bit safer. 9.02, 9.53, no help for Bailey. Further off.
Al, again. He's 100th off his dial.
Just realised we're missing Keith Herbert this weekend, actually.
Oh, well, there's a few of them, aren't here. I say Keith, Gino, various people. 8.57, size stays 14, AC go.
Car will not qualify. That looks like a CV joint again, unfortunately. Instant breakage. Let's see what Chris Newsom can do. 9.62, he's 400ths too quick. Well, they both did actually go to number 1, I think, briefly.
Yeah. Well, they both ran on the Darlings. Stu Doyney, though, giving Andy Garnett a lesson in reaction times.
He's good at that.
Yeah, he is. So let's have a look. 11.08 and 11.83. That is your points leader. Rather nervous.
Highly likely to happen before he runs, though. So anywhere between 9.26 and 9.30 for Chloe would be good. 21, 500 too quick. John B.
9.38 breakout for Jeff, 10.41 the right side for Laura.
Well, Day way capable of running that 9.01. Don't think that'll be 11.10 though. 9.08, he just misses.
Practically not yet. 24th and upwards is safe. but then as each pair goes through, but we'll see. Nice wheels up launch there for Tig. Now he's looking for a 9.72. Lee Morris looking for a 10.17. There's a 9.68 breakout, 10.18 for Lee Morris. That's more like it. 26 up to 30. It's Brett that can do himself a huge favour here, quite simply. And he does. Oh.
So does Tom K. Oh, wow. Well, Tom would have bumped him out, actually, but Brett, so if someone higher up,
that's true,
has broke, they will be allowed in. Do they get points if they do it that way?
Good point. I don't know. Right, Warren leads and breaks out. Oh, 9 flat. No help for him. So, what is the dial-in?
Smooth gear changes for Andre Nala make that car so consistent. That's his quickest start of the weekend. 10.05. Nice and consistent.
No help for Dan. He goes 23 on the 10.
001 triple 01 reaction for Neil Watkins. Not that it matters, he wants to get the number.
Oh, he improves,
but not enough.
35th, he's 11.
Little double step on the launch, doesn't really make any difference in qualifying. But he'd like to run a 96, so it's 11.54. There's a bit of smoke as well.
It didn't sound right. Tom carrying the front wheels high once again and getting distance on him. I think he broke the 64 on his back wheels that time. 9.03, nicely done for Tom. 9.68.
What's Gavin Law got? 9.63. That will be. He does that. Okay. But these two have got a bump in. We need to mention that first.
Yeah.
Nick Mugridge dials 10.20 with the little dragster.
Well, they're both killer on the tree. It's the runs that count, though. 10.20 and 10.08. 10.11, 10.28. Lee, Martin gets in.
So both these two are safe.
He's going to put his brother outside 32. But let's see how these two get on. 9.11 for Gary, 9.12 for Mike. Let's see what they got. 9.15 and 9.11. Well, if Mike had dialed the 9.11... Dave Cherry, 006. Oh, Dave Fulton goes to number 4. Oh, what? Now, Amy can do herself a huge favour here. If she can run between 9.58 and 9.62, she's going to improve. Oh, she breaks out. She goes 9.57 with a 9. How close was that? That turbine all the way up. And here goes Martin Hill. To a 5.41 at 271 miles an hour. Bertrand nearly stumbled again, but he's managed to get the bike to recover. Asman going through with an 8.67, and Bertrand gets a number on the board, 9.08. He's qualified. Always have been, mate. Right, there they go. It's going to be Narton Newbury that's going to stay in the number one spot, definitely. 7.21 at 180 finds improvement, as does Martin Bishop, goes 7.
These are all street legal, folks, these cars that you're about to see, and vans, obviously, and pickups, possibly. With the Transit in the Kestrel lane taking on Rob Slater. Bit of a double step off the line for Rob with a 3-second 60-foot. See what Ashley can do. 10.06 at 1:36, 11.78 at 1.
It was a good evening down there last night. Going alongside Paul Moulton with the mortified Zodiac. Oh boy, would he love to run an 8-second pass. This car, not going to be on this one though. Stands up on the rear tyres, doesn't get any forward motion at all. Gets an 11.21, 129. Butch goes 12.51.
All over the place, yeah.
But it's hardly recognisable as that car now. It's, definitely Graham's
It's
car.
a nut and bolt, yeah, so I was going to say, nut and bolt, complete and utter rebuild, looks absolutely spectacular. Taking on Mark Todd with the freight train. See if Mark Todd stands on it a bit more this morning. 127 to 60 foot's picking it up a bit. That'll be a mid-7, I think. 36, 197. His quickest ever run with that car is at 9. Just watch the way it leaves the line. It actually stands up at the back, doesn't squat down. There you go. Oh my goodness me, 115 to 60 foot for Tony Higgs. What on earth's this one going to be? 772. Oh, so close to 180 miles an hour again.
So this is Ricky Hale's first run of the weekend. Something in the 10s would do nicely. Oh, loads of wheel spin off the line there for Ricky. Elliott gets there first, 9.33 at 151, and he got it into the 10s despite all that wheel spin, 10.90.
2 runs he's put in so far have been real nice and consistent, both in the 7s, quickest being a 7.86. I think Mick Hale would love a 786, wouldn't he?
Well, maybe one day, see how the new car does, but...
No tyre slip at all for Al Mack, 123 to 60 foot. Another super run. 770.
Yeah, moves up a spot, goes to number 3.
Jumps usual territory for Mr. Bond with the ugly sister. You can see the difference in launch between the
Mark
two
Sheridan's
of them.
got hold of this much better this time. Andy Bond disappearing. 7.03, back to number 1, and a 7.92 at last, Mark. It's got to be the ultimate sleeper, that car. You wouldn't think it would do 50 mile an hour, let alone what it runs.
So was that his first 10 the other day?
Yeah, it was, yeah.
Oh, okay.
Harrow straight, dramaless. Oh, look at that!
Oh, my goodness me!
Wow! 10.65!
So, Paul, if you watch Paul Hudson's dragster, leaves the line quite quietly. There we go, like quite flat, but it runs enormous speed, 160 plus miles an hour. Oh, 168, and it only just misses.
Oh.
889 with a 4. Do it basically, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Oh, 009. There we go. Someone's proved me not to be a liar. Well done, Leah. Thank you.
Well, it's all about ETs. Leia is currently number 1. 882, 887. Both break out, so they both stay put. Steve stays 8. Leia stays 1.
Intravenous. I'm not sure how Andy Clifford got bowled there, but there we go. Must have rolled out a stage.
Oh,
wow.
perfect.
That'll take some beating.
Right, so let's have a look at the two Daves. Dave Cherritt has got a number on the board yet. Dave Fulton, he's currently number 6 with a 998. Dave Cherritt goes 991 into the number 2 spot break. 003 red for Ronald.
And a 008 green for Simon. .984, 989 with a 1. Just that. Little bit in towards the tree though, which is not ideal.
Oh, but this. Oh, kiss the white line. .1001, no improvement, and Jazz goes 982, breaks out. They are more than happy for it to revert back to one of its previous names, and that, of course, is John Moore Supergas. So many thanks indeed to David Tony for that. .992 for Pete, who moves up from 5 to 3 with that one, a breakout. How many times have you said that today already? That's a big old throttle stop. Releases. 986, still too quick, 148 mile an hour, no improvement. Stay. Right, so the bump is 089 at the moment for Pro ET. Both of these two, I believe, are in. Oh.
Sorry.
Murder the button.
That's the one.
Oh, Chris, number 29. That's nervous territory.
Well, that may not be in by the end of the day. .973, no improvement for Chris Newsom. Look at that. Turner though with a 10.52, that's nowhere near where he normally runs, is it? That Mopar must be hurting a bit.
Breakout for John, 10.67, no improvement for the other John.
So AC Bell is number 25 at the moment, with the Cuda in the Auto Glim lane, 9.85, 9.10 for Mike Lacey. .912 for Mike. AC Bell goes 988 at
the moment. He dials in a 10.52. Mason dialing in 9.25. 9.19, big old breakout there, but Marie goes in at number 13. Over for Jeff Cowley. Really does need to get within a, well, within 800ths at the moment, would like to be even closer. So if he can get a 9.4 and not break out, he's in.
For now.
Yeah. He's got a cracking light, 006, but that doesn't get you qualified. It's all about the ET. Oh, he's in, number 10. Good shot, Jeff.
Bums lane, his shot back one.
One day parking. He left your window open. Go and close it.
That won't be a 10.9 for Carl. Bailey's gone red, but that doesn't matter. It's all about the number. I don't think it'd be a 9.4. 9.61. No help, she stays 22. Poor old Carl Goldsmith. And a big bill to go with it.
Well, obviously Ronnie's going to get there first. How close to the 906 is he going to go? 9 flat.
What's Stu going to do?
Oh my goodness! Right, Chloe can
sorry.
get back in here. She dials at 9.32, cracking light again. But come on, 9.32, a 9.3 something. Come on, Chloe. Oh, breaks out, 9.24.
Well, already in. Safe to say they probably will be later.
Should be safe.
In eliminations, yeah, should be. Should be. John Bean, Auto Glim Lane, 9.53 for the shotgun. The V8 Pony, as it says on the back. Up against the Capricious Capri. With Laura at the wheel. .957 for John Bean, nice and consistent.
it's not a million miles away from #1 spot. Only 400 points, and we know that could be made up in
Very
qualifying.
quickly,
So,
yeah.
Yeah, it's the Pro ET Championship this year. Very, very tight indeed.
Up against Dave Reed with the Fiesta. Great to see Dave coming and joining in Pro ET.
It's not getting off the line anyway once, but this thing really does. Once that boost comes in, my God, it goes. Oh, Will is perfect.
#1. Right, let's have a. So where are we? Nick Mugridge is on the bump. Chris Newsom's out. Big shock. Dave Fulton's out, and Tig over there isn't in at the moment either.
Go back to that list again.
Sorry, go on. Go on. You take which one? Good.
Nervous. Brett Featherstone, 31st, and he's the points leader.
Oh, so if Tig gets in here, he's going to be on the bump.
Yeah, he's going to put Brett on the bump.
And he does. He does. Unbelievable. Tig up to number 16 with a 974 and a 72. The bump spot in Pro ET is the points leader in the UK Championship, Brett Featherstone. Both of these two are not in.
Oh, wow.
If they get in on this run, Brett's sitting behind watching. He's the next pair, or in the next pair. And Dave Fulton's round there too.
Oh, my word. So Warren Watts looks for a 9 flat. Tom Kay wants 10.29.
Anything within half a tenth should get you in for now. 9.06. Oh no.
It means so much to these guys and girls.
Yeah, they spend all season doing this, and to potentially not qualify would be huge.
Oh, massive.
No pressure, Dave. He's been at it a long while, though, as has the guy in the other lane, Lee Huxley.
Well, Lee
only
Huxley was
22.
driving that car last year, don't forget.
51.
Oh.
Dave Fulton is not in the show.
Double breakout.
Yet.
Oh,
Lee goes
1. Whoa. You got to get 06 now to get into the show. Super Pro, we need you in the lanes if you're not already there.
Dave Rudd would like to move be a bit more comfy than that.
He certainly would.
Spot.
Oh, he is.
Oh,
That's
look
good.
at that. Number 6.
Oh, then anybody that's got a 3 in front of their number is going to be rather nervous. Tom Watkins, 15, should be safe. But everybody's moving on up in the order. 9.01 breakout for Tom Watkins. Mark Huxley breaks out. This is good looking pairing actually. 10.04, 10.12. Well, breakout for Andre, but Dan Fulton moves up from 31 to 29 in his...
So we've got John Dalrymple over there, but we've got no number for him. I'm sure I've seen him run. Anyway, we'll see. 9.37.
He did.
John.
That's right, yeah, because he was number 1 after the first session, wasn't he?
It's 8.33, not... That's why.
Ah, right, yeah. Right, breaks out, it doesn't matter. Nick Mugridge, no help for him, he stays 34.
Trying to get as close to them as they can without going too quick. And a 9.02.
$7.63, a little bit too quick there for Pete. Well, very good looking pairing indeed. 8.44 for Tom, stays number 3. Ash goes up 1 spot. 8.86 start line. But now, let's see if they can run the numbers. That's what it's all about. 6:01 off the line to Daniel. And he's perfect. He takes the #1 spot. 7. Good looking run here for Mick. Bit too good. 8-10 out, but they would like to go higher if they can. 8:18, 8:49 double breakout, but I'll tell you what, I think they're all still smiling though. Colin Miller's got a car that's working.
Ron now goes 8:26. Michael Sell does himself a bit of a favour though.
Yeah.
8:26, that's 19.
Both more than capable of moving on up here. That's a cracking looking pair in that one. 8:32. Whoa, that's way too late to
Also,
so don't forget, Joe is 2 in the points. Pete Walters currently #1. And I think after qualifying, if they stay put, Joe will take the lead in the points. Then it's all down to eliminations. $760 for Joe, stays number 11, 8:35.
It was over by the wall for a long time. 7:33 and a 7:87 for Jack Brewster on the brakes and on the shifts as well, which is
nearly 180 mile an hour over there. Right, so both into pre-stage qualifying session number 4 for Super Pro ET. Both away well with 0 lights, but it's all about those dial-ins on the boards there. 770, 770. Alan Didwell breaks out by less than 100th of a second.
Another mid-8 for Kieran this time, but if the car launches, it's going to be way quicker than an 86. It didn't launch. In fact, it actually ran what it did yesterday to 60 foot. 48 and 9:14 for Kieran. That's a little bit of a head scratcher. 106. I like the name of Steve Saunders' car as well, Rusty. It's not Rusty, it's brand new, but maybe it means him. 35 of the 6 for Scott. Moves up 1 spot.
Keep talking about points, but it means a lot to these youngsters. It means a lot to everybody competing here this weekend. So Liam at the moment is on an 047. Daniel is on an 048. And no help for either. Liam goes red. Daniel an 06. So they'll stay put. Pro Stop Bike into the lanes, please. FIM Pro Stop Bike, can we have you into the pairing lanes, please? Right, Kai currently number 11, Freddie number 30. Freddie goes red. Kai goes 0.12, so no help for either of those two. They stay put. All right, Chevy check it. Going alongside Ellie Fag. Chevy number 6 at the moment. Oh, Chev's got another 0 light, this time 0.6. No help for Ellie. And in fact, no help for Chev either, so they're going to stay put. Ellie stays 29, Chev stays number 6. All right, Jessica Bishop going alongside the miss. .064 for Jess, 0.94 for Ellie, but bearing in mind they were 7 and 5 already, no help for them.
I should think Jess would be happy with that though. Bang on 8 flat, look at that. That helps a lot when it comes to racing.
Yeah, doesn't it?
So we've got a few more sportsman classes to go. Sure.
0.45 for Mackenzie Love. Now that is going to move him up 3 or 4 spots from 17. Yeah, up to number 14 for Mackenzie Love. Important for him, he's 3 in the points chase. But Cherry on the other side, no help there. Right, Neve Deavy and Teddy Howe, your next pair.
The fields are set, unfortunately, with only 2 qualifiers for our FIA and FIM classes. I think we've got 4 for all the sportsmen. Some of them had 5. But yeah, it is race day tomorrow, so please be back at 9 AM sharp tomorrow morning to join us for eliminations. The weather is supposed to be better tomorrow. I mean, today's weather was better than we've had for the last couple of days, obviously.
Yeah.
But yeah, the really annoying thing is, as always, the racetrack itself will dry out quite quick. But unfortunately, because it's colder, it's in the evening, it's not going to hold the heat. And the main problem we have, as always, up the top end earlier on, today, I saw some photographs of what the top end was like yesterday, and I have a sneaking suspicion it's very similar today. It took a few hours to dry it yesterday, and the trouble is that, you know, even if we work our backsides off and then get it done and it's 20 to 9, we've got 20 minutes. There's no way we're going to finish the session in 20 minutes, the whole session in 20 minutes. So unfortunately, yes, as Colin said, we're done for the day. They'll still keep working on it and keep the water off it, so we're in the best position in the morning to get cracking bang on 9:30. Right, that's why they're still working on it, even though we're not racing this evening. So everybody in the pits, you're done for the day, and unfortunately on the banking. We hope you enjoyed yourselves up to that point. We sort of did.
We had some
the good
amazing,
bits are really good.
Amazing bits today. I mean, let's just reflect just for a moment. Tell you what, let's just reflect on today. Eric Tubble.
Yep.
5-0. Unbelievable. A world record on his penultimate pass on the bike. And we know what he wants to do. He knows what he wants to do. He wants to go out on that massive high and just raise the bar just that little bit more.
Well, in fact, I think from what he said, if he'd have just put a litre more fuel in it, it might have been that one.
Yeah.
It might have gone that little.
You can hear both of us. We're not saying what we want, but we all know.
Oh, yeah, you bet.
We all know.
Well, when you run 5 zeros, there's only one way to go.
There's only one way to go
drag
after
racing.
that.
Yeah, especially over the quarter mile. In fact, dare I say it, that is one of the last performance barriers in the drag racing world to be broken, because there's nothing else that's knocking on the door of something else, if you see what I mean. The only other one would be a 4-second alcohol car.
Yeah.
I think 5.1 is the quickest.
But they keep getting pegged back.
They do keep getting pegged back, you're exactly right, to keep parity. So I don't think we're going to see a 4-second A fuel car.
There is a barrier that's could be broken next weekend at Reading, and that is 300 mile an hour at the 8th.
3
in top fuel.
2 okay.
We're just chatting now.
Well, I tell you what, 300 miles an hour at the 8th or a 4-second run on 2 wheels. Which one's more impressive? I don't know.
I'd go for. Well, I'm going to go 400. 400.
300.
4 seconds at the on the quarter mile on 2 wheels. That would just be mind blowing.
Well, there's not another. Just to put that into perspective, obviously, there's a whole bunch of teams in the NHRA trying to run 300 miles an hour in the 8th.
Yeah.
Eric is in a class of his own. There is no one else on the planet remotely close to doing what he's doing, or done, or possibly ever. It's one of those things that you see during your lifetime, and you will tell your kids about or your grandkids about, because it's very unlikely it's going to happen again. You know, it's like seeing Sammy Miller run a 3-second pass at 380 odd miles an hour. You're not going to see that. It might, but it's very doubtful you're going to see that again. Very doubtful.
Pro Modified second session was incredible. Quite a few cars in the 5-second zone. We ended up with 5 of them there, but we had another 5 in the 6.0s. And considering they only had 2 goes, not 4, absolutely outstanding. So congratulations to our Pro Mod teams. Let's not forget Anti-Horto, #1 qualifier now in FIA Top Fuel Game, 382.
We have to check. May guarantee him the championship, actually, because he'll get a bye run in round 1.
Yeah.
Which means I think if he gets to the final, he can't be passed in court.
Yeah.
We will have to check on that one.
Yeah, good point.
I also want to say, all you lovely people still milling around on the bank, and the few of you still in the grandstand, just want to say, pass on as well, our massive appreciation to the Santa Pod Racers Club team. Even though we are not racing anymore today, they are still out there working their socks off to sort out the worst of this tonight, so that all being well, hopefully it doesn't rain overnight, but all being well, we're ready to go first thing in the morning, because you don't want to leave the racetrack soggy overnight, because then you've got a much, much bigger task in the morning. Anyway, we're just yabbing as usual, so we hope you all enjoy your evening. There have been a number of highlights today.
Well, Super Street Bike as well. I mean, the numbers there are just mind-blowing.
I don't know about you, but it's moments like this I actually feel a bit robbed, because I really wanted to see everything again. You know, I think that's probably the best way to put it. I do feel a bit robbed, frankly. You know, it was really good, and I wanted to see that again. But we're not going to see that again. We're going to see actual heads-up racing now, from now on.
Very exciting final qualifying session in Pro ET as well. That really, really was quite dramatic with the bump spot, and the lowest ever, and that is confirmed actually as a record bump in Pro ET, 044.
Superb.
Absolutely phenomenal. So well done to everybody in Pro ET. Commiserations for those that didn't qualify, but nevertheless, that is a tough.
Yeah, they spend all season doing this.
Indeed.
Also, going back to the track crew, I reckon their alarms are going to be set for 5 in the morning as well, just to make sure we're ready to go on time. But anyway. Thank you so much. You can tell we're disappointed, can't you?
Yep. I'm just looking at the amount of sheer amount of surface water that's out there that they're just sweeping off the racetrack. Because the temperature is dropping, it's not going to evaporate as quick as it did earlier. And that is a seriously large amount of water. What was interesting, obviously our vision point is facing forward, and I'm getting a few text messages going, "Look behind you, Cole," and that's when you said, "Oh, look at that rainbow." And I looked
it was right down. It was right down over you, right there. So unfortunately, it wasn't going past. It was sort of coming our way. We could see the other end of it actually. Up the top end is a cool place to be, because when you stand out there, you'll be on the banking and everything, so you've got a really clear view of everything over that way. You can actually see all the way over to Northampton and Wellingborough over that way.
Yeah.
And we could see what the weather was doing.
Unfortunately,
but it does look like the radar is pretty clear for the rest of the evening, so hopefully we don't get any more wet stuff. Will help give us a bit of a head start tomorrow. So, as you can tell, we're a bit miffed.
Well, it is what it is, unfortunately. We always strive, and the Santa Pod team always strive to put on the best show they possibly can. And when this place is running, it is just the cathedral that we love attending on a regular basis. But very, very frustrating indeed for all of us, for all the racers, for all the fans. But it's totally out of our reach, actually. It's if we get wet, if we get weather conditions that don't allow us to run, then absolutely nothing we can do about it. Let's just hope we get a better day tomorrow, basically. Can't add any more than that. So Darren and I are going to basically sign off from the tower now. You've probably heard enough from us today. We Hope you have a very good evening out there. Fuelers Bar will be very, very busy indeed. All the catering outlets are there. Don't forget to visit the traders that are still open as well. Some of them are sweeping rainwater away from their pitches at the moment. But show your support to all of the traders and, of course, the pod shops as well. Get the latest event merchandise and all the Santa Pod stuff as well. So those are the places to check out. And, of course, pop around and see the teams in the pits. They'll be getting things dried off, but they'll always have a chat with you as well. So, Down Like's going to say goodnight. We will see you tomorrow. Nitro FM just going to take us out, and we will see you tomorrow. Good night. See you tomorrow.
Gorgeous.
Whoa, so close.
6:03, 232 miles an hour. That is his quickest ever run at Santa Pod Raceway. Andy Robinson clicked it early to a 6:56.
That's what I mean. There you go. Come on. Yappa.
5.89, 242 miles an hour. 6 flat for Andre on over 244. It looked a little bit.
Oh.
Well,
wake up, John.
I was going to say the weirdness continues. It almost look, if there is a high gear in the turbo car, it looks like John left in high gear. 972, 147.
Well, Michelle is 9, Mark is 12 at the moment.
Mark was pretty slow.
Michelle isn't though.
Wow.
591.
Yes. New personal best.
Again.
Yeah, Mark's car just doesn't leave the start line.
No.
By the look of that.
Oh, John's car didn't sound like it was going to shift gear there.
Yeah, same as Kev Slyfield. I think he just didn't go in second gear. That's the same.
All being well, side by side 5 is looking really nice. No
side by side. Oh, poof.
591 for Bobby, 242 miles an hour.
Another
His
PB.
quickest run ever.
One flat to 60. We can hear him pedaling the car out there, so he's not going to improve on that 594. Go 718.
Slight shake.
Yeah, but that was shake.
And the alternate name of the dragster. Q2 top methanol. Big tyre shake for Silvio, but Danny is Sandro is disappearing into the distance to a 548.
They're going to be happy with that one. 556. I think that could be Tony.
Wow.
538 for Daniel at 274 with a hole out at the finish line. Very, very consistent. The crew a bit nonplussed about a 538.
It's too bad for Lynn because
96 to the 8, 381 to the 8,
Holy.
sorry. 580 at the stripe, 246. And the numbers will come. This is looking absolutely superb. It's a 661 with the 3 slots in at the number 2 spot there, Jim.
That was a super launch for Mike.
Is he in the
Little bit out of
6.5s?
shape.
Yeah, 6:58 to 09.
And the speed knocking on the door